on Instagram. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Listen. Good morning, YouTube. Lord have mercy, you have me laughing this morning. You have me laughing. Hey, Mad Libra.
Just jokes, people, just jokes. Anybody know me that I'm way far past that, but it's good to dream. It's good to dream.
No, listen. I saw an interview with what's her name? Tina Knowles. She's in her 70s. She said she's not looking, but if somebody comes along, as long as they align, it's all good. So age has no limit. Don't limit the possibilities, right?
Oh, I'm not limiting finding a significant other. I'm just talking about the sugar daddy. But if he actually comes, hey.
Yeah, I almost missed it out my coffee. I was trying to take out my coffee. By the way, hold on. I need to get the show on the road. Hold on, Benja. Me day I run off my mouth. I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. Oh, Lord have mercy. It's Monday, March 10, 2025. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee and Tow World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee and Tow comes to you live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JohnoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. And MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We are also live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Remember to go ahead and subscribe. Welcome to our studio audience on TikTok. Thank you so much. And we invite you to head on over to www.coffeeinto.com and follow Coffee in Tow on our social media platforms. We are on Instagram, Lemonade, TikTok, YouTube, wherever you go, find us, follow us, subscribe, like, share, comment, all that jazz. As he says, find out if he has a rich sister. Y'all are killing me this morning. But what is riches? Let us talk about that for a quick second. What do you consider riches? Is it peace of mind? Is it health? What exactly do you consider riches? Let me talk about that because it's not all about money. And I'm finding the more I peruse through social media, I realize that riches for a lot of people is money. So you get the money and then you end up in a one miserable situation. You're not happy because at the end of the day, money can't bring happiness. Happiness is something that comes from within. No, sir. It's internal. And if you are not happy with yourself and you're not able to be content with yourself, how are you going to be happy with someone else. Not true. How? How are you going to be happy with somebody else? You cannot rely on somebody else to make you happy. Not something or sing so. And a lot of us do that. You know, yes, all those things: peace, health, equity, love. Those things are foundation, right? The ability to communicate, to be able to listen. And I think that's key. We need to be able to listen to each other. If you don't know how to listen, learn how to listen. Not listen to react and respond, but listen to comprehend. And if what the person is saying you're not grasping, seek clarity. Do not make assumptions, right? You definitely don't want to do that. Do not make any assumptions at all. That's a big no-no, because that right there, you know what them say about assumptions, right? Makes an of you and me. So we got to be careful with that. Got to be super careful with that. No assumptions around here. But yeah, um, riches and wealth really and truly are the things that are intangible, the things that no matter what can stand the test of time. That's it. All right. So a little bit right there. So thank you for taking us down that road, Jack. Didn't expect to get there, but we got there. We got there. And it's important. By the way, anybody watch the Red Bull culture clash? Big up yourself, Spice. Big up your damn self. When I can't say anything I want about Spice, but me I tell her no. She angle it and triangle it, as them say. She handled it. She tore it up. At one point, I was like, oh my gosh, no. We can't have them Londoners or anybody else that win. It have to come to Jamaica. She went all out. Loved the cutout poster boards that she had on. They say, what's up, Prof? Loved the poster boards that she had on the stage. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. Me have a new level of respect for her. New level of respect. And I love the part when she dropped the dub plate from Shensia. Yeah. Because you see, a lot of times we like to pit people against each other for no reason whatsoever. One culture. I understand. Like, forget it is some people say it's all in love, but you have some people who not understand how to separate entertainment from reality. And they allow the entertainment to spill over into reality and create confusion and chaos unnecessarily, creating unnecessary rifts and so on and so forth. So I loved it. Skilly Bang came out, Don Penn came out, Shaggy came out. It was not, well, I can't remember the whole long list of them, but it was good. It was good. I enjoyed it immensely. I'm have to watch it again. Yeah. So congratulations to Spice Army for tearing it up there in London town. Yeah, you did your thing. You did your thing. I'm proud of you. You represented for the culture. You really did. You and it was good. Production, very good production, if I may say so. If you haven't got a chance to see it, head on over to YouTube and you will find it over there. That is the Red Bull culture clash, you know. So yeah, that is that. Oh, Lord of mercy, Medea run off my mouth. Medea. Prof, you just a follow me. Why am I thinking I follow me on TikTok? You know what? I forgot word other places and spaces. Yeah, but I asked over there for now, Prof. This is where we at for now. Yeah. So, all right. You know what? I totally forgot that I'm supposed to be going live on Instagram. So let's see. This is my first time testing it out, going live on IG. Let's see how it works. Um, I don't know if I need to do anything else here. Somebody who is on Instagram, please let me know if the sound is coming through, if the visual is coming through. We're testing Instagram live today. I don't know. Hey, Tip V. What? Hold on there, Tip V. Hey, how you doing? Let me know if you're hearing. Let me know what's going on. We're live on YouTube. Ooh, oh wow, Prof. All of that when I go on. Right, let me. We're live on YouTube. We're live on TikTok, and I decided to know what sound and visual great. Thank you, Tiki. What's up, girl? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right, glad to know that everything is good. So we're good on Instagram. Yes, Stinky. We're good on Instagram, we're good on YouTube, and we are good on TikTok. Plus, we're good on internet radio. So we are anglet and trianglet, as the Dolly them say. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I loving it. All right. So as always, we're gonna kick it off in the Caribbean corner. I missed you on the crew too, but guess what happened? Guess what? Hey, Ornella. Guess what happened? Guess what happened now? You see the thing when I happen over there upon the F to the base, the glitching and sometimes the space shutting down on us. I couldn't do it anymore. I tried. So I said I will return to them once once them fix them issues, we might go back. Let's see. And we might be able to be there as well as everywhere else. So I know Tiki, but we're on TikTok, Tiki. Come on over and enjoy with on Tiki. On TikTok, here, me calling you calling TikTok Tiki. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into it. Our first article of the day. Amid tensions between Guyana and Venezuela, U.S. cruisers and destroyers conducted exercises with the navies of the United Kingdom and the Netherlands in the Caribbean. This article comes to us courtesy of zonamilitar.com. Amid tensions between Guyana and Venezuela over the disputed Essequibo region, the navies of the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands conducted joint exercises in the Caribbean Sea. These maneuvers included the deployment of guided missile cruisers and destroyers, offshore patrol vessels, and embarked aircraft from the previously mentioned forces. Days ago, as reported by Escenario Mundial and coinciding with preparations for the launch of the ESA's Ariane 6 rocket, the Ghanese government denounced that a Venezuelan Navy offshore patrol vessel had entered its exclusive economic zone, EEZ, dangerously approaching an ExxonMobil floating production storage and offloading unit. According to information gathered from open source intelligence, the, the Venezuelan vessel that operated within Ghana's EEZ was offshore, was an offshore patrol vessel. All right, Mega said this. He said, anytime there is oil, there is problem. Anytime you find minerals, hmm, let me tell you something. You say problem. There's always deployment of some military vessel. Last year, hey Steve, last year we had the story come to the forefront that there was a possibility that the US was going to be putting um military personnel on the ground in Trinidad. And of course we know the proximity when you talk about Trinidad and South America, the top of South America. And I had concerns about that. Then there was another article about the British sending a ship. So now we have the US, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands, and that's the Dutch, conducting joint exercises in the Caribbean Sea. I'm not liking the sound of this, and I'm going to ask Maduro and Irfan Ali, please come to the table, have a conversation, see to it that we don't have any issues. We don't want to war this side of the world. As far as I know, the matter is in the International Court of Justice. Let the law handle it, please. Because I see problems. And why is it that it's coming like ants to sugar, fly to crap? Anytime oil and minerals come into play, the people them have to descend upon the area. All of a sudden you have friend. You have friend like you never have friend before. They weren't your friends, But now that things that and them see a benefit to be had or a greater benefit to be gained, everybody want to swoop in and pretend to be your friend. Everybody want to advocate for you. Everybody want to stand by your side. Me don't know, Baba. Me don't know. I don't know. All right, let's keep it moving. Next up, Guyana, we're still there, rolls out cash grant initiative for newborns. This article courtesy of Barbados Today.bb. You know, something I just realized I not there's something I should have been doing and I'm not doing. But bear with me, folks. I need to fix something over here on YouTube real quick. All right, so whoops. Let's go ahead and get back to this article. If I can find it back because I accidentally closed it out. So little patience with me. All right, here we go. According to Barbados Today.bb, the Guyana government yesterday, which was over the weekend, launched its newborn cash grant initiative. Under the program, more than 2,000 newborns born in Guyana to a Guyanese mother will receive a 100,000 Guyanese dollar cash grant, which is approximately US $209, costing the Treasury $1.3 billion annually. The funds will be provided retroactively to families with newborns born in January and February 2025. President Dr. Mohammed Irfan said the initiative represents more than just financial assistance. Every child born in Guyana is not just a citizen, they are a vital thread in the fabric of our nation's story. They are a shared treasure entrusted to our collective care. The pressure of a newborn should not be that of their parents, but this is a collective responsibility and a collective care that we must demonstrate as a nation and as a people. President Ali said a system has been established whereby mothers will receive the grant before leaving the hospital in which they gave birth. In cases where deliveries take place outside of a hospital, systems will be in place to ensure the grant is received within a week of birth. The future of our children is something we must intentionally invest in. This cash grant is not a privilege, it is a right. And it is a right that every child in Ghana is entitled to. Hold on, let me give them a round of applause. So it complements the $100,000 national cash grant and the $50,000 Because We Care cash grant, which is given to parents of school age children. Other initiatives include the Universal Health Vouchers and the Spectacles program that will ensure every child continues to receive support throughout their development. So hold on there now. Hold on there now. Can Irfan Ali teach the US this? Can Irfan Ali teach Jamaica this? And I am going to say Jamaica, yes, because um hold on there, folks. Hold on there. Well, okay. I'm going to say Jamaica because Jamaica just made an announcement quite recently about the refining of oil. So, oil is going to be shipped from Trinidad to Jamaica. Jamaica is going to be doing the refining and sending it back to Trinidad. And there should be some monthly revenue of is it monthly or annual revenue of 9 billion US dollars? So, Jamaica, will we roll out such an initiative? I mean, we can't beat England still because England top it where from you're born every month 80 pounds up until the age of 8, until you're 18 years old is given to you. Every child born in the great UK, right? Hey, so Jamaica, what are we going to be doing for our children? Because Ghana is showing us how it's done. Huh? All right. When I have 24 hours to answer Jamaica, what are you going to do? We had an article the other day. I forgot which Caribbean island um, is going to be taking care of education right up until university. Come on, Jamaica. Do that and beat them, no? By the way, how the $3 trillion go? It audit out yet? Them audit it yet? What's up, Adasoji? Happy Monday. Yeah, me, I wonder if them audit that. Yeah, but anyway, good going, Ghana, for looking out for your people, and it's a start. It is a start, and I hope it continues. What I would like to see them do is to make it a monthly stipend until the child is 18 years old. Parents, if you can, as much as possible, save that money. If you are if they roll out a plan where it is every month, I would strongly recommend you put that money aside in an account for the child. So when the child turns 18, them have a little lump sum sit down there for them. It can take care of school, it can take care of investments, anything like that. All right. So love it, Ghana. Go on do your thing, Mr. Ali. Go on do your thing. All right, let's head on over to Haiti. Our next article, Haitian immigrants grapple with uncertainty as TPS end date looms. This article, courtesy of NBCnews.com. The same day, Ghislaine Luma, a 29-year-old Haitian immigrant, learned he was granted temporary protected status to remain in the United States. It was the same day Donald Trump announced plans to cut the program short. Figuring out his future with the end of TPS gives him a headache. For more than 15 years, TPS has allowed thousands of Haitians to work legally in the US and avoid deportation while their homeland grapples with political instability, gang violence, and economic hardship. Since the assassination of President Jovenel Moise in 2021, armed gangs have gained control over much of Port-au-Prince, creating a power vacuum that has made governing a challenge and fueled further violence, homelessness, and starvation. More than 5,600 people were killed and 1,400 were kidnapped amid gang conflicts. And that was just last year. And this is according to the United Nations. The violence has rendered 1 million people homeless in Haiti, forcing many into makeshift shelters and exasperating the country's economic challenges. But with the Trump administration's decision to end TPS by August 2025, an estimated 500,000 Haitian immigrants living in the US face an uncertain future, forced to decide whether to stay and fight for legal status or prepare for a return to a country in crisis. Neither the White House nor the Department of Homeland Security responded to a request for comment. Mm, I don't know if we should expect a response. No, people are saying, okay, 15 years of TPS, what more could they want? Do we understand what the history of Haiti? Do we understand? Do we? I don't think so. A lot of people are not aware of the truth as it relates to Haiti and the relationship between Haiti and the US. And we're going to constantly remind folks that Haiti has been at a disadvantage ever since the ending of slavery. There, right? Yeah. They had to repay or had to Haiti, yes, Haiti had to pay reparations to France so that the plantation owners could get money. The same plantation owners who became wealthy off of the backs of the slaves, free labor, benefited from the Haitians paying them reparations. Okay. Then, if we go back to the 1940s, I want to say it's the 1940s. The US has had a hand in constantly um, putting fixtures there. Let me put it that way. And the Haitians are not happy with that. They don't want that. They want to handle them business themselves. Also, the gold that was removed from Haiti, which we are still waiting for them to return to Haiti, that gold allegedly, per articles all over Google, is supposed to be in the hands of Citigroup. Can do the research, you'll find it. Go ahead, Ada Soji. Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
for safekeeping, yes.
For safekeeping. Okay. That's what they
Yeah,
want to call it.
because you might lose your own stuff. Yeah.
That's what we do, right? I can't. It's like when your parents, you remember, I don't know if as a child it happened to you, where when you're young, you get you call it, you get money from a relative, and your parents say, give it to me, I'll keep it for you, and you never see it
Yeah,
again.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Very much so. Very much so. Very much so.
How
And
many?
if, and if you kick and scream, you'll be told, okay, so was this the same money that paid for your school fees and stuff like that? You know, emotional, emotional.
They make you feel guilty for
Guilty,
asking them back
exactly.
for the money, you know. How dare you?
Exactly.
Me feed you, me clothe you, me take
Uh-huh.
care of you, and you really ask back for the money. It's like you have committed the biggest offense ever.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, but yeah, good morning. Good morning. Has the clock gone back for you guys?
Yes, yes. And that
Okay.
threw me off. That's why I ended up late on your program yesterday. Because I'm like, hold on a second. Yeah, so it was 1 o'clock for you. No,
Okay,
one
so
o'clock for us. 1 o'clock
our
for us.
clocks don't go back until what's it called? They don't go back until the last Saturday, last Monday of the month.
So hold on. So what time is it there for you now?
So now it's 2 minutes to two.
So that means you're 6 hours ahead of us now
Yeah, instead of 5.
instead of 5. So you said the last Saturday and when?
The last Saturday in March is when the clocks go back.
I thought it was a global thing where everybody, the change
No,
was made
no,
universally.
because I sent when I sent the invite to uh, Brother Milton this weekend, he too called me an hour before time, and I was out driving at the time. Like, why is he calling me? He said, he can't get in. I said, yeah, because it's not your time. He said, but the clocks went by. I was like, not for us. And we agreeing it will mean time. So if we don't know if the clock has gone back, we don't recognize any other person's clock. Sorry.
That's crazy. Oh my God. One thing I can tell you, I am sick and tired of this back and forth. I wish we would do like Jamaica, where it's just one. That's it. We're not bothering the
Mm-hmm.
back and forth. It is what it is. It's too much confusion for a lot of people, and it does throw some people off.
Can you imagine if you miss your flight? Exactly. So that kind of madness.
Madness indeed.
Mm.
But let's get to this article because I have another one coming up with regard to Haiti, right? As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's go ahead and jump on it. The World Bank is to invest 320 million US dollars to support Haiti. Hmm. According to Caribbean National Weekly.com, the World Bank Group has approved a new strategic partnership with Haiti aimed at helping the country recover economically and socially over the next 5 years from 2025 to 2029. With Haiti facing major challenges, including political instability and gang violence, this new plan is designed to support recovery efforts and prevent further damage to the country's infrastructure and human capital. Haiti's ongoing crisis has greatly impacted its development, and the new strategy comes at a crucial time. It focuses on providing immediate support to Haiti's most vulnerable populations while setting the stage for long term recovery. The World Bank plans to invest approximately US $320 million in grant financing to strengthen economic governance, create jobs, and ensure essential services continue despite the country's struggles. According to Alfred Metellus, who is Haiti's Minister of Economy and Finance, Haiti needs to increase the resilience of critical state institutions and systems in the short term while laying the foundation for long term reforms. This new partnership will be key in helping Haiti achieve these goals. The new strategy also aims to create a better business environment to encourage private sector investments. The International Finance Cooperation will focus on promoting economic growth, creating jobs, and enhancing productivity in Haiti's private sector. The World Bank will focus on helping Haiti's poor and vulnerable communities while also building the foundations for long term growth. That's according to Anne Lucy, who is World Bank country manager for Haiti. To make sure the new strategy works even in Haiti's uncertain environment, the World Bank plans to use a flexible approach and focus on areas with the greatest needs. This strategy was developed after consultations with the Haitian government, the private sector, civil society, and development partners. Along with the new partnership, the World Bank's board of directors also approved a US $60 million grant to improve Haiti's public financial management. The project aims to strengthen government capacity, improve budget management, and enhance efficiency in customs operations, all of which will help generate more revenue and create job opportunities. This new partnership signals the World Bank's commitment to supporting Haiti's recovery and building a more resilient future for the country. So, Adesoji, let me ask that question. The war done. What's up, AD1? The war done. The unrest done. So now we can pump the money in.
No, it's not done. It's
Okay.
you ha- you so what you need from time to time is you you oil the wheels of progress just enough that it turns to give us the presumption that things have normalized. But then if the average person on the streets cannot go about their business without fear or fear of reprisals or attacks, then you might as well just pretend as if, which is what they're asking us to do now. Because we're giving them, I mean, we've stated that we're giving them 300 and something odd million. Anybody that hears that will say, wow, that's some gigantic amount of money. And it's going to a trouble spot. Maybe the place is finally settled. But then don't forget, the money is essentially going to take care of their people that's there. It's not going to Haiti. It's going to
Ah,
the people who are UN inspired. They got to pay for the troops. They got to pay for their upkeep and whatever else they need. And any easy drop-ins, the local population might get. But let's not kid ourselves to think you're going to be they're making bank because they do care about the people of Haiti. Because if they do, they'll just get out of the way and let them sort their own affairs.
oh boy.
Yeah.
So Adesoji, we have a couple comments here. So AT put on YouTube. It's another debt loan to Haiti. World Bank does nothing without great expectations. And
Correct.
I want to agree with you, AT. And the reason I want to agree with you, although I'm kind of on the fence and I want to trust the article. But the way the article is constructed, I'm a little concerned, right? Because it says here, hold on, let me jump back over to it, to World Bank. Where are you?
Hmm.
It says here that it's grant financing.
Well, grant financing, it just means a soft loan without hard interest, but they still have to get
Thank
it
you.
back. World Bank is uh, reminds me of Eric Trier's book, The History of the World Bank. In the first page there, he says the World Bank is not a charity. So, so if you know that to be the case, then
So why doesn't the World Bank do this?
do what?
One or two things. see to it that Haiti gets back its gold so it can use it to back its currency,
No.
or pay them the value of it in cash?
Well, technically, the World Bank did not, as at a time the gold was taken, the World Bank did not exist. So they'll be hard pressed to act on something like that. And except you know the history of the place, that to the average person is speculation. But I mean, it's factual, but it's not really recording. Like if I asked you, what does July 4th mean? You immediately tell me Independence Day and whatever, right? So, but if I to ask you, Haiti's gold, you're like, what? 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 Exactly. So stuff like that. So yeah. So it's gonna be. I mean, it's gonna be difficult to
No,
bring
but it
people.
can't be difficult. It's not difficult, Adesoji. It cannot be difficult.
Yeah, it cannot be difficult because you want the truth to the issue. For people who want to ensure that the truth never gets out, they're gonna play dumb. So, and they're the ones who hold the gold.
Mm. So AT said he sees a hard press. He sees a hard press for Haitian resources coming. What you think about that, Adesoji?
The thing about the World Bank is when they go in, it's usually going in for something in return, and it's investors, predominantly the United States, the World Bank. I said the World Bank, the EU, and the other G7, which are its major financiers. They want something as backup for their money. So who knows what they're asking for this time?
I need them to learn to be clear in articles, be clear because
They're very clear. We've given you money before, you know what we got in return. So why do you think this one will be any different?
because grant and financing don't go together. It's like, would you call it an oxymoron? This is me. This is how you call it an oxymoron.
It's language. It's people playing with language. But then they're clearly telling you, well, this is a grant vis-a-vis, but we're financing this grant. And anybody that knows basic finance will know when money comes out, an interest must top whatever it is they're getting. So whether they get the word interest in there or basically they make you pay for whatever it is you're getting, they're gonna get their money back one way or the other.
Well, I'm waiting for the day when Haiti is allowed to function as an independent nation. And that's if the countries who are dibble and dabbling at Haiti, and I'm putting it lightly, know what the word independent means.
It's supposed to be an example, a poster child example of what happens to people who decide to rise up to free themselves. So as long as there are people who have ambitions to liberate themselves, Haiti will continue to provide a clear example of what would happen if you go through with such stupid thoughts in your head.
Know your place. Stay in line. How dare you?
Very much so.
Right, as we said, you could have brighter outer order. All right, let's go ahead and hop on over to Jamaica. Jamaica's first freshwater fish agro park to be established in Clarendon. And this article comes to us courtesy of JamaicaGleaner.com. An agro park to produce freshwater fish will be established in the coastal community of Mitchelltown in southern Clarendon, says Floyd Green, who is Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. He said, we're going to embark on our first ever freshwater fish agro park. So it will be an aqua park. What it means is, just as you can go to an agro park and you can rent the infrastructure, you'll be able to do that. And we have identified lands in Mitchelltown. Minister Green was addressing the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives on Friday, where he outlined plans to boost the production of tilapia to meet the increase in demand for freshwater fish. An agro-park refers to a dedicated area of land designed for intensive agricultural production, where all aspects of the farming process, from land preparation and irrigation to harvesting and marketing, are integrated within a single location, often with government support and collaboration between farmers and investors. An investment of $574 million has been made in the construction of a tilapia hatchery in Twickenham Park, St. Catherine, to provide quality breeding stock. You eat tilapia at a soldier? I used to, and I
Ye-
stopped years ago.
Yeah, I used to. I used to.
Why you say used to? Why you no longer eat it?
I have a more acquired taste. Sorry.
What do you prefer? What's your what do you prefer?
Well, I live in His Majesty's kingdom, so fish of choice is salmon. Sorry.
Omega-3 fatty acids?
We have to stay healthy, you know. Sorry.
So you should have zero inflammation in your body, right?
The last time I checked, yes.
So let me tell you, the reason I stopped eating was because I was made aware that they're bottom feeders. But you know what? I'm hypocritical because me eat crab, me eat lobster, me eat shrimp. I know what they say about those,
What
right?
I, what would be a bottom feeder? Uh,
You know what?
Excuse me.
Like,
Excuse me.
they are the environmental technicians of the ocean.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay.
Let me behave myself, Ada Soldier. I'm gonna behave myself. I'm gonna behave myself. Lord of His mercy. All right, next up. Well, good job over there, Mr. Mitchell. I want to say, hear me, Mr. Mitchell. My name Green, Minister Green. Good job on. I know that you learned it from somewhere else because this is something that was established in the past. Started the history about how tilapia farming actually started in Jamaica. Or a little insight. Let me not say history. A little insight. It started decades ago, when the sugar industry, was booming. And I said was, yeah, because we have lost a lot of our sugar estates to housing, yeah, gated communities and such. So back in the day, it was a way to help feed the workers on the sugar plantations. Yep. And I'm not talking about in slavery time. I'm talking just decades ago when we had a booming sugar industry. All right. So just a little bit. So I see it being revamped in a different way. All right. Okay. Let's keep it moving. Also in Jamaica, I need to go ahead and pull up the sound bite for this one. Government to renegotiate license of the Jamaica Public Service, the JPS. Oops, I wonder what that one is going to. Um, I made a boo boo, I made a big boo boo. I'm gonna have to pull it up another way because I thought I had pinned the link on this side of the fence. So nationwide radar, because hold on, bear with me 1 second, folks. I just told you how you manage with the bright light that's staring at your face when you're doing your thing. You don't find it annoying?
And you put it at angle 45. You don't put it.
Jesus.
Yeah, you put it at angle 45 so that it's not directly in front of you.
Is the heat that it still generate, man? No, sir. Mm-mm.
Yeah, because it will strain your eyes. It will strain your eyes.
It's not even the eyes, it's the heat that come off of it. It's
Which
annoying.
one? Which one do you use? That's another thing.
I'll take a picture and send to you.
So use I use a gato.
Me just throw the packaging, come to think of it. I just threw the packaging yesterday because whenever I buy something, I try to keep the packaging for at least 30 days,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
in case something
Yeah.
goes wrong and I have to return it. Lord of mercy. Pardon me with the fun in here, but me, I tell you. All right. According to Nationwide Radio JM, the government is gearing up to renegotiate the renewal of the critical Jamaica Public Service Company, the JPS license. Energy Minister Darrell Vaz was interrogated about the negotiation process by his opposition counterpart, Philip Paulwell, and this happened during Friday's sitting of Parliament's Standing Finance Committee. The minister sought to assure the Jamaican people that the government is well on top of one of the most important negotiations for the country's economy. Let's take a listen to this. Here is Siobhan Campbell to tell us more.
The Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, remains the country's sole electricity provider. The license is now up for renewal, with negotiations set to begin this year. The renewal process is to run into 2027. Energy Minister Darrell Vaz says the government is aware of the importance of this specific negotiation to the country.
The process starts in 2025, which is now, and ends in 2027. The commitment that I can give to my colleagues and the country is that we are going to work assiduously with the best experts that we can find from around the world to make sure that that negotiation, when we sit at the table, we have the best and we negotiate the hardest to get a license, renewed license, or whatever the position is that is going to benefit the people of this country.
Minister Vaz also sought to assure his opposition counterpart, Philip Paulwell, that he would be consulted on the license. But Mr. Paulwell says he's more concerned about the impending July deadline for the government to signal its intent to negotiate.
If the government of Jamaica does not indicate to the JPS score by July 7th of its intention,
We wrote them in January, remember? We wrote them in January.
its intention, then we would have missed an opportunity to negotiate
I will
the
send you.
license.
I will send you a copy of the letter, member.
This is so serious.
Remember, I will send you a copy of the letter that was written in January. It
But-
states that we have to indicate to them by July, and we wrote them in January. So we are 6 months ahead of the timeline and the deadline. What more do we want? And I'm prepared to share the letter with you because you may not trust me.
The Energy Minister went further to suggest that had Mr. Paulwell given the same level of care to his job while in government, the country would have had a better JPS license deal.
Madam Chair.
Chairman,
Um,
if my colleague was so painstaking
all right,
in
here we
terms
go.
of when he
Here we
was
go.
a minister,
Here we go now.
we wouldn't
Here we
be in
go.
the situation that we are
Here we go.
because he's so
Here we go now.
detailed in terms of how he's operating here now.
Yeah,
In relation to asking me about a letter that I told him I sent in January, and he's still going on
Yes.
about how sacrosanct.
the July timeline is.
So that's why I wrote from January.
Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
I don't understand what I'm arguing about.
Dates.
Lord have mercy.
Dates and papers. Who's got what paper and what dates they received it? That's what they were arguing for.
Listen to the thing and I'm like, huh?
And use of English, intention.
No, sir. And this we are paid on the 200% increase for to act like children in Parliament.
Nobody wants the other person to get one over them. So he's just stating his case. If you are being much more serious with your job, you won't be asking such silly questions. Wow. Oops. Okay.
Lord have. Oh, by the way, you see, our dear friend, Candice is, not happy. But them ever saying what goes around comes around. You see, you Candice, we soon talk about you still. But yeah, government officials in Jamaica, as far as I'm concerned, the renegotiation needs to happen. What I would love to see happen, and this is as far as Jamaica Public Service Company Limited is concerned, what I would love to see happen is less ownership of the entities out of Korea. Let me head back over to Google because I want to call the wrong name. Oh, Jesus. Because 80% of the Jamaica Public Service Company Limited is owned by international organizations. Japan, if I'm not mistaken. No, sir? Not that we did say the other day. Yes. Let me pull it back up so I can speak the facts. All right. So the Marubeni Corporation of Jamaica of Japan, excuse me, of Japan and Korea East West Power (EWP) jointly owns 80% shares in the Jamaica Public Service Company Limited. The government of Jamaica and a small group of minority shareholders own the remaining shares. More than 1,600 JPS team members provide service to over 692,000 customers each day. Anyway, that's not my problem. I mean, concerned about the ownership. Me would I like for us dwindle that number down, that percentage ownership down, and have more of a Jamaican ownership versus a Japanese and Korean ownership. Am I being unreasonable for wanting that? I don't think so.
There's nothing unreasonable about that. It's an expectation that
Okay.
something that is of critical national security should be held by the locals.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. When you can't sit down there argue back and forth all day about license. The license have to renew. It have to renew. No if, ands, or buts. Let us talk about ownership. And when we talk about ownership, it means that the revenue generated is pumped out of the country. Am I wrong? I don't think so. Morning, Mr. President. Morning, 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 morning. Next up, and I think that was our final story out of that was our final story out of the Caribbean corner. Coming up next, we have stories out of Latin America. And I'm gonna say, so we tested the Instagram live. We were able to go live on Instagram. So I'm glad the test was successful. So I'm going to be ending the Instagram live and we'll just be on TikTok, internet radio, and YouTube. All right. So we're ending the live on. Okay. So that is ended on Instagram. All right. Good. Test successful. Just said this morning that I'd be greedy. No, we're just testing because we have to make sure we have alternatives, right? Just in case something not work one way, we can flip to another side. All right. First article out of Latin America. This one is quite interesting. Lot of mercy. NBC. Really? NBC black so President. Panama releases dozens of detained deportees from US into limbo following human rights criticism. I saw a video with a young lady. I saw it on TikTok. A young lady was saying that she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know where to go. She's been released. She don't have any money. She's in a country that she not belong to. Me not get it. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into this article. I found it another way via apnews.com. So, after weeks of lawsuits and human rights criticisms, Panama on Saturday released dozens of migrants who were held for weeks in a remote camp after being deported from the United States, telling them they have 30 days to leave the Central American nation. It thrust many folks, for example, a gentleman, a 29-year-old, who fled Afghanistan in 2022 after the Taliban took control, thrust him into a legal limbo, scrambling to find a path forward. He said, "We are refugees. We do not have money. We cannot pay for a hotel in Panama City. We do not have relatives. I can't go back to Afghanistan under any circumstances. It is under the control of the Taliban and they want to kill me. How can I go back?" Authorities have said deportees will have the option of extending their stay by 60 days if they need it. But after that, many don't know what they will do. So this makes sense. Anyway, human rights groups and lawyers advocating for the migrants were waiting at the bus terminal and scrambled to find the released migrants shelter and other resources. Dozens of other people remained in the camp. So is this what we're doing? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Donna. I think I may want to see it. So is this what we're doing? How are you all feeling about this? Is this what we're supporting? The picking up of people and just sending them wherever, no plan in place for them. And now so Panama agreed to take them on what premise? There was no fine tuning. And what I'm seeing here is that this was just a scurry. You made a promise, a promise was made on the campaign trail, and you are guaranteed to follow through to deliver on that promise, even though there is no form, nothing in place. And we have more articles coming up later on, which I find a little disturbing, coming up in stories out of North America. We have the one where they are planning to put up more prisons or turn some facility into. Did I even tag it for today? Or I was so frustrated that I said I can't even bother.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Prez.
I don't really understand what's going on here. You see, you take people, you deport them from here to say, oh, yeah, you deport a lot of people. And you send them to Panama, you deport them with nothing, and then you expect them to find a living in Panama. In most cases, they probably don't even speak Spanish. I don't know. But even the Panamanian government, if you took the people there, did you take them to let them back out into your society? What would be the implications for you?
This don't make no sense, Mr. President.
Or you just do that so they could come back through the gap again? Because you know that will happen. They might say, you know what, I'll just take the trek again.
I feel that I'm not going to. I feel that I'm not going to. Something inside me tells me that because why would you want to go back to a society where that demonizes you?
You'll be surprised.
Really?
But I don't understand the strategy. I could understand from the president's strategy, so that he could boast that he deport a record number of people. They're riding on, but the implications for them, I don't understand.
It don't make no sense. It make no sense to me at all. None. Um, and I think the part that's concerning for me too is family members not being able to get in touch with them. I hope that hold on, let me go back to the article real quick. The human rights advocates and persons who are showing up, meeting the buses to see what they can do to help them. I hope they are able to provide them with communication devices, telephones, so that they're able to get in touch with family members and see what can be done. Imagine being in a country, not a dollar to your name. Morning, Dr. Sharon, not a dollar to your name.
Moments, when they deport the people, if that's the case, they could have probably allowed them to carry stuff for them as opposed to sending them like prisoners. Even if you deport them, let family members also bring some of your personal belongings, so at least you have it to go with. Because you take them, you send them out in chains, and then you just let them go out in society like dogs. I don't understand.
Lady Liberty packed up and left New York, don't forget. So if she leave, that tells you everything you need to know, Mr. President. By the way, how are the wildfires? How are the fires up there? I hope they have quelled and calmed down. And I think it's over in Long Island, as a matter of fact. And there's another state. All these fires popping up. I find them very suspicious, but let me not let my suspicions get in the way. All right, I'll just be quiet on that. Our next article out of the Latin American segment: Latin America Caribbean United Front Against Organized Crime. This article comes to us courtesy of dialogoamericas.com. Me I wear glasses and them not working. 18 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have joined forces in a regional alliance to combat organized crime, a growing threat that puts the stability and security of the region at risk. With the support of the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, this initiative, launched on December 12, 2024, seeks to jointly address this problem, the IDB said in a statement. The Alliance for Security, Justice and Development Strategy is based on three key pillars: protecting vulnerable populations, strengthening security and justice institutions, and reducing illegal markets and financial flows. This approach prioritizes the implementation of policies based on evidence and concrete actions, seeking a coordinated and effective response among member countries. Participating nations include Argentina, the Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana, Honduras, Jamaica, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, and Suriname, and Uruguay, demonstrating the region's collective commitment to ensuring security and promoting development. Organized crime transcends borders, and combating it requires bold and coordinated regional action. The alliance will be key to mobilizing resources, strengthening capacities, and protecting our communities. And that's according to the IDB president. The initiative also seeks to forge strategic partnerships and maximize the impact of national efforts against organized crime. The alliance will be led by a steering committee and three technical groups, which will include the participation of more than 20 countries. Its efforts will be focused on reducing violence in vulnerable communities, modernizing security systems through technology and collaboration, and combating illicit markets with advanced tools. Let me keep my comments to myself. It's time for stories on the international scene because I do see a common thread with all those nations, not gonna lie. Yeah. Am I saying that there shouldn't be a coordination? No, that's not what I'm saying at all, because we do need to clean up amongst our countries. Organized crime is a big issue. We need to get a handle on it. We need to root it out by all means. So I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. Of course, it needs to happen. But if you look at all the countries, or most of the countries mentioned, you'll find a common denominator. But anyway, let's keep it moving for stories on the international scene. Putin disaster. As tens of thousands of Russian soldiers abandon their brothers' arms. This article, courtesy of express.co.uk. A huge number of Russian troops have reportedly abandoned Vladimir Putin as he attempted full-scale invasion of Ukraine continues, as his attempted full-scale invasion of Ukraine continues. The Institute for the Study of War, ISW, said more than 50,000 Russian service members are reportedly listed as having abandoned their units and are absent without leave, which is otherwise known as AWOL. And this happened between February 2022 and mid-December 2024. So how is the first time we're hearing about this? You never know, said there was an abandonment. Okay. The ISW wrote a Ukrainian OSINT community reported that Ukrainian hackers gained access to an internal Russian military or Ministry of Defense presentation, thereby showing a number of criminal cases that Russian authorities had initiated against Russian service members listed as AWOL as of December 15, 2024. The OSINT community noted that the figures in the presentation do include instances when Russian commanders have listed service members who went missing during assaults as AWOL. I gotta tell you something though. Me couldn't serve in the army, because I was the AWOL too.
Yeah, we don't find that report suspect.
Yes,
That
very.
report is coming from hackers who hacked into the Russian systems.
Yeah.
I thought they had some kind of head count. Okay, out of the 50, we have 10,000 that came into Ukraine or went over to Poland or somewhere. But it's all based on a hack. By the way, you saw that article where those the Ukrainian crest is almost surrounded by the Russians now.
Yeah, I saw that, but I couldn't open it. I saw the headline. Yeah,
Okay.
I couldn't get to open it. I listen.
So
Can I be
because
honest?
Vladimir Putin, they said he's not ceding any of his land, which we know would have happened. And the Ukraine was hoping to use it as a bargaining chip. So let's see how that proceed. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm very skeptical about a lot of things now. How do we know what is real from what is not real? What can we trust? I don't know. What can we trust?
Well,
Who
both
do we
sides, like in
trust?
every war, both sides will push their own narrative. So the truth is somewhere in the middle.
But them said 3 sides to a story, his side, her side, and the truth. Well, I guess this is it. I guess this is it indeed. I mean, at this point, I'm not going to invest my energy in it because there's a lot going on. I know Starmer has ramped up efforts to secure Ukraine deal after the Trump fury. That much we know. Um, Did you see this one? Ukraine protesters confront J.D. Vance in street with 3-year-old daughter. God have mercy. I'm gonna leave that man alone. I should have been laughing. But okay, next up, we had our next article, courtesy of Dawn.com. China has rolled over a $2 billion loan to Pakistan. Advisor to the finance minister told Reuters in a text message on Saturday. The government is working to strengthen its finances after securing a $7 billion international monetary fund, another bailout from the IMF in September 2024. The first installment of the loan is currently under review, and if successful, the country will receive an additional $1 billion. All right, Mr. President, what I'm seeing here is like we're going further and further down into the well instead of trying to climb out. Come on. What can Pakistan do to turn the tide, to become less dependent on the IMF?
If you understand the circumstances in Pakistan, they're not really in a position to negotiate. They're in a terrible position. And you have to understand that IMF, World Bank, this institution are predatory lenders. They're like loan sharks.
Right.
And when you're in a tough situation, you need to pay civil servants, you need to run the government, you don't have a choice. That's when they come in, stick you with, they so-called would forgive some little part of something, and then they will stick you with a longer term loan. Their goal is to make you a client for life, not reviving your economy, nothing. The goal is to make you a client for life. And remember, also in Pakistan, you have this whole political debacle with Imran Khan and being in jail, and so it's in a really precarious position. I don't think he has much bargaining chip right now, so he's probably just taking whatever it gets.
So, is there a cap? Is there a cap? When do you get to the point where you say, you know what? When does the IMF say, okay, that's it, no more? And when they get to that point, if they ever do, what does the receiving country do at that point in time?
IMF don't give you a loan, IMF give you lines of credit that they know you couldn't pay back. So you when you get to a certain stage, when you get to a certain stage, you just come back and refresh it. So it's like no matter how you pay, you're forever good. Now, how much people you pay out the IMF? Except Argentina, who the last time when China came in and refinanced them. How much countries you know that has literally pay off the IMF? Once you're indebted to the IMF, you're forever indebted. You're forever indebted unless you make some bold move on your own to get out of it. And the austerity measures and so is designed to keep you indebted to them. So, but you could try to negotiate your way out. But when you don't have the cards, they will stick it to you. Trust me on that. Are you?
All right. So listen to this. This part of the article now, Mr. President. Securing external financing has previously been a key condition for the IMF to approve bailout deals for the cash-strapped nation. The government needs to repay over $22 billion in external debt in fiscal year 2025, including nearly $13 billion in bilateral deposits. Global credit rate, and this is according to the global credit rating agency Fitch. According to the World Bank's International Debt Report, which was released in December, China has become Pakistan's largest creditor with almost $29 billion in loans. The World Bank put Pakistan's total external debt, including the IMF, at $130.85 billion in 2023, accounting for 352% of its total exports and 39 PC of gross national income. Pakistan's total external debt servicing amounted to 43 PC of total exports. According to the report, China had the single largest share of debt to Pakistan. You know, as I'm reading this, I think about the question that I did ask some weeks ago. Where China get all their money off here now? But on a serious note, this seems to me as though we're sinking Pakistan further and further and further into debt. I don't see any way out of it. When was the last time they made a payment? An interest payment, a payment towards principal. Line of credit is still a debt, no, Mr. President? It sounds, you know, like we have different terms for debt, mortgage,
No, I
car
only
loan.
say line of credit because it doesn't go away now. It's like you get a line, you use up on your pay, and you use up on your pay, and you use up on your pay. But that's not how it works. It's just that they give you a loan which you cannot pay. When you could not service that loan at some point in time, to save you from probably defaulting, they come back and they refinance it, give you a longer term, different measures, put in more austerity, and put more restrictions on you. And you continue like that in perpetuity.
In
They,
perpetuity is
they
right.
don't care when you get out. It's not about helping you. Remember, IMF need customers. They help everybody come out of debt and have strong economies. And so how will they make money? They become obsolete. So they have to keep you owing them.
So shame on me for wanting financial freedom for countries then, right?
Well, you shouldn't be going to the IMF if you're looking for financial freedom. That I could tell you.
Ah,
Also, the case of Pakistan is a very curious one.
mhm.
It was never supposed to be a country in the first place. It was the British trying to look for a military base to
Here comes the British again.
spy on China with the backing of the United States. That's why the partition happened in 1947. Yeah. So ever since then, it's a question of how do you keep a country like this? Yes, it's got its own unique identity. How do you keep how do you keep this country vibrant in the midst of all of this? So it's been largely, military funded by the United States, but with the rise of China and being able to pick sides. The trouble in Afghanistan is also one of the pivotal roles that Pakistan played, because the Mujahideen that went into Pakistan in the 80s got a base in Pakistan to be able to go into Afghanistan to destabilize the Russians. And fast forward, when the Americans then come in, it was also Pakistan that was used to destabilize the Americans for eventually when they left 20 years after. And when Imran Khan came back to power, one of the first things he did was he leaned towards China, which to his detriment was not what the Americans and the British wanted. And so that's why he's in prison. So in order to continue this client state, you have to give it everything it needs, even though when you look on the base of what is happening, it doesn't make sense. Someone who doesn't have any income, yet you're pumping money into them.
Exactly.
So,
Because Soji, if you walk into a bank and you can't furnish how you're going to service the debt that you're asking them to extend to, or let me put it, the loan, that whether it's a mortgage, a car payment, a business startup, whatever, if you can't furnish them with satisfactory repayment methods, are they going to give you that loan? No.
Highly unlikely.
Okay.
the moment you walk in through the bank, yes, you're psychologically assessed to whether you can even afford a paper clip on the on the counter. Not talk of you getting a loan from them. So, but then again, this is not about, this is not about a viability of a country. It's about what the country represents to those who are funding it. It essentially was a client state, like I said earlier. It was a client state to the UK and the United States.
Right.
But the moment China came on board, and these guys said, listen, if we really want to make a go of this thing we call a country, that is Pakistan, we're going to have to, pivot a different way. And of course, Uncle Sam and his little body. Oh, sorry. Uncle Sam and His Majesty's Kingdom would not allow such a thing to go, so. And there you have it.
By the way, has 47, when is 47 supposed to be over there in London town?
Hopefully not anytime soon.
I hope they what you call it, giving some etiquette lessons, because the
Of
last
course.
time he was laughed at because
Yeah.
he lacked decorum, he lacked
Yeah.
tact, he didn't know his place and position, where to stand and what should happen, he was
We thought-
totally out of line.
Of course. We thought George Bush was the worst you guys can come up with. And when I say you guys,
Oh Lord.
the Americans. We thought that was the worst you guys could do.
I mean,
But
we
when
don't
you-
care about those things.
When you send this oath over,
Who?
it was curtains.
Who?
It was like,
Who?
yes.
Okay. We don't care about those things. Those things are frivolous.
Oh, no, we do care about them because you can't come into a place and just.
I mean, as long as he shows up in a suit, you should be happy. No? You want more than a suit?
Well, any madman can put on a suit. You have to know how to speak. And there is another thing. When you come here and you're speaking with that one tonal, yes, bigly, hugely, all that kind of, just like.
Very big. Very big. Biggest
I mean,
thing you've ever seen.
No. So, we're in the land of Shakespeare, the land of Jane Austen. The least you could at least do is be able to string sentences together. That's all we ask. So that we can understand what it is you're telling us.
Did you see the video of the Canadian officials making a mockery when they were signing some paperwork, and they're sitting at it and saying, like, biggest thing ever. Oh my God, I need to find it because I was cracking up. They did not miss a beat. I'm like, oh my gosh, what an embarrassment. The entire world is laughing at us.
He is. I mean, those who wanted him. Clearly, he got 50%, which is not an overwhelming mandate, although he tends to disagree. But to behold, the fact that he was even on the ballot, oh my God, such a hideous man. Sorry.
Oh, by the way, 10 story in one. Me all over the place this morning. You see the thing with the astronauts who are allegedly out in space? Which space them there?
They're on the International Space Station. They've been there. They've been there now for over 9 months.
All right.
More than it was necessary. So
You really feel that's where they are?
I mean, the thing is, if you want them to come back, all you need to do is just make a phone call to the Russians. The Russians will bring them back. You sanction the Russians. And you clearly don't know how to get your own people back. This is going to be an interesting watch. Unfortunately, lives are at stake.
So question. A reporter was sent out there. So why them not come down with you know what? Let me keep it moving because we're not going to lose any brain cells over it. They need to stop the foolishness. That's all I'm going to say on that. Next up, China response. No, hold on. China is poised to dominate biotechnology in the 21st century. Everybody listening? According to The Hill, when you or your child next take a dose of antibiotics, consider that 90% of its raw ingredients were likely manufactured in China using what? Biotechnologies. Yeah. China has captured production of portions of the global biotech supply chain to accomplish Jinping's goal to develop effective deterrent against attempts by other countries to sever our supply chains. What if China decided to sever American access to the drug ingredients your sick child depends on? But America's long position in the biotech race with China has broader implications than just pharmaceutical choke points. Signs of China's ascendance in biotech are everywhere. Chinese researchers publish over 60% of high impact research papers in synthetic biology. The New York Times cited an estimate that the Chinese is involved in a quarter of all drugs used in the US. Wuxi or Wuxi, like other contract research organizations, conducts all stages of clinical trials and makes key ingredients in critical drugs, such as those used to treat cancers. This not only gives a Chinese company direct knowledge into how drugs work on our bodies and why they fail, but it means that our supply chain of drugs for obesity and leukemia have come to depend on Wuxi. Likely not by coincidence, the Chinese government has more than doubled its publicly declared subsidies to Wuxi to $48 million in 2023, up from 21 million in 2019. While we are complaining about what? How much million? 8 million going to universities for transgenic studies, not transgender.
We did say your president can't read. Why are we shocked? Sorry.
And then spreading this damn propaganda, because when you see so many people all over social media, oh yes, see, we knew it. Look at what they're doing, turning mice transgender. Mm-hmm. So China is making advancement while we are going backwards. Go ahead,
Good
Dr.
morning.
Sharon.
Girl, I don't understand. They took that and ran with this $800 million in transgender mice. I mean, it doesn't even sound right. It does not even sound correct, right? But here we are. Yeah, he's obviously doesn't he lacks comprehension. He can't read. He there's no way. There's just how there's so much. I mean, it's just crazy. But anyway, yeah, here we are. Here we are.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Thank you for the follow, love that neighbor. By the way, thank you for inviting me to that live yesterday, hosted by Dr. Keisha. I learned something as it relates to vaccines. Now, I didn't know
I'm glad
that.
you did.
Yes. So I didn't know that after a certain number of years, certain number of decades, like 40 years, 4 decades, the effect of the vaccines that you got as a child start to wane.
So that is possible. Yes, that does happen. And another reason why we actually get better immunity with later vaccines is that the vaccine technology has actually improved over time.
Right.
So people who were vaccinated with MMR and measles, mumps, and rubella back in the 60s, we recommend that you actually get yes, you can do your titers, but honestly, go get a booster. I know I've gotten revaccinated, I don't know how many daggone times between, with immigration, changing your status, you got to do all of that. With going to med school, things like that, you got to, make sure you're vaccinated. And sometimes they don't even ask you for titer. What they want is just to make sure you're vaccinated. And I think I've been vaccinated against MMR at least 3 times.
Wow.
I am going to check my titers.
Yeah.
Just to, double check, and to make sure that I don't need to be revaccinated. But you never know. Right. And also, even just quick cautionary tale. I have a friend who he got hepatitis vaccines, and I'm not sure about the completeness of his vaccines, because he's from St. Kitts.
Mm-hmm.
And then next thing we know, he got sick, he had jaundice, end up in the emergency room, end up with hepatitis B.
Wow.
So I do encourage people to check their titers. I mean, I've checked my titers, but yeah, definitely check your titers for vaccines. And I would say go ahead and get boosters, because in this climate, who knows if this worm brain is going to completely take away vaccines. I think that will be an uphill fight,
Mm-hmm.
but you never know. Right.
Yeah.
So I just think everyone just have to be proactive at this time about their health and their vaccine status, and go ahead and check your immunity and get boosters.
Yeah. I'm seeing here, Dr. Sharon, where what? As of the 8th of March, and I'm sure that number has gone up, but as of Saturday, 230 cases of measles reported in West Texas and New Mexico.
Yeah, girl, it's like whiplash, because it changes so fast. I remember when we heard like 10, 14 cases. I'm like, oh yeah, that's only the start of it, because it's so infectious, right? It's such an infectious process that I just knew that it was going to be, bigger than that. And there are other places like New Mexico also. There's the first adult who unalived in New Mexico for measles. This is New Mexico or West Texas.
Wow.
And this is not confirmed. I hear of a measles case here in Katy, Houston, which is the suburbs, but I'm not sure about that yet. I'm still waiting for confirmation on that one and other states. But yeah, it's wild. So please check your vaccine status, and when in doubt, just go ahead and go get that booster. Because and that number from West Texas will continue to rise.
Wow. Yeah, because as of Friday in West Texas, 198 measles cases. That's coming from the Texas Department of State Health Services. Also on Friday, the New Mexico Department of Health reported 30 cases in Lea County, 20 more than had previously been identified in the state. Yes, we have a report of it here in South Florida. In I forgot the name of the town, but it's south of where I am. Yeah, we have to be careful. It is also in the Northeast. Which state was it? Is it New Jersey? There was a case there. Come on, folks.
Yes, I think it's New Jersey. And 100% of the people who have gotten measles so far, as per the report, have been unvaccinated people. Vaccine programs work. Why don't we hear, or why don't we have like epidemics of things like this? Because of the vaccine programs, right? Only in sex where now you see people are unvaccinated, of measles. This is crazy. I mean, this to me is a testimony of how vaccine programs work, because we don't deal with this regularly on a daily basis, contrary to what the worm brain says. Oh, we sometimes have outbreaks. No, we don't.
But hold on, hear what my MGT said. Measles parties.
Yeah, and put people's life at risk, right? So your kid or whoever can end up with encephalitis, can end up with pneumonia, can end up on unaliving, can end up with actually damage to your immune system that's lifelong, make you susceptible to other illnesses. Why?
When I heard that one, I was like, hold on a second, a measles party, bring all the children together to build immunity. I said, that woman is mad.
When I was growing up, yeah, she's crazy. When I was growing up in Antigua, one of our a kid in my community, he was like maybe about 5 houses down or something, unalive from measles. Yeah, it's nothing to be played with. I don't understand why she's thinking, oh, a measles party.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Clearly, they don't understand the science. They don't understand the medicine, and they don't want to.
Because they don't believe in it. They don't believe in it.
Yeah, but in the meantime, you're putting people's lives in jeopardy.
I'm not care. I don't for them picnic.
Clearly,
Listen,
because they're fully vaccinated.
It happened. That part, and that's what a lot of people don't realize.
Yeah,
they are
they're fully vaccinated.
And I tell you to be an idiot. And we, like the idiots, not we, but them, like the idiots, when they listen to them, it's just one bag of foolishness. I don't know. This is 2025, and instead of being more intelligent, we are more ignorant.
It is just, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Help us, dear Jesus. Okay.
But I enjoyed it immensely, learned a lot.
Great.
And Dr. How you pronounce her name? Antusa?
Atusa.
Atusa.
So Dr. Atusa is an immunologist. So she has an MPH in public health specialist. She's a pediatric allergy and immunology. So this is her wheelhouse. Yes. This is her specialty, right? Mm-hmm. She can wrap up the whole history of immunization, vaccines, all of it, right? She has done trips abroad and like through some NGOs and things like that. Yeah, so she is really well versed.
Yeah, she was just letting us have all the facts. She was going in, and I enjoyed it, loved it.
Yes, perfect.
Yes, and we need more of that. More education.
We will keep having them because we do get a lot of questions. We get a lot of inquiries, and I mean, we have to know. We need to know. I mean, we're in perilous time, and we can't just bury our heads in the sand.
No, we can't.
We can't.
Not at all.
You know, our lives literally depend on it.
Yeah. 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 All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharon.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
All right. So China, again, folks, the headline is poised to dominate biotech in the 21st century. Go China, go. We are not concerned about that. We're concerned about everything that goes against the existence of humanity. So one day we'll wake up. Next, by the way, talking about wake up, folks, Lord, me all over the place this morning for real. I have to let you know that there are some words. Lord Jesus, as President Trump seeks to purge the federal government of woke initiatives, hold on a second, let me pause this. Pause, because let me go to the pause so I can. Okay, right. So he seeks to purge the federal government of woke initiatives. Agencies have flagged hundreds of words to limit or avoid. And this is according to a compilation of government documents. And you want to hear some of the words? Accessible, activism, activists, advocacy, advocate, advocates, affirming care, all-inclusive, allyship, anti-racism, anti-racist, assigned at birth, assigned female at birth, assigned male at birth, at risk. Those are the A words. So let me give you some of the B words now. Barrier, barriers, belong, bias, biased, biased towards, biases, biases towards, biologically female, biologically male, BIPOC, Black and Latinx, breastfeed plus people, breastfeed plus person, chest feed plus feed. Let us see now. Let me tell you something now. Let me just finish this list. Because it's 3 pages. Let me just do page 1, and then I'll catch you all up with the next one. Clean energy, climate crisis, climate science, commercial sex worker, community diversity, community equity, confirmation bias, cultural competence, cultural differences, cultural heritage, cultural sensitivity, culturally appropriate, culturally responsive, DEI, DEIA, DEIAB, DEIJ, disabilities, disability. Just scratch the whole, just get rid of the whole damn dictionary.
Yeah, but there's
I am I
there's
am
an
unable. Sorry, Mr. President, go ahead.
Oh, that was other soldier. Go ahead,
no. You
soldier.
go
Oh,
first.
sorry.
You go first.
Oh,
You go first.
I am unable. So we can't use word to describe situations to I'm at a loss because what exactly is he trying to do? Annihilate anyone who's not YT male and not even YT female because they benefited from DI initiatives, right? So unless you look like him and his cronies,
my question is that what word do I use instead of belong? So I want to say I belong here with you all. What do I replace that word with?
um,
All right,
um,
breastfeed. What is the term then for breastfeed? What do we replace breastfeed with? We breastfeed babies. It's the best thing they say, right? So what do we replace that word with? At risk. Give me a replacement for at risk. At risk youth. There are barriers. What do I replace that word with? Affirming care. All inclusive. I don't know.
When it comes to barriers, obstacles.
Hold on, let me make sure. Me go down in the alphabet and make sure that not there. So LMNO. Oh, for O, you can't say oppression, oppressive orientation. You can't say people or uterus. oh,
There, there's actually one in there.
you saw the list?
Yeah, I saw the list. I saw the list. I mean, that's why I said this.
Pregnant persons, other soldiers. So what are we, women, then?
Well, you know, in fact, all of this, all of the B words, the I words, the O words, and everything stems from what? There is injustice in there. You can't use injustice. I'm I was quite befuddled. I was like, what is this guy doing? But you know, again, people voted for this sort of nonsense. And so what can we do?
But my question is, you can't use pregnant people, pregnant person, pregnant persons. So what do you call someone who is, you said, with child?
Yeah, with baby.
You can't say multicultural, but if a person is multicultural, they're multicultural. If a country is multicultural, it's
No,
multicultural.
they're not multicultural because they can only be of one person. They can't be black. They can't be mixed. They only have to be black or white.
And that's ridiculous.
Well, in their world, simple things are so simplistic because you're talking about stupid people. And I will
Oh,
choose.
hold on. Let's make sure you see if you can use that word. Hold on. Okay,
Stupid.
yeah, go ahead. You can use that word. That's okay.
Yeah, stupid. Idiots. Nincompoops.
Okay. Okay, hold on. The other subjects. Ja needs to know what we're talking about. So Ja, let me bring up to speed. The Trump administration has flagged hundreds of woke terms in federal documents. So, as President Trump seeks to purge the federal government of woke initiatives, agencies have flagged hundreds of words to limit or avoid. And this is according to a compilation of government documents the words include, right? So some of the words, Ja, accessible, so listen to the words. Let me just run through all of them since we're there. So accessible activism, activists, advocacy, advocates, affirming care, all-inclusive, allyship, anti-racism, anti-racist, assigned at birth, assigned female at birth, assigned male at birth, at risk. barriers, belong, biased toward, biases towards, biologically female, biologically male, BIPOC, Black and Latin X, breastfeed people, breastfeed person, chest feed people, chest feed person, clean energy, climate crisis, climate science, commercial sex worker, community diversity, community equity, confirmation bias, cultural competence, cultural differences, cultural heritage, cultural sensitivity, culturally appropriate, culturally responsive, DEI, DEIA, DEIAB, DEIJ, disabilities, disability, discriminated, discrimination, discriminatory, disparity, diverse backgrounds, diverse communities, diverse community, diverse groups, diversifying, diversity and inclusion, diversity, equity, enhance the diversity, enhancing diversity, environmental quality, equal opportunity, equality, equitableness, equity, ethnicity, excluded, exclusion, expression, females, feminism, fostering inclusivity, GBV, gender based violence, gender diversity, gender identity, gender ideology, gender affirming care, genders, Gulf of Mexico, hate speech, health disparity, health equity, Hispanic minority, historically, identity, immigrants, implicit biases, inclusion, inclusive leadership, inclusiveness, inclusivity, increase the diversity, indigenous community, inequality, inequities. We just reach our eye.
The frackernacle is real. There's so much going on in this world.
When
did breastfeeding become a woke term?
Minority woke, mental health woke, key populations, key people, key groups, intersectional, institutional, injustice, LGBTQ, marginalized, men who have sex with men, minority, most risk. I was never a minority, point blank. I'm a person, a human being.
He can barely pronounce some of these words.
People plus uterus. Me want to know what we're going to call the uterus now. A cocoon?
I don't get a uterus is a medical term. So you're supposed to just replace a medical term with what? Why?
Tasha said breeding bag. Listen, I've never seen anything like this from me, man. Just throw away the whole damn dictionary. And I agree. Tasha said we need to learn and need to learn sign language. And then going to come after that and say, stop signing. No patois.
What would happen if a document comes outside of the United States to the United States? Would you need a translator?
Political, yeah. Political is a woke term. Pollution is a woke term. Prejudice is a woke term. Socioeconomic is a woke term. Status is a woke term. Stereotype.
Hold on the socioeconomic. So, which means the World Bank is effectively going to have to tear up all these documents.
And the IMF and the United Nations, everybody. Undervalued, underserved, underrepresentation, underprivileged, underappreciated. So I can't tell you say me feel underappreciated anymore. Woman is a woke term. Somebody tell me what the backside are we? Women and underrepresented. Sociocultural, socioeconomic, sociocultural, social justice, sexuality, sexual preferences, sex. And how we come here? No, God give it that. How we reach here? Sense of belonging, segregation, racism, racial justice, racial inequality, racial identity, racial diversity, just racial, period. Race and ethnicity. Race, I was never a race. I was always a human being. I was always Jamaican of such and such descent. Prostitute, pronoun, promoting diversity, promote diversity. Privilege is privilege. No more trauma. You can't use the word trauma either. I'll send it to you, Ja. You can't use the word trauma. So what are you going to use in hospitals? So no more trauma centers, especially if they receive federal funding. What's the term going to be, Dr. Sharon?
Trauma. There's no how you can't replace a word with a nonsensical word to describe something that's actually a medical condition, right? Just like uterus. We use the term uterus in so many different medical conditions, uterine fibroid, adenomyosis of the uterus, right? Infection of the uterus. I'm not going to go changing terms. I'm not doing that. Miss me with that. That's crazy. I'm not going to stop saying breastfeeding. No, I say breastfeeding every daggone day. I'm not doing that. That is a medical term. It's people are crazy. I swear, I swear.
But what get me, so what's the alternative for women? You notice nothing that say man, say hold on, let me check. You can't, yeah, man not upon it. It just says the only thing you can say is men who have sex with men. But man is not a problem. But woman is a problem.
But are we not women? This woman, singular, women, what are we supposed to replace that with? I glanced at that list and I just rolled my eyes and kept scrolling because I don't know how the heck they expect people going to replace the entire vocabulary with what? To satisfy what?
What's the credibility of the source? It is coming directly from it is, hold on, I soon tell you. They pulled it from the Trump administration, issued it. It was issued by the office of them people there.
May God help us all, is all I
don't
can
get
say.
it.
I don't get it either.
Oh God. It makes no sense to me. None whatsoever. I don't know. What am I? What am I now? You can't say man, but you can't say woman. You know, so there's something wrong with that. I've been saying this from the other day that I think from last year, I've been saying this. There is a hatred, a deep seated hatred for women. Deep seated hatred for women.
And women have also empowered a deep-seated hatred because they voted for him in droves.
Yeah.
So you can clearly see they're in tandem. I mean, there is no day that goes by with you switching on social media. You see people, remonstrating about the fact that they did vote for him. It's almost as if they were sleepwalking during that election period. That the common thing is this guy is an existential threat to you and your well-being and people that look like you. But because you felt somehow, just somehow, you will not be impacted by it, you voted your worst instincts. And guess what? You're actually going to bear the brunt of it. Unfortunately, people that have nothing to do with you will also bear it. That's the worst part. So I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't.
So socioeconomic, that's a term that has been used from before I born. The word SEX cannot be used at all. So what we replace it with? On the form, because wasn't he the one that signed off an executive order that you can only be either male or female? And that is described as your, so you can't say gender. Hold on, let me go back to this. You can't say gender, you can't say sex. So what do we say to describe what you are biological? Hold on, we can't say biologically. Hold on, biological. You can't say biologically female, and you can't say biologically male. You can't say gender, you can't say sex. So what do you say? What do you say?
You're a female.
You can't say that either. You can't say female, you can't say females.
Okay, you're a female.
But it doesn't, but the funny enough, you can't say male because male not on the list. There is a deep-seated hatred for women. They hate their wives, them hate their grandmother, they hate, hold on, mister, they hate their great granny, their grandmother, their mother, their wife, them sister, them auntie, them one a pitney. They hate them all. As long as you are a woman, clearly you're hated. Because my thing is, if you're going to remove the terms that relate to women, remove the terms that relate to men. I don't say so. They're removing where is it? Uterus, right? Hold on. Let me make sure you element. Me camera say me damn. Yes. So we're removing the parts of a woman. How many of them are remove the parts of a man? Oh, but you can't say equality or equity. Who the heck are they? Is it what this was a part of Project 2025? Other soldier, remind me.
Yeah, it is part of 2025. If you look on the which section is that? That's the section to do with health and yeah, health. Anything to do with implicit sexual orientation is dealt with under health. Yes.
Yeah, you can't say uterus, but me not see them remove. What's go ahead, yeah, Dr. Shan, because this is a madness, the blouse and skirt. Madness.
You see, that is, I mean, it's no gainsaying it. This kind of conversations we will not be having it in a more advanced society. It shows the depths to which God.
We're regressing. It's a shame we're regressing.
Can you, I mean, this, what we're talking about right now has been empowered by people. That's the worst part. You know, it's one thing for you to capture power and say, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, you're going to do. People will say, you're not. But the guy said, this is what we're going to do. That was Project 2025, and it was out there for months. People had time to study it, people were talking about it, but yet, the very letter of what he preached is what you supported. The worst thing is, you had a more viable option on the other side. Someone who shared something in commonality with you is a woman. Sorry, is a female. Oh God,
We can't even use that. So it's an existence. A being. It's a being. It's a being.
Yeah, it's
just
a
a
being.
being.
Yeah.
Just a being.
Okay. No, it's she's the custodian of a rib. Yeah. So yeah.
I would like to hear the conversations. But you know something? Project 2025 is nothing new, you know. They've been trying to put it in place for over 50 years, you know.
Oh, of course.
But they just found the perfect person.
I mean, Reagan started it.
To institute it.
Yeah, Reagan started it. But then this oath, for want of a better word, in fact, I'm actually going to delve into my book of insults to find a better, much more.
Find a word they won't be able to comprehend, much let alone spell.
No, you probably won't be able to comprehend the idea of being an oath. But truth be told, he said, and I quote, "I know nothing of it." That's what he said. But now, go look, the Office of Budget Planning, the, what's it called? The health aspect of it, he got that one in there. He got his benefactor, President Musk, he got that one into Doge, you know, and then all hell breaks loose. You even appointed, what's it called? You appointed an education secretary who was then advocating for the dissolution of our own department. Make it make sense. I yield.
A call for action against American suppliers. Article courtesy of WECB.FM. In a rapid response to the United States' latest round of sanctions on its semiconductor industry, China has launched a countermeasure calling for a boycott of American suppliers. This move marks another chapter in the ongoing tech war between the two global powers as China seeks to assert its independence in semiconductor production and shield its companies from the effects of increasing international pressure. China ain't playing. Can we just step back and learn from China? Because they're moving in the right direction. They're worried about us. Do what you must. They're going to find a workaround. They're going to do what they must. You can't stop them. So American companies like what is these groups which represent key sectors such as the internet, automotive, and semiconductor industries issued a joint statement urging their members to avoid purchasing chips from American companies like Nvidia, Qualcomm, and Intel. This message was clear: be cautious when sourcing from US suppliers. The directive is not just a call to avoid US products, but a call for local companies to increase their reliance on domestic sources and explore semiconductor solutions from other countries. Our economy is going to feel it, but then again, it's a on again, off again. I don't know what's happening. Animal farm rebirth. You're right, Mr. President. Okay, so we have a 30-day reprieve. What's gonna happen again? More threats? But Canada ain't playing. Canada ain't playing. France uncovers the world's largest hydrogen deposit worth a staggering $92 trillion. Looks as though France is going to be okay. Don't worry about France. Y'all kick France out of Africa. France found this and said, we good. According to dailygalaxy.com, France has just made a game-changing discovery in the quest for clean energy. Beneath the soil of village in the Moselle region, scientists have uncovered a staggering 46 million tons of natural hydrogen, a hidden treasure with the potential to revolutionize the energy transition. Wow. The discovery made by researchers from the Georesources Labs and the CNRS was entirely unexpected. It wasn't unexpected. Ono was doing no research. Don't tell lie. Scientists were initially searching for methane, but what they found instead, buried 1,250 meters underground, was a colossal deposit of natural hydrogen. To put it into perspective, this find represents over half of the world's annual production of gray hydrogen, but without the carbon emissions that come with it. This white hydrogen is different from its well-known green and gray counterparts. It doesn't require complex industrial production, nor does it generate CO2 emissions. Instead, it exists naturally beneath the Earth's surface, waiting to be tapped. If exploited properly, this resource could redefine how we produce and consume energy worldwide. Keep digging, you might find other things over there, France. And then
where do you find this stuff?
In Folshviller in the Moselle region of France.
Oh, okay. They find it in France. I thought they found it in Africa.
No. This is in France.
I was about to get on the phone to call some people who come from there. It's like,
no. This was in France. Worth a staggering $92 trillion.
Yeah. So that we can then look at, since they found something, let's trade with them. No.
So is Mali going to head on over to France to see if they can set up a base there?
Yeah, that's true.
And Niger?
We need to help them protect their resources.
And Burkina Faso?
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to head over to France. I said they come together. jump on a flight and say, come on now, we need to protect these resources. We will take it from here.
Exactly. And we can't allow, enemy combatants, i.e., the United States, to get their claws on it.
That will never happen. South Africa rejects Musk claim that Starlink can't operate there because he's not black or he's not of African descent. Well, he's of African descent, just not African descent. According to Yahoo News via Reuters, South Africa on Friday rejected a claim by multi-billionaire Elon Musk that his Starlink satellite company could not operate in the country because he's not black. And of course, black, hold on, check my words. Black is a woke term that, hold on, let me make sure it's not on there. Yeah, black is a woke term. Black and Latinx, woke terms. So we have to, you can no longer use black. Granted, wasn't it his ethnicity that designed the word black anyway? So they're taking it back. I wonder what name they're going to give everybody now. They're going to come up with a new word. Anyway, in his latest rebuke of the country where he was born and went to school, Musk wrote an X, which he also owns. Starlink is not allowed to operate in South Africa because I'm not black. Clayson Moniela, a senior official at the Foreign Affairs Department, responded emphatically on the social media platform. Sir, that's not true, and you know it. It's got nothing to do with your skin color. Starlink is welcome to operate in South Africa, provided there's compliance with local laws. This is a global international trade and investment principle. Musk appeared to be taking a swipe at local Black economic empowerment rules that foreign-owned telecommunications licensees sell 30% of the equity in their local subsidiaries to historically disadvantaged groups. South African technology news website Tech Central has reported that Starlink's parent company SpaceX wrote to telecommunications regulator ICASA, telling it that it should rethink the 30% ownership requirement for the licenses. Mr. Musk, do me a favor. If you don't like the terms of engagement, walk away. There are how many countries in the world? And stop telling lies on the people and trying to drum up support as another reason as to why the Dutch descendants who are residents of South Africa need to be saved and be granted quick path to citizenship. You heard about that one, Ada Soldier?
Yes, I understand they're going to be your neighbors soon, so maybe they will be enticed to, seek greener pastures in the United States.
Quick,
I'm sure
not even citizenship, not even residency, citizenship.
Yeah, wait, listen, we're happy for them. In fact, if anything, I know some people who would personally drive them to the airport.
But here's the thing: they don't want to leave.
Why not?
What's wrong? I don't think they want to leave. They just want to know that the land will not be taken from them. I think that's the ultimate goal. They don't want to leave. Why would you leave where you have freedom, so to speak? I'll come here, Kondowa. Work?
What's wrong with working? I don't want to use the Nazi term, but
don't.
Exactly. So,
I don't think they want to leave South Africa. I really don't think they want to. They just want to not feel threatened, I guess. That land will be taken away from them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you can't. These are land that doesn't belong to you, but laws was used to take it off the people who owned it. And now that equality is equity. I don't want to say equality. Equity is.
Hold on. Is that on the list? Are you okay? Go ahead. Because it's not no damn government document. Keep it talking, yeah.
That's true. So now that we know that equity is on there, but truth be told, truth be told, they unfortunately, at some point, you're just gonna have to face it. Justice has to be done. Because without justice, you're just gonna, all you have is forced peace, and eventually the entire thing will blow up. Oh, sorry.
AT put on, yeah, we can use that either. AT put on YouTube. At a soldier, you're also in the land of Guy Ritchie.
Yes.
Laughing
Guy,
emoji.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. That story,
Yeah.
that with that one, we close out our international news segment.
Owens,
Yes, Mr. President.
I want us to be careful when we're using these terminologies. If you're talking about terminologies, do not say land will be taken from them, because it implies the land belongs to them. What we have to say is that the land will be restored to the rightful owners. They are afraid the land will be restored to the rightful owners. If you take it away from them, it assumes that it belongs to them. It does not belong to them. And they know that. Just a correction.
I was just trying to go according to what's written in their history. Okay. Thank you. You're absolutely right. You know, we that one closes out stories on the international scene. Coming up, we have our Lord forgive me for laughing. All right, it's Women's History Month. I have before I get into this article, I came across this video on TikTok and I was laughing. I don't know, with it being Women's History Month, yes, Women's History Month, who don't like it, tough, but it is Women's History Month. I didn't know how to feel about this young woman. I don't know how to feel about, but I'm gonna let me go ahead and play. Let me go ahead and play. Let's take a listen.
This is insane. I learned that Emmanuel Macron has hired a crisis PR firm in the United States. And this crisis PR firm has connections at TikTok. In one day, all 4 of the Becoming Brigitte clips that we cut on TikTok were hit with strikes, and my account is now facing a ban. Okay. This all happened last week. It's been insane. And we are dealing with this. And I think the best answer to this would be for people to go watch the series, to watch every series that we do. But it is difficult for me to put into words how utterly deranged and psychopathic it is that this man is trying to move through the United States court systems to shut down speech, and has now hired a crisis PR firm to try to deal with TikTokers to be banned for discussing the truth about the person that he married. Okay. He was never going to bring this court case into the public, into Tennessee. I have dared him many times to do this because I told no lies. Okay. I told no lies throughout that series. So his best solution is to hit content makers on TikTok and to try to get us banned for speech. It's terrifying how power can exist at the very top and they can go after journalists. We can't have that happen in America. So a threat to the speech of Ian Carroll, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, Candace, give me a person on the left who's being taken down for saying something, even if I don't like them. It truly is, in my view, a threat to our democracy. And that is why they are scrambling so much with podcasting. They don't understand this independent media venture. They hate it. They're trying to smear it. They're trying to say it's wrong. They're trying to call everybody conspiracy theorists, Satan, whatever it is. And I want to draw your attention to that because what Emmanuel Macron is doing is, it's just, there's no other way to describe it other than psychopathic. And there's more I haven't even told you guys. And I'm telling you, it's getting me to the point that I want to do a second series on Emmanuel Macron. Because a year ago, when I said that I would stake my entire professional career on the fact that Brigitte Macron, the current first.
So, in one of her videos that she put up, she said that she doesn't lie. She only spits facts. And Candace, I have no empathy for you and whatever it is you're going through. I don't care. The way you went after Kamala Harris, disgraceful, disgusting, abhorrent. You tried to discredit her ethnicity. you went after her. You were disgusting, to say the least, in my humble opinion. The way you attacked her, and then you went after her family, as if to say, coming from Jamaica, you can't have nothing, be from nothing, not at all. You questioned a lot of things instead of taking up yourself and taking a trip to Jamaica for yourself and finding out the truth for yourself. And then you had some idiots from England on a show with you on one of your episodes, disparaging Kamala Harris and the Harris family. Not understanding that people will do, but then again, you do it, anything for attention. Check yourself. If you call yourself a Christian and you align with Christian values and principles, a lot of what you do on your podcast, you wouldn't do. Some of you feel sorry for you that Macron going after you. I don't feel sorry for you. Yes, I agree that journalism is not what it ought to be. Yes, I agree that podcasters should be, who are free of advertisement dollars, meaning they're not or should not be influenced by advertisement dollars, should be able to say and speak freely. But even with that privilege comes responsibility. Even with that privilege comes a certain amount of responsibility, and certain things should be off limits from a moral standpoint. That's just me. Certain things, no. And then you can't cry. If you give it, you got to be able to take it. Am I wrong or am I right? If you give it, shouldn't you be able to take it?
Unfortunately, I'm going to be forced to do what I choose not to. I choose just to ignore her. She's of no use to me. She's of no consequences. There is nothing she remotely says that is of interest to me. She is basically a rabble rouser, and that's all she is. Screaming, Macron is coming after you. Like, as if the world will stop if Macron comes after you. You're not a journalist. You're not. I hate to say you're not a journalist. So I don't know what it is you are, but you're not one. Because journalism is based on ethics, is based on the objective truth. It's not just truth. There is nothing like truth. There's an objective. So the the concept of you talking as if you know what it is you're talking about. And when she talked about attacking your free speech, those list of words that were put, what is that? That if you wanted to talk about power, go and talk to President Trump and tell him he is going to take your power of speech away from you. He's already told the kids in university, you cannot protest. Is that not one of your fundamental rights? Freedom of association, freedom of speech. But hey, listen, she just wants attention, and that's all. I'm sorry.
For her objective, possibly it's only something you plan to achieve, period. Nothing else, not beyond that. So I don't know. But when I saw the video, I was like, Candace, am I supposed to be? I don't know. Am I supposed to feel sorry for you and say, no, he shouldn't be doing that to you? Look at what you made a name for yourself or grew your audience exponentially by character. What's attacking? Character assassination. That's the term. Demeaning another woman of color.
I mean, to be fair to her, she is an equal distributor of doo-doo. She's going after another woman, but this time is of European persuasion. Maybe she's trying to balance things out.
One of the most famous.
Sorry, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into this beautiful soul, who we are featuring today. And I have another one that I want to feature as well. But let's start with this beautiful lady, Dr. Solange Vivens. She emigrated from Haiti to the US and built a multi-million dollar nursing empire. Article can be found on yahoo.com. On International Women's Day, Dr. Solange Vivens' story of going from a young girl facing chronic illness in Haiti to becoming a successful business owner in the US is an inspiration for women with a dream. Dr. Solange Vivens, her journey from a young girl in Haiti to a successful healthcare business owner in the United States, has been a testament to the resilience of women around the world. Long before she gained recognition as the founder of a vital management team, Long Term Care Inc., a multi-million dollar nursing home management company, which she sold in 2018, she was simply Solange, an Afro Caribbean girl born and raised in Port au Prince, Haiti. Growing up in the city with her mother and father, Dr. Vivans often looked to them for help as she navigated rheumatoid arthritis, a chronic autoimmune disease that causes joint pain. Her father, who had never attended school, created remedies that relieved her pain just as local doctors were able to do. I was really crippled, she told the griot in an interview. I couldn't sit. I was in pain constantly. Her father's knowledge of science was a testament to the natural intelligence Dr. Vivans believes Haitians have, an intelligence that she saw in herself as well. However, at 19, she was urged by her parents to leave her community amid the rise of the Tonton Makutes, a Haitian Creole term for the paramilitary and secret force created by Haiti's president at the time, Francois Duvalier, also known as Papa Doc, in 1959. The Tonton Makutes marked nearly 30 years of dictatorship and harsh rule that lasted until 1986. I graduated school in June, and in July I was exiled. They said, "You better not come back." Arriving in America as a teenager and non-English speaker in 1965 on a 2-month visa, she found work as a seamstress at a factory in Manhattan, a skill she learned from her mother through sewing dolls and doll clothing as a child. Each skirt she sewed at the factory earned her a nickel. After one factory, she worked at another in the garment district, sewing zippers onto suitcases. Later on, she was able to find work as a hospital aide, while her immigration lawyer focused on obtaining documents proving she was able to work and live in the United States. To Dr. Vivans, this symbolized a beautiful freedom in America, the right of immigrants to exist and thrive, a right she believes is no longer granted to immigrants today. America used to take care of its own, she conveys. America understood that immigrants make this America we live in today. Through her lawyer, she found work with a wealthy family, an opportunity that changed the trajectory of her life. I knew they were the haves, and I knew I was a have not, she tells the griot. And I pledged to myself and God that one day I would become a have. And Dr. Vivans did just that. She earned a bachelor's degree in nursing from Long Island University, became a registered nurse, and completed a master's degree in health services management at Georgetown University. With over 20 years of experience managing nursing homes, she eventually co founded a company with two partners. After buying them out, she became the sole owner of Vital Management Team Long Term Care Inc., one of Washington, D.C.'s top geriatric nursing facilities. The main secret to her success was her and her husband living below their means so that she could accomplish her dreams. For that, well, for her, that was owning the company she co founded. We lived like we had nothing, she reflects. Now that Dr. Vivans has experienced the highs of business success, She's moved into media, creating Vivon's Media Group. She is the author of Educated Girl, Empowered Woman, The Art of Living with Grace, Joy, and Dignity, a memoir for every woman on the path to self discovery and empowerment. And she hopes to create a movie adaptation of her book, Girls Can Move Mountains, Rewriting the Rules of Female Entrepreneurship. Dr. Vivance also has been working on a documentary about her relationship, Saint Solange, who she shares a name with, and is exploring opportunities to find a distributor. From a young Afro Caribbean girl battling a chronic autoimmune disease to a determined 19-year-old immigrant in the United States who became an ambitious business owner dedicating to helping others with their health challenges, Dr. Vivance is enjoying her well earned retirement. She aspires to empower all women with her story of courage and her message of hope. We as women take care of people every day and we forget we exist, she tells the Griot. The first thing I ask women to do is look in the mirror. Love the girl in the mirror. Let her know you will do anything to protect her because if you don't protect her, she can't protect anyone else. And we'll give a round of applause for Dr. Vivon's determination. What was that? Jack, why do I keep getting kicked out and hearing you repeating so much? I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's because you're in the office and have jammers, possibly. They may have jammers in your office, in a Jack. Ooh, an entire skirt for nickel shaking my head. But as I was reading the part at Asoji about the sewing, working in the garment factory, I thought about the young lady, Claudia, whose story was told last week. You know, while she lived in New York, she too worked in a garment factory, no?
Yeah, Claudia Jones.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So seems to be a path many Caribbean nationals take.
Yeah, because apparently in our story, it was like when she set off, you be given directions and you told go somewhere, somebody would hook you up. And probably this is what this lady did as well. So
Yeah, yeah, it's quite possible. Thank you. Ja, I don't know what's going on. I think you have jammers in your office.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that's
Or my phone is too woke.
yeah, man,
put it to sleep.
I'm with you.
I wanna jam it with you, with jamming. All right, so I did say I have a second person I want to highlight. Came across this video yesterday and I want to play it because it serves as inspiration to many folks who may feel as though there is no life beyond incarceration, right? There is no hope for you. But I want women to listen to her story and men too, but women in particularly because it is Women's History Month.
The senior advisor to the First Lady of Illinois is a convicted murderer. Let me explain more. Willette Binford served almost 25 years in prison for first-degree murder after she killed her same-sex partner. Now, at the time she was convicted, she says, and court records reveal, that her attorney told her not to tell the jury about domestic violence that she says she faced in the relationship. She was convicted of murder and sentenced to prison. There was an amendment to an Illinois law which said if you were abused, that can now be considered at sentencing. So Ms. Binford's case was reconsidered. She was given credit for time served, and she was released after serving more than 20 years in prison. What she did when she got out of prison was remarkable. The mayor of Chicago went on to hire her to be the first director of reentry for the city of Chicago. She helped people coming out of prison get a hand up, not a hand out. So, for example, given her experience in the prison system, She worked to reform background checks for more than 2,500 city jobs so that some convictions would not automatically disqualify candidates from getting a city job. Her work and her results caught the attention of Illinois' First Lady M.K. Pritzker, who personally called her and said, Willette, I want you to come work for me. They call themselves the odd couple, but together they have the receipts to show for the progress they are making. For example, the First Lady heard that men and women exiting prison in Illinois were having trouble getting an ID before they left prison, which made it hard to rent a hotel room, get a job, confirm who you are. So she went home, told her husband, who happens to be the governor of the state, and they got it changed. And Willette and the First Lady were at the signing ceremony when the governor signed the law that now allows people coming out of prison to have at least the dignity of an ID to show who they are. In addition, they successfully advocated for the closure of Logan Correctional Facility, the women's prison where Willette Binford was formerly incarcerated, a place they say has cruel and inhumane conditions. Yes, this is a story about women's issues and incarceration. But more importantly, this is a story about grace, friendship, and redemption. When people say we need a country that not only incarcerates, but also rehabilitates, Willette Binford is not only an example of what it means to come out of prison and do better with your life to give back and make society better. Willette Binford may be the shining example of what that means. Oh, and by the way, the reason she says her attorney told her not to tell the jury about the domestic violence in her same-sex relationship is because she says the attorney told her that might turn off the jury. This
Amazing. A couple lessons to be learned. A couple lessons to be learned. Hold on, I just told you and I have class. Just checking.
Getting ready as we speak.
Okay, all right, making sure because can't afford for it to be absent. So Jazz says, I love David's stories. Yes, yes. I liked coming across. I liked the fact that I stumbled upon it. I came across it. Quite a few takeaways from it. Three. Okay, a few takeaways. You're in control of your life, right? No matter what happens, ultimately you have control. How do you navigate? How do you pivot? How do you resurge? How do you move forward? We all have things that have happened to us, varying degrees, of course, that sometimes we feel lost, we lose hope, we lose sight, and that should not be. It's okay to go through the various emotions, right? However, we're not meant to stay, we're meant to move through, we're meant to advance, right? Another thing, another purpose for us is to help someone else. We're not supposed to be selfish beings as we go through this journey called life. No matter what your station, no matter how lowly or how high, or what some may look at as being unfortunate, no matter what, we're supposed to be looking out for someone else. We help when we can. We might look at ourselves as being insignificant, feeling that we have no purpose, no use. No, not at all. We all serve a purpose. If you can help to change the life of one person, believe you have changed the world. There's a thing called ripple effect, snowball effect, domino effect, whichever one you want to use. But we all have the ability to impact even one person in a positive way. And that person will go on and pay it forward, so to speak. We cannot allow ourselves to be consumed with our circumstances. She could have taken the mindset of woe is me forever and ever, amen. But she did not do this. She used her experience to propel her. She used it to be able to advocate. Can we use advocates on federal docs? No, but we can use it here. She used her experience to advocate for others in similar situations. I see another thing. Don't be so quick to judge until we have the facts of a case. You see what happened to her? Yeah. Do not you and we're quick to judge. We're quick to judge. And in pushing forth judgment, we're quick to isolate. We don't know the story, but we're quick to move away from, cut off. But I'm glad she used her test and, to be able to provide a testimony to help many who came behind her with similar experiences. Just says, my biggest takeaway from this story is empathy for giving someone a second chance. Also, she took the second chance in a positive way. Absolutely, Ja. Absolutely. We all get setbacks. We all face obstacles, hurdles, challenges. We all face something. As I said, to varying degrees. It is how we move through. And it is what we do once we get on the other side, once we come through it. Remember, folks, whatever lessons we learn, whatever lessons shape us, we're supposed to use those to help somebody else, to bring someone else up. Right? So I'm happy for her, and I'm grateful I came across that article. Linda Matman tries to walk back, shutting down the education department. No, quick, wait, AT just put a question here on YouTube live. So pardon me for going back. Are the words for the male organs also banished? No, no, no. Those are okay in federal docs. Those are not considered woke words, AT. Just anything to do with us women. Yeah, unfortunately. You men are okay. You're protected. Men are safe. It's a man's world. Who sang that song? Hmm? It's a man's world, and they want us,
James Brown.
James Brown, and they want us to. They're reminding us of that. That it's a man's world. Me want to see a man bring a pitney into the world. That's all I'm gonna say. Boy, AT, pray for me. And thank God for men like you, AT, and the men that support CIT, who support women, do not tolerate the disrespect of women, uplift women. We appreciate you all so much for holding our hands, standing beside us, having our backs, defending us. We thank you. We thank you for the good men that exist. We have some good men in our lives, Savannah, some good men.
Some good men.
Mhm.
And Mr. President checking us. Not afraid to check us.
Ja, did you see the video about Dr. Umar and his daughter?
Nope.
Oh, let me leave that one alone. I always had my questions, right? Always had my questions whenever he would speak and he would lash out and blah, blah, blah. I always had my question. I said something not right. When lo and behold, his daughter pretty much is calling him DB. You know that term that they use for men? Yeah, pretty much calling him a DB father. Ah, boy. So, yes, folks, let's move forward. Geez, every time I look on TikTok, I see the video and then people ask the question, where did this third person come from out in space? Did you see the video of the bear up in Alaska fixing the cone? I guess, because we have cut back on staff in our forests. The bears are now doing the work. So a cone fell over and the bear actually put the cone to stand up and then carried on about his business. I thought that was the
You
cutest thing.
lie.
No, mega send you the video. Mega send it to you on TikTok. Seriously. Yeah, they gotta do it themselves now since Trump fired like 90% of the National Park Service. So yeah, Alaskan bear corrects a fallen roadside cone. Let me send it to you right now. So why not seeing you on TikTok? Thing here to send it to you. Lord of mercy, blah blah blah.
I'm too woke. They blocked me.
So them block you because they walk. I'm have to send it to you afterwards. Yeah, after the show, I send it to you. But yeah, the bear putting it up himself. I like that. That's a nice bear. All right. So that was our Women's History moment. Next up, stories out of North America. Why am I saying it like that? Why is Kendrick Lamar walking around in my head? I don't know. Any of you here what with me? Did and put it in the chat. Did y'all watch the Red Bull culture clash with Spice? Spice won. She and Spice Army. Them killed the culture clash. Hey, you better go watch it. It was fun. She took it to a whole nother level. She done the place, in my opinion. She done the people them place over there in England. Yeah, she mashed it up, fam. All right, stories out of North America. First up, did Trump really order 280 million acres of national forest to be cut down? So I heard the story going around that he was saying we don't need trees from anywhere. We have enough trees here in the States, but clearly he doesn't know the type of trees we have here, the quality of the trees, and why trees are imported for the housing industry. Knowledge is key. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into this article. So, according to yahoo.com, it's a viral Instagram post that makes a startling claim. President Trump has ordered over 100 million hectares of forest, the equivalent of 280 million acres, to be chopped down, reads the text, superimposed over a photo of towering redwoods. That's nearly 3 times the size of California. As of Friday afternoon, this particular post has been shared more than 100,000 times. Similar posts claiming that Trump has ordered logging companies to cut 280 million acres of trees in national forests and protected public lands have surfaced on other social media sites as well. But are they accurate? And here's everything we need to know. So where's this coming from? On March 1, Trump quietly signed an executive order called Immediate Expansion of American Timber Production. In it, the president bemoaned heavy handed federal policies that have forced our nation to rely upon imported lumber, thus exporting jobs and prosperity and compromising our self reliance. He also claimed such policies have contributed to wildfire disasters. The United States has an abundance of timber resources that are more than adequate to meet our domestic timber production needs, he continued. It is vital that we reverse these policies and increase domestic timber production to protect our national and economic security. The rest of the order laid out Trump's plan to accomplish that. So, what is Trump's plan? Trump directed the U.S. Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management to come up with ways to facilitate increased timber production and improve the speed of approving forestry projects. He instructed the Departments of Agriculture and the Interior to exempt timber thinning and timber salvage from the National Environmental Policy Act, meaning the government would no longer require environmental assessments or environmental impact statements before approving those activities. And perhaps most important, Trump told the same agencies to use the emergency regulations of the Endangered Species Act, ESA, to the maximum extent permissible under existing law. On the same day, Trump issued his American Timber Production Order. He also put out another order launching an investigation into whether imports of these products threaten to impair national security. In theory, Trump could declare a national security emergency over, say, imported Canadian lumber once his investigation concludes, and then use emergency ESA exemptions to help the logging industry cut down more trees on public land. Roughly a quarter of the lumber used in the US comes from Canada. Oh, Jesus, have mercy.
So we don't need oxygen.
But no, we don't. We don't. We're just gonna pass up. But here's the thing. So when these bears start showing up on your back patios, when the alligators start showing up in our more on our in your backyards, when the jaguars and the mountain lions and goats and all the wildlife that live in these forests show up in our yards, don't say a damn word. I'm just going to ask them to move into the red states first. That's it. Move into the red states and please find a way to figure out who voted red versus who voted blue. That's all I'm asking. And when you realize that you found someone or who voted red, go to their yards. Please, maybe gonna do not show up in blue people yard. That's all I'm gonna say. Do we understand the effect it's going to have on our climate? So trees play a significant role. Or am I wrong, Ja? Let me head on over to Google because I may be ignorant. Oh geez, we're all going back to school. Elementary school. The purpose, the role of trees in our environment. So get out your notepads, please. Let's do some learning. Just a little note. Trees are crucial environmental assets, playing vital roles in air and water purification, climate regulation, habitat provision, and soil stabilization, while also supporting biodiversity and contributing to community well-being. So let us go a little deeper. Let's be a little more emphatic. Red hats, do you all know what emphatic means? Stay with me. Air quality. Oxygen production. Do you all breathe? Do you all like to go fishing? Mm-hmm. Oxygen production. Trees release oxygen. That thing that you breathe in and out? Yeah. A vital component of the air we breathe. Got that? Good. When we talk about air quality, we have to also mention pollutant absorption. Trees absorb harmful pollutants from the air, including nitrogen oxides, ozone, and carbon monoxide. Do y'all know what that is? Go look it up. Thereby improving air quality. Have that written down? Let me repeat that. Pollutant absorption. Hope you can spell. The trees absorb harmful pollutants from the air, including nitrogen oxides, ozone, and carbon monoxide. This is important. Why? It helps to improve air quality. There is so much pollution going on in the atmosphere. Next up, when we talk about air quality, carbon sequestration. I know it's a big word. Never mind. Stay with me. Trees act as carbon sinks, absorbing and storing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, which helps mitigate climate change. Okay? You understand? Trees act as carbon sinks, absorbing and storing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, which helps mitigate climate change. Let's move on to the next section. Stay with me, and I hope you're taking notes. Water cycle and soil health. Water filtration helps the trees help filter rain water. You know that thing that comes down when the clouds get too heavy and they burst? It's called rain. That rainwater. The trees help to filter rainwater, preventing pollutants and sediments from entering waterways, thereby improving water quality. We all don't live in Switzerland where we have the purest water on earth. We don't live there where we have access to that. Stormwater management. Trees reduce stormwater runoff and erosion, which can help prevent flooding and protect waterways. Got that? Okay, next. Soil stabilization. You see those trees? They serve as anchors and they help to keep the soil compact. When you cut down the tree, then you know what you have? A thing called landslides, soil erosion. Got it? Okay. So tree roots help to stabilize the soil, preventing erosion and landslides. Biodiversity and wildlife. Habitat provision. Trees provide essential habitats and resources for a wide variety of wildlife, including food, shelter, and nesting sites. And this said wildlife is a part of our ecosystem. It is necessary. They are necessary. Biodiversity support. Diverse tree populations support a wide range of plant and animal species, contributing to an overall ecosystem health. Community benefits, aesthetic value. Trees enhance the beauty of our landscapes and provide shade and recreational opportunities. And let's talk about community well-being. Trees can improve air quality, help to reduce noise pollution, and create cooler microclimates, contributing to a better quality of life. In other words, we don't have to be dependent on AC. And then we can talk about economic benefits. I'm tired. Trees increase property values. Yes, they do. Attract tourism and provide resources for various industries. I don't know if anybody let me back up. Whoever wrote the executive order that was quietly signed on the 1st of March as it relates to the forestry here in the US, I don't know if them did go school. I don't know if them did learn anything when them did that in a elementary school, middle school, or high school.
It doesn't look like it.
A one big bag of dunce bat we have writing the and I'm sorry, but this is what it sounds like. We have one big bag of dunce bat to write the executive order and they're happily signed off on. Cut them down. Cut them down. and make yourself happy. Cut them down. And then but then again, them don't believe in science. They don't believe that climate change is real. What do they believe in? Chop them down. Chop it down. Go ahead,
Men.
John.
That's it. That they are men.
And let me ask a question. When them chop them down, do they have anything in place to see to it that they're going to be planting? Because a tree takes approximately 10 years to mature, approximately, for it to be used within the housing industry in particular. And from my understanding, the quality of the trees in the US not really up there, so I saw a wheatback tree them. The better quality come from Canada. I saw them say. But what do we know? We don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. Not at all. Chop them down. Galang. Chop through and know what else we do with ourselves. Chop, chop, chop. Chop away. Backside. And when the grizzly bears show up on the doorstep, and when what else, Ja, depending on what animals they have up there in Washington, DC, Maryland, Virginia.
Coyotes,
Mm-hmm.
wolves,
Mm-hmm.
all the little baby animals. Well, smaller size animals.
You know something? I hope they all show up on the lawn of the White House.
Too far away, man. That's
No,
too far away.
let them get there. Let them reach there, and then see what happens from there.
We need Noah and his ark.
Next up, Ja. Homeland Security ends TSA collective bargaining agreement in effort to dismantle union protections. This article, courtesy of apnews.com. The Department of Homeland Security on Friday said that it is ending the collective bargaining agreement with tens of thousands of frontline employees at the Transportation Security Administration, marking a major effort to dismantle union protections. Under the Trump administration, the TSA union called it an unprovoked attack and vowed to fight it. The department criticized the union, whose staffers are responsible for keeping weapons off airplanes and protecting air travel. Officials said that poor performers were being allowed to stay on the job and that the agreement was hindering the ability of the organization to safeguard our transportation systems and keep Americans safe. An assessment that faced immediate pushback from a top Democrat in Congress and the union. This action will ensure Americans will have a more effective and modernized workforces across the nation's transportation networks, the agency said in a statement. The union said the order would strip collective bargaining rights from roughly 47,000 transportation security officers or TSOs. Those are the people responsible for staffing airports and checking to make sure passengers do not have any illicit items that go pew pew or chitty chitty bang bang. Ja, what is this? Safer skies?
I don't even know what to say.
There's nothing to say. There's nothing to say, Ja. Nothing to say. I don't know. I really don't know. At this point, nothing should be a shocker. Next, let's see what else is in in Pandora's box for us. Because as though we're opening Pandora's box, President Trump brings back the practice of detaining families together. Well, didn't Tom Homan say that families could be deported together? Didn't he say that?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, why are we surprised? According to NPR.org, the Trump administration has brought back the practice of detaining families with children as a part of an effort to crack down on immigration. The Department of Homeland Security is reopening the Carnes and Dilley detention centers right over there in your state, Texas, and retrofitting them for families. Families have already been sent to the detention center in Carnes City in southeastern Texas, DHS has said. The Biden administration largely ended the practice of family detention, using the facilities to hold adults instead. President Trump detained families during his first term in an effort to deter migration through the southern border. The George W. Bush and Obama administrations also did so, and former President Joe Biden briefly considered it. The bottom line is that these individuals have final deportation orders from federal judges. This administration is not going to ignore the rule of law. The best option for illegal aliens, for undocumented migrants, in my words, is to self deport. If they leave now, they may still have an opportunity to return and live the American dream. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the DHS agency that processes people for deportation, has been particularly constrained since the start of the administration in finding enough people to arrest and detain those without legal status. Its 20 field offices have been tasked with a quota of at least 75 arrests per day, despite limited staffing, even as the agency struggles to find space to hold those placed on detention. And I guess that is why they're just going ahead and detaining people who are even legal. Not even, as long as you don't, as long as you sound like you have an accent, just pick them up. We have to do 75 a day. And it's throwing spaghetti on the wall
Gotta make that quota.
by any means necessary, right? Yeah.
That's a woke term. I don't think you can use that.
By any means necessary? Oh, Lord. What can I say, John? What can I say? So, immigration advocates have been quick to denounce the move of boosting detention centers for families, or the detention of families, primarily for its effect on children. Who cares? They don't care. They don't care about the children. By the way, uh, when we had the stripping away, when there was a separation, let me get it right. When there was a separation in the ooh, okay, Jack. Thank you for telling me. When there was a separation of families, hey Teflon, when there was a separation of families, the first rodeo, have all the children been put back with their family members? I don't know.
We never knew.
Just asking. No child seeking safety should be held behind bars, period. That's according to Amy Fisher, who is the director of refugee and migrant rights at Amnesty International USA. Critics said such detentions, including at these newly reopened facilities, resulted in the unaliving, the aying, and the psychological harm of children. Oh boy. After outcry, acting Social Security Director reverses course on Maine newborn policy. Let's go ahead and get into this one. Article courtesy of yahoo.com. Social Security Administration Acting Commissioner Lee Dudek, or Dudek, whatever, announced Friday that he was reversing his decision to suspend a program in Maine that allows parents to apply for a Social Security number for newborn infants by simply filling out a form at the hospital. Available in all 50 states, the enumeration at birth process spared parents from the trouble of having to apply for a Social Security card in person at an office. I recently directed Social Security employees to end two contracts which affected the good people of the state of Maine. The two contracts are enumeration at birth, which helps new parents quickly request a Social Security number and card for their newborn before leaving the hospital, and electronic death registry, which shares recorded deaths with Social Security. In retrospect, I realized that ending these contracts created an undue burden on the people of Maine, which was not the intent. For that, I apologize, and I have directed that both contracts be immediately reinstated. EAB and EDR continue in place for every state and were not affected. As a leader, I will admit my mistakes and make them right. Jesus, have mercy. Lord have mercy, Power. So this is this is what we do now, right, Ja? We just quickly repeal something and then hold on a second. Dumb me. Let me put it back. That's how we're operating now, right? No thought process. Are we consulting with people and the people we're consulting would say, yes, do it that way then? That's
It
so
doesn't look
logical.
so. It doesn't look so.
Man, Mumber, Lord have mercy. Thank you to everyone who is just following us and copying to TikTok. I appreciate the follows. Thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, and MadMusicHouse.com. Thank you to everyone right here with me on YouTube Live. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for engaging. I appreciate each and every one of you. Make it make sense. So this is where we are. Because I just read the alert that popped up that what's her name? Say she is hold on there, wait there. I guess the news update every minute per the minute, all right? Where she's reversing the decision about the Department of Education. Do they know what is there anybody up there qualified? That's all I want to know at this point. Is there anybody up there qualified to make a reasonable decision? Just simple common sense. A decision that doesn't, you know what?
Hey, y'all. So I just wanted to jump on really quickly. First of all, to say thank you. My staff is really excited that we are over 1 million. So for everyone that was trying to figure out if this is my actual account, it is. Me and TikTok, we was beefing, so I wasn't posting anything, but I have 2 official accounts. I have this one, and then I have the one where we will do everything that involves my videos from the house and that kind of stuff. But I wanted to jump on really quickly and say, number 1, happy Sunday. And number 2, before I caught my flight, one of my friends sent me a message. Now, I've decided to turn off all my notifications on all social media because clearly some people are just getting a little too rowdy. And honestly, I don't have time for that, right? Like, we are losing this country at this moment. So I don't really have time for all the BS that people decide that they want to post when they literally are not relevant. If you, for whatever reason, can't really see what's happening, then that's kind of a you problem and not a me problem. So I'm not really trying to hear from you. Anyway, so one of my best friends sends me this thing, and it's from Dr. Stacy Patton. And I must say, I'm kind of in love with her at this moment because I had no idea of some of the drama because, you know, MAGA always mad. They stay mad. That's just what they do, at least when it comes to me. So I guess they've really been digging for dirt. And I don't even know what dirt looks like. I guess it's the opposite of what we would think dirt is, right? Because it seems like if you say cheat on your wife while she's pregnant with a porn star, that's not dirt. It seems like if you are found liable for sexual abuse, that's not dirt. It seems like if you're indicted in 4 different jurisdictions and you ultimately are found guilty of 34 felonies, that's not quite dirt either. It seems like if you file bankruptcy 6 times, that's not dirt. It seems like if you what else? Oh, yeah. If your companies get in trouble because there's a badass AG by the name of Tish James that comes for you in your companies because of fraud, that's not dirt. But it seems like now what is dirt and what is a conversation, as people don't know whether or not the government is going to stay open, as people are losing their jobs, whether they're government jobs or private jobs, as people don't know whether or not they're going to be able to afford food, as people don't know whether or not they're going to have assistance to get food. It seems like the most important thing that people can figure out to talk about is what? Oh, let me help y'all. The most important thing that they can talk about is my quote unquote accent. My accent. Yeah, I don't have an accent. I mean, if anything, it's Texan, right? Maybe mixed with a little bit of St. Louis. And then determining that my accent is fake because of the types of schools that I went to. Like, seriously, y'all, like, honestly, I guess that's what's most frustrating is that there's nothing to find. Because if there was, I'm sure they would have already laid it out for sure. But if the worst that you got to say is that, yes, I went to private school, I'm just saying it's a bad day for you. Cause just yesterday I was just this big DEI hire, and now they're like, well, wait a minute, she's too qualified, right? Like she went off to these fancy schools and then she gets out and she talks this way. I talk whatever way I want to because yes, I do have the education. And I've got the heart. I've got the heart to fight for the people. That's why I ran for office. So the only thing that you're laying out is that, no, I didn't have to run for office, just like a lot of other people didn't have to run for office. You've got people that run for office for various reasons. Some people are selfish and nothing but slime balls. And that is why we have a lot of things that are broken. That is why right now we're sitting around and it's a little broken because we got slime balls that decided that they wanted to run for office, or we got a bunch of spineless people that are sitting in office. And I am still the bleeding heart liberal. Yes, I said it, the bleeding heart liberal that actually cares and believes in this country and believes that we all deserve the opportunity to live in what supposedly is the land of the free and the land of opportunity. When I get jaded, that's when I'll quit. When I'm kind of just over it, that's when I'll quit. Until then, just stay mad, because clearly y'all ain't found a bootleg husband. Y'all ain't found a bunch of baby daddies. Y'all ain't found any types of crimes, because Lord knows y'all would love to throw me in jail really just for existing. Not that that's what we're supposed to do, but whatever. So I just wanted to come on and shout out Dr. Stacy, because I had no idea that they had now gotten mad because the worst thing that they found is that I went to private school. And
yeah, so is that what we do? We just, and remember last week I asked the question, when we're born, are we born with naturally negative traits? And we have to be taught to be good. Remember I asked that question, was it last week? Because we seem to revel in negativity. We seem to revel in anything that seeks to bring down another person. We seek to revel in everything absurd, ridiculous. I don't know. So I'm convinced that's who we are naturally by nature. And then we're taught to be good. We're taught to be positive. We're taught to treat people right. And we're taught it through a reward system. But somehow we default automatically to being negative. No, it's not just one specific group of people. It's not one. This is something that I've seen in human beings, period. It's not one group.
No, I didn't. Well,
Unless I read it wrong.
I really, maybe I typed it wrong. I meant it more that there are just people in the world that only want to see bad in everyone.
It's sad. We never one day get up and say, let me look for the good. All right, what did Teflon say? We're born neutral and learn negative and positive. Tef, I wonder about that thing, because when I think back to children, let's say when, them just start learning to walk, and if you catch them off guard and they're, I don't know if it's stunned when like, what are you doing? And they will have something in their hand that them know they're not supposed to have, or they'll be doing something right away. You see them put their hands behind their back. Huh. Yeah. And I think for that, and they're natural born liars too, children. Yeah. They tell you no before they tell you yes. No, but think about it. And unfortunately, some people only, they're born with the negative trait, and that is further encouraged. Me don't know, brother. Me don't know. I must be missing something somewhere along the
You know
line.
what? If you want to go down the spiritual avenue, I think it's based on their previous life. It could be based on their previous life. So whatever life they live, the previous life, they kind of carry on to the new life. So maybe if they had unfinished business, if it ended like on a bad note, they'll probably come like as a angry person. Yeah. That's if you want to go down. And then, as Javette said, DNA as well could be in the DNA.
Teflon. Me no know, sorry. Mr.
I mean,
President.
children born neutral. They're born neutral. They're shaped by the environment. It's only that we only start to acknowledge the environment when they start to speak and interact. But your environment shapes you all the way from in your mother's womb, And there are things that kids they learn, as they develop cognitively and so on, that we don't realize they learn. There are things they observe that they don't realize they observe.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why you could take. I don't even think it's just the DNA, because you could take a child, like a twin, who have like similar DNAs, right?
Mm-hmm.
From a single parent, and put them in different environment, and they will turn out to be totally different people. Although we all are individually different people, we have our individuality, but at the end of the day, environment more than anything else is what shape the kids, what shape human beings. Because even as adults, you could take us and move us into a different environment and we transform. So it has to do with the environment and what we are exposed to.
So and I tell you something, Mr. President, children practice what they see more than what they're told. Am I wrong or right?
Remember, we have multiple senses, and they are all informed by our environment. All. Hence, look, the difference in palate and all the stuff like that is environment. Some people say, I would never eat that, but if you're in a different culture, it's like a delicacy. So it's the value system, the environment, and all stuff like that. Be it spiritually, be it whatever. Yeah. That's why you see people that, for instance, poor people that born in an environment that do not have financial literacy and so struggle in an environment where that is required. You understand? And then we start to look at civilization and civilized and uncivilized, which is a stupid construct, because if you take us and put us in the Amazon jungle, we will die in 24 hours in some cases. You understand?
Right.
You have people that can see almost a mile in those environments. The hearing is so acute, and so they evolve for the environment. So it all to do with your environment.
Interesting. Thank you for indulging me, Teflon, and Mr. President. Thank you. By the way, as you talk, I came across this video, not to go off on a tangent, but thank you for the time check, Ja. I came across this video on TikTok as I was scrolling through. Oh, you know what I do? And I only see it available to me. This option available to me on my iPad. I don't know if it's available on our phones. Let me know if it's on your phone, where you can put it to auto scroll, and it just once one story finish, it just go to the next one for you. So like when I'm putting the stories together, I have it on auto scroll, so things keep coming up, and as if I hear something, I'll turn and I'll hit it for favorite or whatever. But listen to this.
Nobody with daddy money can chat to me. Nobody who live off of them parents can chat to me. I will not chat. I will bicker. I will talk to you. That mentality they want to have, well, somehow, no, that's hate. Yeah, man, plain hate across the board. I get to understand, so if somebody posts an accomplishment, whether it be a car or a new house, if a struggle story is not attached to it, it's not valid. If them not post one car and say, yo, me remember the days when I walk from Kingston to Portmore barefoot and I one bull I may eat for the whole week, yeah man, it's not valid if it not have the story. But what I'm not going to do is see someone who maybe born a gold spoon at their mouth and say, no, me get a new car, daddy buy me a new house or whatever, and say, oh, now look on you, can you never work a day in your life? Why? Why? Them parents work hard for them so them can have it. So I go happy for them regardless. Because when I live in a world where so many fathers run left them pitney, some mothers not take care of them pitney or whatever. And then when people who grow up poor, right, change the narrative in their family and say, yo, I'm not gonna make my youth them struggle. And them start one business in a 1980, whatever, and it build now to one successful company and then pitney them can live scotch-free. Una eat the pitney them. For what reason? The people them work hard to get them pitney the life for them have. When if stop here, I'm telling you how to fix the problem there. When I go to my local jelly man, I buy 3 jelly card. 1 jelly can wash off your heart good enough. You go buy 3, full of drug and drink it. Yeah, man, because on the heat, yeah, it build up yourself and it can't be like that. Nobody.
Would you agree with her? Yes or no? Do we agree with her that there seems to be a dismissal of people who are not from dire situations? And if you don't have a struggle story, you are ignored. Me personally, I agree with her. Watch game shows. You ever watch some of these game shows? Haven't watched some in a long time. But if you watch some of these game shows, if there is no struggle story attached, it's as if they say they can't even qualify to be a contestant. There's one show in particular where they used to, what's his name? Was the host for it, and you'd have all these ladies on the stage holding briefcases. Not just social media. Talking about the game shows, not taking it back before the explosion of social media, so to speak. So this particular game show, where the ladies would be on the stage. Yes, that same one, that same one. Everybody on the stage that was hoping to open the right briefcase with an amount of money had a sad story. And that sad story drew on the hearts of the viewers, whether in audience or watching on the TV. Everybody gets sucked in. And then you watch other game shows and you recognize there's a trend. Everybody who is given a chance to become a contestant or a participant have a struggle story. I'm going to believe the whole of them. Sorry, I don't believe all of them. Me believe some of them are telling lies. And then when you watch the Olympics, yeah, you hear the struggle story them again. And if the person don't win the race, there's a justifiable struggle as to why them not win the race. They not eat about 1 week, now a source of water them a drink. Then dog dead. Then mother this. Then father that. Then picnic this. It's always a struggle story. Why we don't have good story out there? Why we always only seek to elevate the struggle stories? Why can't we also talk about people?
America have a hero complex. So, no, everything has to be spin and told in a villain hero context. So somebody's either saving the day or somebody's either really terrible. That's why there is always a boogeyman, whether it was at one time the Muslims, the communists, so we have a hero complex, and everything is shown in that context. So when you the rise from rag to riches or the overcoming of obstacles and stuff, it is part of the whole narrative also to be in tune, and that is what they look for. And at the same time, you really want to congratulate and elevate the people who did it against the odds. But when you're selling the American dreams like it's the everyday story, right? The so-called American dream, Now, it's only people against the odds usually break through barriers. So they use these people that break through the barriers, which is the 1%, and then sell it to everybody as well. If this person can do it from this perspective, what is preventing you from doing it? So that prevents us from looking into the systematic, the inadequacies within the society we look at, and the systematic bottlenecks and so on. Because they, oh, at least did it. Remember, we say, okay, so Oprah did it. So if Oprah can do it, anybody can do it. So that is the whole psychology behind those kind of, hero stories.
So, Mr. President, okay, I'm glad you brought up Oprah as a reference, and those who struggle and make. I'm glad you brought that up. Why is it then that once they have made it, they're now seen as the villain? We dismiss them. Oh, we don't want to hear about them now because we don't know what struggle is. They become the enemy instead of us saying, let us see how we can learn. What are the takeaways from this person's ability and capabilities to overcome their circumstances? Why is it that no, we default to hating them because they have made it?
It's not just we, the same people who elevate them as heroes is the same people that push the narrative to hate them, Because you have to remember, you always have to create a divide. So you always have to have the oppressed split up in various groups, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when the oppressed is in various groups going at each other, they cannot see who the real true oppressors are. So for instance, you have, let's say, poor white people in America hating poor white Mexicans for coming here and stealing their jobs. But when they leave the farm, poor white person going to do that job, right? Then you had cases where you have, okay, poor black people or poor white people and poor black people, and they call them the N-word, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But they don't mind being poor as long as they think they're better than the N-word. You understand? So you always provide this divides. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You have poor liberals going up against poor whatever it is. That's what it is. While the 1% runs everything. They fund both sides of the government. They pitch us against each other. They have their own big pharma. They own the industrial military complex and all this stuff. But we're busy fighting about skin color and all kind of nonsense.
Nonsense indeed. Yeah, I just found interesting when I came across her video, and I was like, yeah, she makes some valid points. Why should why hate on somebody if them never struggle? As a matter of fact, you should happy for them. Say, boy, I'm happy. Say, you never figure through what me got through, Boy, I'm really glad that at least your parents were able to pave the way for you, or your grandparents were able to pave the way for you. We need to practice doing that, folks. The essence of what I'm saying is, what I'm driving at is, we need to learn to be happy, truly, genuinely happy for people. We're not. We need to practice it until it becomes a part of us, until it becomes innate. We need to stop this negativity, this foolishness. So your father was able to buy you a BMW, Mr. President. I'm happy for you. You didn't have to walk the mile to school that I had to walk. I'm happy for you. I'm not going to hate by you for that or hate by your parents for that. No. Instead, I'm going to see how me can work hard to see if I can provide that life for my children. And if I'm not able to provide it, learn to be content and still be happy for people. I don't know about that. Sit around with it. But anyway, let me squeeze in this last article before it is time for us to wrap up the internet radio live stream. And to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, and MadMusicHouse.com, I invite you to join us on TikTok Live or on YouTube Live at the end of the live stream, which is at the top of the hour. All right. So Thank you again for tuning in to QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, and MadMusicHouse.com. Remember, at the top of the hour, the internet radio live stream ends, and we will be continuing on TikTok Live and YouTube Live. All right. And don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Thank you very much. Like, share, comment, engage with us. We want to have your feedback. All right, so real quick, let me squeeze in this article before we get off the internet radio. Surge in Americans giving up citizenship, reports Bambridge accountants in New York. Article courtesy of newswire.com. This article dated March the 7th. There has been a surge in Americans giving up citizenship, according to research by the international tax firm Bambridge Accountants, New York. In 2024, 4,819 Americans gave up their citizenship, showing a 48% increase on 2023, where only 3,260 cases were recorded. There was a rush of 2,123 expatriations in the 3 months leading up to the election in November 2024, the highest number reported for 4.5 years. The swell mirrors the same increase in expatriations when U.S. President Donald Trump won the election in 2016. The U.S. Department of State estimates there are 9 million U.S. expats. Over the last 4 years, there have been fairly constant levels of Americans renouncing. The 3 months leading up to the 2024 election has shown a significant increase in the number of Americans overseas giving up their citizenship. Every quarter, the U.S. government publishes the names of all Americans who give up their citizenship, including green card holders who give back the green card after 8 or more years. Alistair Bambridge, partner at Bambridge Accountants New York, explains there has been a tremendous interest leading up to the election in 2024 and for the first few months of 2025 for Americans overseas looking to renounce their citizenship. While President Biden was in power, we were seeing less interest, and the figures reported by the U.S. Treasury reflects this. We speak to U.S. citizens on a daily basis who are looking to renounce their citizenship. There is an uptick in queries from Americans looking to give back their passport. The common thread is the political situation in the U.S. U.S. citizens living overseas are required to file U.S. tax returns each year, declaring worldwide income and report all their foreign bank accounts, investments, and pensions held outside the U.S. For some Americans, it is not political, and this financial reporting is too much, and they decide to renounce their citizenship as they have no plans to return to live in the U.S. So, it hasn't, you notice a pattern? It happened in the first rodeo, and now it's happened again and leading up to the second rodeo. Political. 9 million expats overseas, and the number is growing, folks. The number is growing. Yes, there are a lot of people who don't want to be here. And with that, let me just pause right there. I am going to go ahead and wrap up the internet radio live stream. I'll be right back with you, YouTube and TikTok. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who tuned in to QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. To everyone listening on JanoRadio.com, thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And to our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, God willing. See you then. Until, remember, don't forget, hop on over to YouTube Live or TikTok Live and join us there. We'll be, we have more stories to cover, so you don't want to miss out. Definitely don't want to miss out. All right, so thank you once again. I appreciate each and every single one of you for coming through. And that being said, I will be right back. Folks, going to take a quick break. And I'm back with you. Thank you so much. That was a short break. Thank you to everyone here with me on YouTube Live. Thank you to everyone here with me on TikTok Live. Welcome to Coffee and Toe, World News on the Go. So let us see if we can get through the remainder of our stories. The internet radio live stream has officially ended. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, so we're still in the segment Stories Out of North America. So yeah, the last story we were talking about before we took a break, surge in Americans giving up citizenship, and that's according to reports from the Bambridge Accountants, New York. I know I have said this here several times. America is not the end all. There are other countries around the world, and truth be told, there are many folks who have migrated to the US and will tell you point blank, this is not it. This is not it. Not for them. They cannot exist in this type of society, in this environment. It's not conducive to their mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, financial well being. This here is not for the faint of heart. Don't make ghosts fool you. You're constantly in the mode of how to get your next dollar. You're on the hamster's wheel. You're constantly going because God forbid you lose out on some work. How do you pay your rent? How you pay your mortgage? And with everything being repealed currently, it's making it more difficult for people to survive. And the truth of the matter is that everybody is not an entrepreneur. And some people will tell you they don't want to be entrepreneurs. They love that they can get up, go to work, do them work, guard them yard, and get what they value for their money. PM what my worth. A lot of people love that. Being a business owner is not necessarily easy. Now, don't make ghosts fool you. It is not an easy feat. There are certain things you have to keep abreast of. There are deadlines that you have to meet, filings that have to be done. So some people don't want that. And I'm not here to knock those who don't want that. Not for the faint of heart at all. But there are many people who have migrated to the States, visited other countries, and decided that I'm not coming back because they finally feel as though they're living, not just existing. There are folks here who have migrated to the US, and it's for one purpose and one purpose only, just to make some money and go back and yeah, them no one day, yeah. And when them get up and go home, don't knock them. They're well within their right. I'm not gonna knock anybody who say, you know what, take on a green card, take on a citizenship passport. I don't knock anybody who does that, not at all. They must know why they have made that choice. When was the last time you had a conversation with your neighbor? Do you even know your neighbor? Let's start there. Do you know your neighbor? Do you know if you are in an apartment complex? Do you know who live to your, depending on what part of the building you're in? Do you know who's to your left, your right, above you, or below you? When you pull into the parking lot, do you know the other people pulling into the parking lot, or is everybody? Tell me, say lie, me I tell. Everybody pull into the parking lot and scurry off into them house. Nobody no look left nor right. Nobody no want to talk to nobody. Huh? Am I right or wrong? Hmm? Do we know our neighbors?
I do.
Good. I mean, I do too, but good. But for the most part, Ja, can every single person living here say them know them neighbor?
Not at all.
They can rely on them neighbor. No, Teflon, you live in the UK. You don't live in the US. We're talking about the US. Life is not nice in the UK. No, seriously, Ja. We've been fortunate when we were living in Atlanta. We were fortunate to know people within our neighborhood, not just on our block, on our row, but throughout the community. But that's not the common theme. There are people who have lived next door to people for years and don't even know the people them next door and them look like. Everybody's just coming and going, pull in, pull out, gone. And when you pull up, run in your house. You come out, run in your car, and you're gone. Or it's a quick walk. You're always on the go. Is it like that in the islands? No. You know who live next door to you. And even if you're going about your business, there is the custom, the culture of stopping and talking to people. Going through the streets. Hi, so and so, how you doing? How is so and so? Long time I don't see you. There's catching up. And it's happening in the streets that everybody just zoom, going past each other. So I get it. If you're not accustomed to this life, you can't function properly in it. You really can't. And there are a lot of Americans, natural born, what do you call them? Born Americans, not the naturalized ones. Born Americans. There are many Americans who have even said they don't want to be here. Them leave. Yeah, I've heard of them going to other countries and just fall in love with the country, and that's it. Them tell us all them want to go back, go pack up and ship their things to whatever country, whether it's in Latin America, the Caribbean, parts of Africa, Australia, wherever.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's everybody's prerogative. If you get tired of the rat race in whatever country you feel you're in the rat race.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, I think we wasn't supposed to say that, right?
Yeah, that it's
I'm
flag
sorry.
last week. And we said,
And it's just too much to think of. But it is your prerogative to move to a place where you feel comfortable and less stress. Anything that can give you less stress.
yeah,
I say go for it.
yeah. That's what means to me, not nobody. You have to think about your mental well-being. And right now, I think to some degree, we're all experiencing some trauma. We are not 100% comfortable. I know I'm not 100% comfortable here. I know I'm not. I don't know when it changed, but I think it changed about 2016 and even more now. And I think because of the stories that I read in the news every day, the things happening. Even if it's not happening to you directly, the fact that it is happening to another human being is concerning. It doesn't sit well. And I guess that's the empathy. We have a heart, and because we have a heart and we care, we are bothered by a lot of what we see and a lot of what we hear. So yeah, I mean, I never knock nobody.
I know I've been traumatized since Red Cap joined the political joined politics. How many years it's been now? Oh my God, I'm so stressed.
Don't be stressed. Don't be stressed. Don't be stressed. Next up, according to the Associated Press or apnews.com, the first black superintendent of the, but they can't say black anymore. So the first American American of color or a gentleman. Oh, you can say man though. Man is not probably just woman. The first black superintendent of the Virgin, but was black on the list, Ja?
Who cares? You're not federal.
The first black superintendent of the Virginia Military Institute says his forced departure by the board stems from bias, ideology, and politics in the wake of diversity efforts rather than his job performance. In his first statement since the board voted against renewing his contract, retired Army Major General Cedric T. Wins said the decision was a partisan choice that abandons the values of honor, integrity, and excellence upon which VMI was built. Unfortunately, the winds of resistance by the few have drowned out those who desire to bring the Institute into the 21st century. Hmm. Schools and colleges across the US have been rolling back diversity programs after President Donald Trump threatened to pull federal funding. But resistance to such efforts at VMI, a 189-year-old school that educates generals George Patton and George Marshall, has been notably present among some alumni for several years. Wins officially became superintendent in 2021, a year when VMI was undergoing a racial reckoning and diversity programs were being put into place. A state sponsored report had blasted VMI for tolerating and failing to address institutional racism and sexism. In response, Wins highlighted changes that included a committee focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The school had removed a prominent statue of Confederate General Stonewall Jackson, who taught at VMI. It hired its first chief diversity officer and created a cultural awareness training program. And it changed a student run honor court that disproportionately expelled Black cadets, according to the Washington Post. VMI did not accept African Americans until 1968 or accept women until after a 1996. Wasn't that just the other day? 1996.
Yep.
So VMI did not accept African Americans until 1968, which is just the other day, or accept women until after a 1996 US Supreme Court ruling. Some alumni said the changes were crucial for training cadets for the real world and for aligning with the US military's goals at the time. Wow. It's a lot of stripping away of or the removal of people of color from certain positions, no?
You know what just dawned on me when you read that?
Uh-huh.
When it mentioned that they took down certain statues,
Mm-hmm.
it just dawned on me that's the reason why. That could be one of the reasons why. It's like a get back type of thing. Since you took down our history, I'm going to take yours down as well.
Hold on, who took down whose history?
Remember when there was this thing about taking down the statues of
the Confederate statues?
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So I'm thinking, when you just said that, I'm like, maybe this is why it's a get back type, a revenge type of thing.
But the Confederate statues, are they memorabilia of things? Are they a representation of good?
At this point, I'm thinking it doesn't matter to them. That was their
Wow.
history, bottom line.
You know, Jai, you have a point, you know. Hold on, well, as I said, exactly, you have a point. You have a point because we are saying history is history, whether it's good or bad, it's history. So if you, yeah, makes sense. So, in other words, there should not have been a call for the removal of those statues, even though when you look at them, they may invoke negative feelings and serve as reminders because they trigger you. No, sir. Huh. Hold on a second. Let me. Huh. Valid point, Ja. Valid point. Go ahead, Ozzy.
I definitely think it was a good idea to remove them, but I also feel like there still are some people who within their families celebrate these people. So you have to remember you have streets and towns and buildings named after these people. And so certain families were very upset about that because it's like, yo, this is my great uncle, so and so and so. But from a different perspective, the way I see it is, yo, take them down. Because after I don't know how much I could say on here, but after that after the H word that happened in Germany, they basically removed everything.
In Germany.
You're right. So they want to get over that event. They don't want to celebrate the darkest time in their history. I feel like in America, if we keep these statues and roads and stuff named from that period, then it's like we're celebrating the losers, we're celebrating the traitors as well. But also, the way I see it as well, point number 3, is that, yo, and I really, if they could bomb Black communities and dredge them and turn them into lakes and all that stuff, how is it not deserving to remove these statues and rename these roads off of treasonous?
I'd love to hear the argument that they would put forward on that. Go right ahead, Ja.
So I was opposite when it came to taking down statues and stuff with them because I think sometimes people need to see history smacked in their face. So keep those statues and let's teach our children why these statues are put there and what we need to do to combat certain things. There is one thing though that I have an issue with, and that is that Southern flag. I have an issue with that flag.
The sea
and that
flag?
symbol. Yes. I don't know why, but it just reminds me of the white coats.
But I feel like that's contradictory because the same sentiment you're expressing about the flag is what others may feel about certain street names and statues as well.
I do understand and agree with you. We're going through that now, and how long is it going to take to rename schools, rename buildings, rename streets, which honestly, it seems like that's the direction they're going anyway, because now they're taking names. We can't use certain words and everything. So we're going to see how long it takes to get that done. But as you can see, the confusion and mess that those type of things cause as well.
Talking about taking down things, John, Ozzy, DC's Black Lives Matter mural will be erased to look back at the iconic street painting. The story, courtesy of NPR. But hold on, before we get into the story, let me ask a question. So I see both sides of it. History needs to be taught. Whether it's good or bad, it's a part of history. The purpose of history, especially if it's history that's bad, in my humble opinion, it should serve as a deterrent going forward, right? That so that way we don't repeat the behavior. We don't have a repeat. Because if there is an unawareness of the past, people will be inclined to think it's okay to do it all over again. So these statues, as long as the truth is engraved beneath them, on the plaques, right? Do they put the bad that they do on the plaques? No, they don't. They don't put it there. Go ahead, Ozzy.
I would say if we're gonna do that, just keep that same energy. Because if we want to keep the statues and everything else signifying that time so that people know the history, then there shouldn't be such a concerted effort of trying to not teach critical race theory. Because again, I see it as the same sentiment. If we want to teach the history, we have to teach all of it, the good, the bad, the ugly.
And the in between. It's but here's the thing. You know something, Azianja, we look at it as bad, as a dark period or dark times, right? But hold on a second. To them is good. Think about it. To them, it's a good time for them. And they celebrate these people. They love them. They respect them. I remember my mother saying, in the best of us, there is evil, and in the worst of us, there is good. So to us, evil, to them, good.
And that's exactly what I was going to say. They don't feel that taking people from their land and bringing them over here for free labor is bad, right? Because supposedly the Bible told them that's how it was supposed to be.
I don't know which Bible I read, but okay.
That was their perception of their world. And if you're going to destroy it, they have a problem with that. And it's the same with us. It's two sides to the same coin.
Double-edged sword, indeed. Indeed. But you know, as I will say, I'll join hands with Jah. Make it stay, because tearing it down, is it going to change people's hearts? Is it? And that we need to change, and the people them are mucky. Them want not even 3 coconut. Them want about 1 dozen coconut. As a matter of fact, bring them a whole damn farm of coconut trees and let them start drinking. Them they want wash off.
Oi, oi.
Oy. Because these things really and truly, but then again, you see, I'm flip-flopping. I know. Stay with me though. But then again, the removing of said structures and images may be a start on the journey to healing. Moving away from certain ideologies and systems.
It's healing from some and detrimental to the others, because the reason why they took it down is because us as people felt that we were basically used. But for them, again, that is how the saying on the red cap.
Because for them, I get it, because you have two sides. One group saying, when was it ever great? and another group saying it was great when. And in their mind, you can't change that. You can't change that. So we're looking at two different realities. Thank you, Green Eyed Girl. We're looking at two realities. Thank you, Rosolo. We're looking at two realities.
Exactly.
And how do we convince each other that that particular reality is not one that should be maintained, condoned, encouraged? Yeah.
That's a personal distinction. It's that yin and the yang, like I always say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's very complicated, right? Because you have one side where, again, maybe their great uncle or great great uncle, there's a street named after them, so they're proud of it.
Mm-hmm.
But that great uncle was maybe a part of the C word,
Mm-hmm.
or built his wealth on the backs of people who look like we.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
On the other side of things, then you have somebody who might look like we, and every time they see that street name, they're reminded of that person who took credit for all the work that their ancestors did as well. And then the whole make America great again thing starts to get murky because there's a lot of history that people shove under the rug also. So they don't reference the times when they had signs on doors saying no Irish welcome, no Catholic welcome, no Scottish welcome. All these other groups that sort of assimilated,
Mm-hmm.
but weren't necessarily welcome like in the 40s and before.
Right.
And then also some other cultures who had to even anglicize their names to even be respected in the country. So
A
again,
lot.
it's very
Yeah.
complicated.
Red Cap included, because didn't he take a letter off the last of his name?
You know, I don't know. First
I
I'm
think there
hearing
was
that.
oh no, there was
Okay.
a F or something at the end of his grandfather's name.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Wow. Interesting. Oh boy. He who feels it knows. But this is people who are losing their positions without any justifiable reason, but to appease the ego of others. It's not good. It's a step backwards. And as we're talking about deconstructing and tearing down and removing DC's Black Lives Matter mural to be erased, this article, courtesy of NPR. Washington, D.C.'s iconic Black Lives Matter street mural, which has served as a powerful symbol of activism and a gathering place for joy and resistance, will soon be gone. The decision to remove the enormous mural near the White House comes after a U.S. Rep. Andrew Clyde, Republican Georgia, introduced legislation earlier this week that gave D.C. an ultimatum: either paint over the slogan or risk losing federal funding. The bill also called for the area in downtown DC to be renamed from Black Lives Matter Plaza to Liberty Plaza. The next day, DC Mayor Muriel Bowser released a statement suggesting that the mural will have to go. The mural inspired millions of people and helped our city through a very painful period. But now we can't afford to be distracted by meaningless congressional interference. The DDOT confirmed on Saturday that plans to remove the mural will begin Monday. The mayor's response marked a reversal. She initially declared that the artwork would be permanent. On Monday, Bowser told NPR's Morning Edition that the mural helped the nation's capital during a very dark time in American history. It's going to evolve. Absolutely, Bowser said, though she did not go into detail about what that would mean. In June 2020, amid a nationwide outcry over the death of George Floyd, who was unalived by a police officer in Minneapolis, the mural was created overnight. It was a direct response to reports of federal officers using tear gas against peaceful protesters in DC's Lafayette Square. The demonstrators had been cleared shortly before President Trump walked through the park to St. John's Church, where he posed for a controversial photo op holding a Bible upside down. Might I add, I think y'all forgot to say that. A few days later, the DC mayor commissioned a striking 48-foot wide Black Lives Matter mural near the site of the altercation. But let me ask a question. Prof, that's true? Oh, wow. So what Prof put in the chat, it was DRUMPF Ja. That was the name. Wow, I learned something new. Thank you, Prof. Okay. So the street being painted with the words Black Lives Matter. Let me ask a question. I want us to think carefully. What has changed since the painting of the mural? No, seriously. Tell me what has changed since that mural was painted, because we in the months or years that came following, we still saw incidents that were disturbing.
You received a moment of acknowledgement
Just a moment.
that you thought was going to stay there for a while,
Uh-huh.
but now it's not.
Can I ask another question? How many of us honestly remember that that mural was there until this article came up? How many of us daily remember that that mural was there? Is there or was now? They're gonna start remembering.
I did, because I have friends that live in that area. So yeah.
And has the mural uplifted their lives, made their lives better? That mural, has it prevented the discrimination of one group receiving discrimination from another?
No, it was
Was it
a moment in time.
just a moment in time? Serves as history, a historical reminder.
Exactly.
It's like a souvenir.
Mm.
It's a souvenir. Oh, this happened. It's a souvenir of what happened when it happened. But the true change did not come about, did it? Was there true effective change?
So let's say that there might have been change amongst some people to now empathize with certain things.
Okay. But the real change on paper, has that come nationwide? You know, I saw.
Block it.
Go ahead, Ozzy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, because they blocked it. They blocked a lot of the efforts that were attempting to overturn or eradicate a lot of the ignorance and discrimination as well.
So if I had a choice between a mural on the street or legislation, you can keep the mural. I don't need the mural. Give me something that is effective. A mural is not effective, in my humble opinion. Whilst I can understand why it's there, it did not prevent that young lady in her house, by her stove, being shot, being unalived by an officer. It didn't stop that, did it? Remember that story just last year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Last year, the year before, 2022, 2023, 2024. We spent all those years with every story that came to the forefront asking, begging, pleading for a reform, retraining, a change. Did we get any of that?
I have to say, in some instances, yes. We can't say
In some places.
totally 100. No,
Okay. In some, but why not in all? Why wasn't it a rollout across the country?
because you're getting too greedy.
Me craven. Me very craven.
They block it like Matumbo.
AT says oppressors always lose their mind when they lose or are losing control of the oppressed.
Facts.
Real changes, I mean, yeah, we appreciate the recognition and the significance and blah, blah, blah. And another thing, not to go off too much on a tangent, but another thing what me always start about, and I've brought it up before in Coffee Talk, why is it that Martin Luther King, Obama, certain names are only found in certain communities?
Moments. It took X amount of years to get this way. Change is not going to happen overnight for certain things.
Okay. So be patient.
I don't know if to be patient. I just think as you go about your day in this world, you try to. I'm so with my words now. I gotta. You try to make your life better and hopefully help your community in whatever ways you can.
Okay.
I think to piggyback off of what Jai is saying is like it took over 400 years to cause this amount of damage. So it's not just going to take 40, 50 years to heal it.
Yeah. Got it. I got it. Don't like it, but I got it. Yeah, so the man, yeah, it's coming, it's going away.
I honestly believe if we dash everything away and start all over again, we will still have these issues.
Of course.
You think so?
Yes.
Not an opportunity to wipe the slate clean and start with nothing but positivity and what is meant for good for all.
You would have to section out the community and dash away the community that don't have that mindset and keep the ones who can. I hope dash is a good word.
A dash of salt, a dash of pepper, a dash of garlic powder, onion powder, some seasoning.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of seeing it now, like the way some MAGA people feel is that they want to just break everything up, mash it up, and rebuild to where it used to be, and for the benefit of a certain group of people. Like you could start over, but the starting over doesn't come with the series of education needed to change the mindsets of many.
Yeah, it's which mindset you're going to keep at the end of the day, right?
Right, because nobody's starting from zero.
Started from the bottom, now we're here. Hey, started from the bottom, now my whole crew here. Anyway, the Trump administration has stalled at least $60 million in funding intended largely for affordable housing developments nationwide, throwing hundreds of projects into precarious limbo. This is according to information and documents obtained by the Associated Press. Yep. APnews.com is reporting the move is part of a flurry of funding freezes, staffing cuts, and contract cancellations by the Trump administration at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Hold on. Who is the face of the HUD? Huh. Now, Scott Turner? What is Scott? Come on now, Scotty. What you going to do about that? The move is part of a flurry of funding freezes, staffing cuts, and contract cancellations by the Trump administration at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Changes that have instilled widespread uncertainty in the affordable housing industry. The sum $60 million is intended to go to small community development nonprofits and small grants. The money is often used as seed funding for affordable housing projects, turning a concept into a viable development and consequently drawing in more public and private investment. Congress chose 3 nonprofits to distribute the grants, but HUD said in letters that it was canceling contracts with 2 of the organizations, which together were to distribute the $60 million. That's pushed millions in funding already promised to small nonprofits are yet to be awarded in the twilight zone. So companies like Habitat for Humanity. Habitat for Humanity. Oh, hello. Hey. So do you know, I don't know if people recognize it's not only people of color who benefit from this housing. But let's head on over to the red states. How are they going to take it there when they recognize that they're going to have difficulty or challenges obtaining homes, affordable homes?
They're going to take it the same way everybody else is when they're finding out. Finding out.
Lord have mercy. Hey. Yes, sir.
Where you'll see, I voted for him, but I didn't think this was going to affect me.
Isn't that what we're hearing a lot lately, John?
How can you know?
Yep.
A lot of people are saying, "Oh, I didn't think it was going to affect me, you selfish." Not selfish, then it's selfish. Oh, it's not going to affect me. It's only going to affect Ja. So I don't care that it affects Ja. Oh, it's not going to affect me. It's only going to affect James. I don't care. So as long as it's not affecting me, I'm good. To hell with whoever. Everybody, go. Be gone. As long as it's not bothering me, why should I care? That mentality, you know what? God is teaching us a lesson. I want a serious lesson God will teach the whole away. And if we don't change the way we think, we have a big problem. Go right ahead.
But you know the thing too is those same people, right? The minute they're affected will come back to you and say, man, we need to work together to combat this. We need to change some things.
You don't hear the argument.
Just watch
It's
it from
circling
me.
on, but it's already being said, Ozzy. It's already being said on social media. You see so many people posting the content. Where is everybody? Why is everybody so quiet? Why aren't you aligning with us?
Because you didn't care about me. So why should I care about you now? You were only thinking about yourself. So you know what? Figure it out yourself.
You know the unfortunate thing, Ja? It's going to take the coming together everybody to fix the issue. Mark my word. That is what it's going to take, the coming together everybody for the issue to fix. Unfortunately.
Well, sometimes things have to happen.
Sometimes things have to happen indeed. I lost you there, Ja. Don't know if you're hearing. Lost you there. You there, Ja?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's my building.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
saying sometimes it just takes certain things for humanity to be checked. And this is one of those things.
yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Top U.S. health agency makes $25,000 buyout offer to most of its employees. Article courtesy of apnews.com. Most of the 80,000 federal workers responsible for researching diseases, inspecting food, and administering Medicare and Medicaid under the auspices of the Human and or Health and Human Services Department were emailed and offered to leave their job for as much as $25,000. This is this is a part of Donald Trump's government cuts. Workers cannot start opting out until Monday and have until 5 p.m. on Friday of this week to submit a response for the so-called voluntary separation offer. The email was sent to staff across the department, which includes the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta and the National Institutes of Health, as well as the Food and Drug Administration, both in Maryland. A mass email went out to a broad population of HHS employees, landing in their inboxes days before the agency heads are due to offer plans for shrinking their workforces. HHS is one of the government's costliest federal agencies. Okay, you sure about that? With an annual budget of about $1.7 trillion, that is mostly spent on healthcare coverage for millions of people enrolled in Medicare and Medicaid. Where the blouse and skirt you think the money come from? Now, other people pay a check. So, okay, let me stand with them for a minute. I'm going to jump over the fence for a second. Bear with me. I'm going to jump over the fence. What can $25,000 do? Exactly. But I'm going to jump over the fence and say, yeah, cut it because we have an annual budget of 1.7 trillion. It's spent on healthcare coverage of millions of people enrolled in Medicare and Medicaid. And it's quite possible that the payroll and blah, blah, blah come out of it. So we cut it. That means we should have more money for people to benefit from healthcare. Where the money come from? Not out of our paycheck. Ja, when you look on your pay advice, don't you see the deduction there?
Every 2 weeks.
Okay. Azzy, you see a deduction?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Some people is every week, some people is every 2 weeks, some people is every month. There is a deduction. It's not money that is magically appears up there in Washington. It's people's money so that it's there for when they need it. It is there so the elderly who went before us, who worked before us, are able to be taken care of. It is there so that when we become the elderly, it will be there to take care of us because it will be funded by those coming behind us. But I guess them not understand all of that. So when you do away, one are gonna do the money. Talk to me. All the money I go. Where is it going to go? Is this another contract that's going to be handed over to somebody else? And we know who that somebody else is without calling names.
The first friend.
Okay. But like how you put it, the first friend. The agency oversees health insurance for roughly half of the country through Medicare for older adults and Medicaid for disabled and poor Americans. What will this mean for people who live in nursing homes, whose families can't afford to take care of them, who can't manage them? What will this mean for those who are able to benefit from in-home care because Medicaid covers someone coming out a couple days a week to bathe them, to make sure they're okay, so on and so forth? What will it mean for that program? What will it mean for those who are not able to jump in a car and drive to a doctor? They have to use telehealth as a way to have consultations and talk to their medical care professionals. What will it mean? We need answers. How is it going to affect them? Because it's one thing to say, yes, we need to cut costs, but how will this cutting of costs impact those who depend on these programs? The bus that goes around and picks up the elderly and takes them to their doctor's appointments, will that be taken away from them? And that service is there because children, them if they live with their children, their whomever, their family members, can't keep taking off from work because eventually them will lose their job because what? You're only given so much personal time off, aka PTO, or vacation time or sick time, and once you've exhausted that, oh well, time for you to go bye-bye, find a new job. Do we think about the repercussions, these decisions? Cause no, we don't. We just sounds good. Let's do it. That's it.
It sounds like we're saying this every day. We already know the answer. No, they're not thinking.
But Joe, we have to keep saying it until it sink in somewhere.
Mm-mm.
Marlon, I'm muting your phone, your mic. Yeah. No, the thing is, just as how they beat certain things into our heads, we're gonna have to do the same thing, keep beating it until them get tired to hear them out. The children whose parents have to work to be able to look after them because they may be special needs, and this is a way to subsidize the care that they're getting. How is this going to help them now? Go ahead, Dr. Sharon. All right.
Yeah. So cuts in Medicare and Medicaid have really truly far reaching implication for people who need that health care, right? In particularly in rural communities, I foresee in hospitals closing because they depend on Medicare, Medicaid, some those red states, right? So that will, I can see that happening. Another thing that the general public, I think, don't know is that residence training. So a doctor coming out of med school, you go through residency training, which is usually typically from 3 to 7 years, depending on your specialty. Medicare, Medicaid, or the Office of CMS pays that salary. So without that, what happens to medical training? So it's not just access per se, right? It's not just, okay, my grandmother can't come out of her house and she relies on telemedicine. Now telemedicine is gone. It's not just that. Are we going to have the hospitals and the physicians available to treat patients? So this is, I don't understand what they think they're doing, right? But this is not it. This has far-reaching implications. You don't have doctors, people going unalive sooner. You're not going to diagnose conditions until they're far gone and you can't do anything. You know, you won't have people to treat them, won't have hospitals to take care of people. So what do they think they're actually doing?
Not thinking. They're not thinking. They're not thinking, Dr. Sharon.
It's intentional.
It is intentional.
To ruin people's lives?
It is intentional. And the thing is
to
too is
shorten
that
the
like,
population.
yeah, even like the a lot of rural communities are poor communities.
Yep.
Right? They're gonna feel the brunt of this too. A lot of rural hospitals depend on Medicare, Medicaid. Most hospitals get some kind of funding from Medicare, Medicaid. Right? All academic institutions that teach residents and fellows and do training for physicians and fellows It's Medicaid dollars that pay for that. So what are we doing?
So let me ask you a question. I'm glad you brought up the red states. So when those folks in the red states, when everyone in the red states realize now, say, oops, they've lost out. They think we are the ones being affected. It's not us shrinking, and them are gonna shrink. And I thought the goal was to ramp up and preserve. But now they recognize that because they're poor, they're not really liked.
Yeah, no, I mean, this Cheeto dust, Orange Man, does not like poor people, right? What he does for the benefit of his billionaire friends. That's what that's for. The benefit of his billionaire friends.
So you
Yeah, sorry, Cheeto dust.
you're gonna
I
kill
cannot.
off your own people, the very people that you use to get to where you are. And you know you're gonna turn on them, and when I'll never forget Mima with her 2 teeth in the mouth when her son said to her that she was sitting on her veranda. I think it's somewhere in North Carolina. She was sitting on her veranda, and her son came to her and said, "Oh, you know, Kamala is going to," and she's like, "No, I don't know what the 2 teeth never jump out. No, never, that cannot happen. You know, she's not qualified. She won't know what she's doing. She's gonna ruin this country. Donald will know what to do. He will make us rich." Baby girl with your 2 teeth, go sit down somewhere.
Yeah.
I tell you, give it a few months, and they will be calling for his head. Like you can't just disrupt the fabric of society in such a way that affects that many people, and you rely on their votes and their support. That it's a lot that's going to change. But again, like we discussed earlier, those same people who had all this to say, they're going to come around and ask for our help. After they had that stance, well, this is not gonna affect me.
Well, I'm gonna play a video of a young lady. She says she did not vote for him, but let's take a listen.
All right, it's official. I am being laid off. Just received my preliminary reduction in force notice that I am, what's the word? Notice of recommendation not to reemploy for 2025-2026. You are receiving this notice either because you serve any particular kind of service that is being reduced or eliminated. So, can someone please just explain to me how the teacher of the year gets laid off?
Yeah, Donald Trump.
I am upset. But I think I'm so angry right now that it's going to take me some time to sift through these emotions. I love my students. I always will.
So, by the way, let me read the comment from AT on YouTube Live. If you have a government pension, do not leave until after the current administration is done. They may try to take your pension away if you are an expat. Wallet, people, wallet like a G.
How do you control that? Or is that for the people that are going to take the $25,000?
Me personally wouldn't take the 25,000.
Nope.
I wouldn't take it. Wallet, sit down, which part today?
Yeah, because if you take it, then you don't get unemployment either, right? Because you left on your own accord.
Exactly.
You take a quote unquote buyout.
Mm-hmm.
It serves as a severance.
Mm-hmm.
It's a scam.
You are correct about that. It is a scam. I mean,
The scam of them there. The chopper lifestyle. I thought that was
But
something.
but you know they've been saying that about Trump for a while, you know. Like in a lot of his business dealings, he would employ one person and then they would do a significant amount of work. He will find some way to not pay them. And then he bring in a next company to do the next phase of the work. And the cycle will repeat until he gets the work done for a fraction of the cost.
From day one, AZ.
Come on.
Sorry, from day one, sorry. Everything that man has done has been done that way. And then when the project is done, what he does, declare bankruptcy.
mhm.
I lived in New York for years.
Me too.
I knew the fabric
Mhm.
of that man for years.
My recommendation is don't take the buyout. Sit down which partner there. A judge is going to intercede. A judge are gonna step in, watch and say, and tell them that what them doing is wrong. Mhm.
Yeah, but he's also not following the court,
Nope.
right? Exactly. He's just doing whatever he wants to because that's what he thinks he can do.
Does he know this is not reality TV?
H to the N.
H to the ISO.
To a certain extent. It's also kind of interesting too, because if you pay attention to some of the optics, even the meeting he had with Zelensky, a lot of that was intentional. He wanted that to be on camera. It's like he's executive producing the country. This is a reality show. And just like how in those reality shows they have the producers on the side who be like, so they did what? How does that make you feel? What do you want to go and do? That's exactly what's happening. The gaslighting is real.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I found a video that I was talking about earlier. With Canada mocking him. I behave myself. I don't know. I can't cry. I mean, but people think, but don't be quick to accept a buyout. Don't do it. Don't do it. Listen to
This order. It's a wonderful order. It's a beautiful order. This order is pulling American booze off the liquor mart shelves.
I just love that part. It's a wonderful order. It's a beautiful order. I was hoping you would have said an order like you've never seen before. Hold on, listen to this one.
Some news. Trump just punished the federal prosecutor who put Jeffrey Epstein's partner, Ghislaine Maxwell, in prison, and that's not all. Trump's Justice Department just put 3 federal prosecutors on leave. 2 of the prosecutors, Andrew Rohrbach and Celia Cohen, worked on the prosecution of New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Rohrbach also worked on the successful prosecutions of Ghislaine Maxwell, Sam Bankman-Fried, and Michael Avenatti. So that's right, MAGA. You were duped on the Epstein files, and Trump is now punishing the prosecutor who prosecuted Epstein's associate. Are you getting it yet?
We knew that was coming. That has been his MO from day one.
Yeah, 'cause at the parties, he was at the freak offs.
Oh, I don't think we can say that. I don't think we can say that. Just at parties. Just at parties.
Lord have mercy. We're not in a good state at all. We are not in a good state.
But how about the police? It looks as though they're up for defunding. But you saw the foolishness, the parading of that little boy who is going through cancer treatment or is in remission. You saw that foolishness? The parading
I
of
didn't
his
see that.
tracks. Oh Lord have
Yes, I
mercy.
saw it.
That thing angered me, Ja. I
That
didn't
was
like it.
genius. That was genius.
While at the same time, anyway, let me play this one. Listen to that.
Big news right now. House Republicans have just released their budget proposal that's going to be voted on in about 6 days to avert a government shutdown. And while they're making major cuts to critical government programs, here's what you need to know. First, this budget will eliminate a number of police grants, and Republicans are now being accused of being pro, quote, defund the police. Next, according to Rosa DeLauro, the top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, Republicans are seeking to eliminate the Toxic Exposures Fund, which covers care for veterans exposed to toxic substances. In addition, the bill further targets numerous programs for the Environmental Protection Agency, along with various healthcare-related proposals, including for children and family services programs. And it looks to cut a number of education-related funding, including for the elderly, specifically the Aging and Disability Services programs, along with funding for various higher education programs. I'll do a full breakdown.
At this point, it's all comical. At this point, it's all comical. So the toxins and veteran benefits, all those people who are on the front line when 9/11 happened, who are already going through enough drama, what's going to happen to them? That's it, done. Because many of them are now living with the effects of what happened. There are grave health concerns. Many of them, their lives forever changed. So that's out the door. So for those persons who have served in the military, that's it. That's it. Done. That's it. Because none of them went to fight a war that they started individually. None of them. They went to fight a war that, they felt they were defending their country. That's what they felt. They made a choice to defend their country because they saw themselves as patriots. And now they stand to lose. That's the thank you they get, right? If I were a veteran, don't bother wasting your time telling me thank you for your service. If I were a veteran, please don't. Because the actions are not telling me you're grateful for what I did, the sacrifice I made for myself and my family.
So they did it to the Vietnam vets. So now it's just coming back full circle.
Ooh. Wolverines Forever said, here on YouTube at 2:03, did Biden follow the court? No. BLM being torn down as we speak, and I guess they're happy about it. They're laughing. That they're happy that it's being torn down. But yeah.
See, that's that mindset I told you.
Listen. A lot of what is going on here is directly contradictory to a lot of the campaign promises that were made. And like we said before, these people are now being affected. And it's like a cult. And some of these people aren't going to realize that they were part of the cult until later. And so, yes, all the support, the troops talk and all that stuff, boom, out the window. You know?
It was a show. It's a part of the theatrics. No, we're not on IG. I ended the IG at the end. It was just a test for today. I ended it at once we were done with the Stories of the Caribbean corner. But one thing you can say, he's delivering on his promises, but a lot of people didn't take him seriously. Anyway, came across this one and I was dying with laughter.
So I just saw a video where Trump was saying Elon Musk is going up to space to rescue the astronauts, and he was like, should I go? And the reporter was like, if that's an option, yes.
So Elon is going to go up and get him. Should I go on that journey just to be on the ship when we stop? What do you?
That's an option. Yes.
Dumb.
No, make him go on, because he probably would not survive that.
But hold on.
One way to get rid of him.
Dr. Shad, you heard the part when he said, hold on, let me back it up a little bit.
So Elon is going to go up and get him. Should I go on that journey just to be on the ship when we stop? What do you?
When we stop where?
Oh my God.
Love it. Listen, it makes for good entertainment. It makes for good
does.
TV. It really does.
It does. It actually really does.
Oh,
You know, just all this foolishness. I am unable.
AJ Paul. It's entertaining and I'm loving it. You see, one fool makes many. One fool makes many. And you better believe that. Take that how you want. One fool makes many. Please. But what got me was the quick clap back with the reporter saying, it's not Chad, yes. I think the whole world would be watching that one. And please, we don't want no problems. We need a safe flight too. And just stay too. No need to return. Take enough things to last until the next how many years? Oh, I'm glad for the entertainment. Well, you not get no more entertainment like you get bad news. But folks, back to the article. I would strongly recommend to the HHS workers, not take out the $25,000 buyout. This is foolishness. Big piece of foolishness. Next up, billionaire investor Ray Dalio warns the US won't be competitive in manufacturing with China in our lifetime. I don't see that happen either because we only concerned with war and them things there. Right. So anyway, let's go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of fortune.com. Ray Dalio argued China will continue to have the leg up on the US in AI chip manufacturing for the foreseeable future. We're not going to have competitive advantages in those things, the billionaire told Tucker Carlson last month. However, the US will likely hold the edge in the AI development race in innovation and research. The US may have the brains in leading AI chip development globally, but China will continue to have the brawn to manufacture applications for those chips. That won't change anytime soon. China has the edge over the US in mass producing semiconductor chips and generating ways to apply AI, even though US chips are slightly more effective. That's according to the Bridgewater Associates founder when talking to Tucker Carlson. We design chips, but we can't produce chips effectively. By and large, we can't produce any manufactured goods as cost effectively. Instead, the US advantage in AI chip development rests in its continued investment in higher education and research, which has attracted a global workforce. So what is it? Why is it? And AT, you might know, why is it that that's going to be a challenge for the US? Or why is it a challenge for them to be able to manufacture in a cost-effective manner? Why is it that China beat them and beat them bad like that? Why China beat we bad so? What is it about us why we're not able to capitalize on that market? Why we are good at designing and the research, but we drop the ball when it comes to manufacturing. We can't find a way to make it effective, cost effective to manufacture. So you see, you can't be bad mouthing the very country that you rely on for productivity. That don't make no sense. They have a saying, take time, draw your hand out a lion mouth. Take your time and remove your hand from the lion's mouth. For fear, the lion should just snap down on your arm. Away you go. Who you think you be? We're better than. Better than. Yes, I but you know, we don't I think more needs to be done, more money needs to be pumped into that industry and less in arms. That's my honest opinion. That's how I feel. But what do I know? And that was our Business and Tech News article brought to you by grantcoffeehouse.com. Head on over to Grant Coffee House and get 20% off all coffee products. Shop today using the code CoffeeInto20. Go right ahead, Dr. Sharon.
So part of it is education, right? We have to have a strong education system in science and technology that's going to have people, scientists, technologists in the future, engineers for the future that will be able to compete, right? However, if we are in the process of dismantling our education system and thinking it's okay, quote unquote, send it to the state, then we're just going to continue to have a nation of dummies, right? In addition to that, a lot of the poorer states, aka the red states, are the ones that are trailing in education. So I agree, we will never catch up.
Not in this lifetime. No.
But you know, our next thing too, to Dr. Sharon's point, that exists while still we have a lot of the institutions that train people to be ready for those industries. But from personal experience, because I do work at an institution that is known for the engineering disciplines, most of the students I see in the manufacturing field are Asians. And a lot of students come to America to go to these schools to go back.
Yep. Yep.
So if you're not investing in your own communities that stay, then you just making these other countries stronger.
Exactly. But Azzy, was it last week we had the article or the week before? A couple of articles, mind you, about the Chinese gentleman somewhere up in the Northeast, I forgot what state, have moved back to China. They have taken their expertise and everything and gone back to China, where they're saying it's way more favorable. They're not facing any sort of discrimination. So they have gone back to China and they're teaching at universities there.
That's usually the case. Like it's common sense that people from a specific community, if they go back to their community, will be more embraced than by others. Is that not common sense?
But also I said this: if every immigrant gets up, pack up them things, and take them skill set, them qualification, and go back in them country, I go say which country is the real third world country. I said this, and I've said this time and time again. America has done a phenomenal job marketing itself and blacklisting other countries. Phenomenal job. A great deed. And it's not just today. This is their MO, and they've been doing it for decades, luring people away, talented people away from their countries. And we come and we build up for them. But if the day there's an exodus, any day that an exodus happens, where people say, you know what? I'm going back home while I am young, woe be unto the US. Woe be unto the US. The very immigrants that, according to UNO only want them here if they come here legally. But right now, based on what we see happening, they're stretching that process out and making it more difficult. Dr. Sharon, I'm sure you can speak to this. Go into most hospitals. What are the faces you see? The other day, I saw a video being done on YouTube where medical professionals were standing on staircases, and they said to them, all of you who came here as immigrants, move away. There were like 2 people left on the steps. Who can say them where them come from?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
A lot of immigrants have come here and built this country, right? To me, it's an extension of our transatlantic journey from the motherland, right? Because we did that. That's what we did. They brought us here against our will to build a country. And then, yes, as you said, they market America as this utopian, build your American dream. Come, you buy a house, have your 2.5 kids, the white picket fence, and this whole American dream. I think definitely America was better in the 60s and 70s. No, I'm not saying from a perspective of civil rights, but if the rights that are being taken away now is what was fought, and people fought and unallied for back then, right? So definitely there were good periods where we were making progress, but now we've regressed, right? But the people who still built this nation are people who look like me and you. You know how many Filipino nurses I've worked with? How many African nurses I've worked with? How many African physicians I've worked with? Right? People who come from India and Pakistan.
They're not ready for that conversation. They're not ready, Dr. Sharon. Them just like run their mouths. And then when we talk about the IT field, what do you think make up the majority of that?
Yep.
Okay.
So this is exactly why Musk is not against the HB1 visa.
Yes.
Right? Because he import a lot of those people from India, Pakistan, China, right? To work in these technology field. Granted, they don't treat them well, right? They're not treated well. They're underpaid. But that's exactly what they did. Exploited. But that's exactly what they do. Yeah. Did you guys hear what's going on in Nebraska?
What happened? What did I miss?
So with the exporting of these immigrants, migrants, or the threat of they're not coming to work to the farms in Nebraska.
Oh,
so the farmers have nobody to work and they're going belly up.
But I mean, we shouldn't have a problem. What happened to everybody that was saying immigrants are stealing their jobs? Why aren't they out there doing the work? I don't see the problem. Hey, J. Paul. Thank you, J. Paul. Hey, Dr. Keisha. I don't see a problem. Okay, so the immigrants have removed themselves. So what's the problem? Or were removed by force. So what's the problem? Explain to me. Why aren't they out there? The ones who are complaining about immigrants taking their jobs, why aren't they out there? You know who is gonna feel it? You see that same town in what a state name that JD Vance and so on was telling the lies about the Haitians are eating the animals.
Springfield,
Springfield,
Ohio.
Ohio. Okay. You see, when them pack up when them pack up everybody there who is there from on a TPS program, that city, town is gonna go dark again. So many people have been interviewed who said they can't get the Americans to come out and work, but the Haitians will show up. They don't take any day off. They work on time. They produce, and they have injected funding into the economy. They have revived the economy of that same Springfield, Ohio. And when them go, if God forbid, come August 25th, that deadline, when they remove them, Springfield, Ohio will be back on its face because the only people there, excuse me, and them tell you the people are more concerned about the same problem that Shine Bomb say America has, and we need to fix our bad habits here. We have an appetite for a specific thing, and it's the same thing what she talk about. Is it them love up in a Springfield, Ohio? Them no want work. Them just want to sit down and enjoy the illicit substances. So we are going to Springfield, Ohio fall flat on its face. I remember they interviewed one government official, and he said the Haitians coming there was the best thing that could have happened to Springfield, Ohio. Them open business.
Yep, I saw the community too. I mean, I saw that in the interview also. You know, but it's just such a disservice that you basically lie on a whole community of people. Put this narrative out there because you are racist, right? And just, you know, and they took it as a talking point during the entire election and ran with it, and it caused damage to people.
Towns are going to feel it. Communities are going to feel it, you know. Communities are going to feel it. What I can say is this, going back to that story of the TPS situation ending for Haitians, the strong probability that it is going away in August. I sincerely hope that the funding that is going to to Haiti from the World Bank, the grant financing, I sincerely hope that they will use that money to turn Haiti around so that nobody no one left Haiti. And while you're not giving them the grant financing, find them gold, give them. Give Haiti back their gold and stop calling Haiti the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere.
Too much lay right.
The 320 million US dollars that the World Bank wants to pump into Haiti, to invest in Haiti, to support Haiti, to create jobs and what have you, see to it that UNO use every single penny of it to develop that country. Take care of the people so nobody no one left. And again, find them gold. I don't know if the gold reach a Fort Knox, but find them gold and give them back their gold. It is not your gold. Give it back to them. Them have bank too.
But that's the thing though. Like again, it's a scam. Colonization in most cases, right? Exists so that the colonizer could siphon the resources from these places. They could extract the of different sorts. And those are all the places that we like to call third world countries and poor and all of that. But the minute you start asking for all of that stuff back, then what?
Them poor, but they
The
won't
same
leave
thing.
the
The only
country.
Right. And the only people tend to forget that America exists because the founding fathers fought against that same idea. Hey, Britain is literally making X amount of money off of we, and we're not seeing it, and them taxing us. If that doesn't exist, there's no America.
Gotta love it. We like the dons, don't we? We like the poorly educated, don't we? Yeah. Because the poorly educated you can control. The poorly educated, you can tell them anything, and they are so gullible, they will hang on to every word you say because them now read and them now research, them just look at you as their provider of everything. You're their end all. So them you can control like a lamb to the slaughter. Mhm.
Facts.
Okay. And that was our business and tech segment brought to you by grandcoffeehouse.com. Next up, health and science news. This one is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils, all 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. This article comes to us courtesy of BBC.com. People affected by leprosy in Nigeria should be able to get hold of vital drugs to treat the disease for the first time in a year from this weekend. That's according to the World Health Organization. The country, which reports more than 2,000 new cases a year, ran out of supplies partly because drugs were held up after new regulations were introduced. The WHO said it had asked Nigeria to briefly lift its new testing policy, and it expects the drugs to arrive from India on Sunday. Leprosy is curable with a combination of different antibiotics, but if left untreated, the patient's health can deteriorate with sores and nerve damage that cause deformities. The treatment can last between 6 and 12 months. But because of the lack of drugs in Nigeria, patients have been sent home from hospitals. As the drugs suppress transmission, this increases the risk of the disease spreading. So I'm so thankful that there's going to be the access to the medication that is needed. Granted, you can't blame them, right? Because what they were trying to do was regulate the medicines strictly aimed at tackling the importation of counterfeit and substandard drugs. Not because, but still for all. But they're not going to send the foolishness come our country and we just go and lap it up like some stray dogs, or no, 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 no. You're going to respect us. So for that reason, Nigeria's drug authority had introduced these regulations. It's unfortunate that, there are concerns on the flip side of it, but they are trying to see to it that the right things are coming into their country, not counterfeit and not substandard. They're looking out for their people. Can't knock them for doing that, you know? And that is our Health and Science News segment article brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com. That's LAURMEL. Let me say that again. LAURMEL skinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And now it's time for the brew. Boy, what a run we're having with the passing away of entertainers. It saddens us to report that Dwayne Wiggins, a founding member of Tony Tone, has left us at the age of 64. Thank you, Rosolo, for sending this over. I know you're at work, you're not here and all these things. But it saddens us to report that Dwayne Wiggins, a founding member of the legendary Bay Area R&B trio, Tony Tone, has transitioned at the age of 64. He was privately battling bladder cancer and medical complications for over a year before his passing. Oakland's Tone first rose to fame in the late 1980s and created music synonymous with the foundation of modern day neo soul, with hits like Anniversary, Feels Good, and It Never Rains in Southern California. They crafted a sound that will forever be one of a kind. Rest well, Dwayne. Wow. Yeah, another one. He had bladder cancer. Yes, so sad, so sad. Loved the group, loved the group. I remember when they came on the scene. Yeah, I see this is the music we grew up on. Go ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah. Another thing too that I don't think too many people are aware of, specifically him, a lot of artists, a lot of musicians who come from like the Bay Area, Oakland and such, they would say that he has been like an integral part of like nurturing their music talents as well. So artists like Kelani and her and them, they have attributed like their support in music and building their skill to him. And then also on the production side, he's worked on songs like Diary for Alicia Keys and all types of other stuff as well. And yeah, rest in peace.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, Ozzy. See, Ja put in the chat, he helped many artists. Yeah.
It's I know Dr. Kiki is in the audience, and she's probably at work and can't talk, but
Right.
she's a triple board certified pathologist. So she is the physician who would, get the biopsy specimen and diagnose these conditions such as cancer.
Right.
The thing that's quite disturbing to me is that we've seen such a rash of young people succumbing to cancer. It is so disturbing.
Yes, it is.
It's disturbing. I've seen a lot of young people who are being diagnosed with various forms of cancer, colon cancer, breast cancer. I mean, bladder cancer in the 60s that's young.
Yeah. I have said that. We have had that same conversation here in Coffee Joe several times. And, the only thing we can deduce it to is one or two common denominators: what we're eating and what we're drinking. Everything is contaminated somewhere along the line. We have contaminants. So I want to quickly just read here. Bladder cancer symptoms can vary, but if you're experiencing any of these, please, folks, go to your doctor. All right. Urinary changes, frequent urination, urgency to urinate, pain or burning during urination, blood in the urine, and difficulty starting or stopping urination. Other symptoms include lower back pain, pelvic pain, fatigue, weight loss, swelling in the legs or feet, bone pain, inability to urinate, urinary incontinence. Please, folks, if you're experiencing any of these symptoms, it's essential to consult a healthcare professional for evaluation and diagnosis. Less common symptoms may include abdominal pain, nausea, and vomiting.
Okay, so my advice and suggestion will be is people need to really be doing their regular physical exam yearly, right? Because typically when you're symptomatic, you're like stage 3 to 4.
Damn it.
Right? When you start having symptoms, you have more advanced disease. Swelling of the legs, man, that's a problem. Right? Yeah, so just a regular yearly physical exam will actually help you. Smoking. If you're a smoker, smoking causes probably every cancer known to man. It contributes to every cancer known to man. Obesity, the same thing. So it's really, truly lifestyle. Yes, we're eating a lot of crazy stuff. And the thing is, you can try to eat as clean as you possibly can. I do. And try to add exercise, control your weight, all that good stuff.
Right.
So you want to try to control the factors that you can. But unless I go on a farm and I start kill my own chicken, sorry for the unlike my own daggone chicken, kill my own cow and goat and farm my own fish, we are exposed to these environmental things that even just the regulation that they want to roll back is going to be a detriment to us. So yeah, so food does play a big part in it, but at least you can try to reduce your risk by trying to eat clean, reduce the processed food, keep your weight down. So, and one other thing with people who have obesity is that when you're obese, you get late diagnosis.
It's the truth. It's the truth, people.
Yes.
We need to face the reality and stop ignoring it. So do they go to their healthcare provider for to get a prescription to then take to a urologist, or can they go straight to a urologist for the bladder I don't know. How do you what is done though? What kind of test is done to determine if there is any risk as it relates to bladder cancer?
So we usually start with a history and physical, right? So let's say someone comes to me, like in my wheelhouse, and someone comes to me and say, hey, my mom had breast cancer. My question will be, well, how old was she? Right? She was 45, that red flag. My hair just starts standing up on the back of my head. Who else have breast cancer? What other cancers in the family? Ovarian cancer, uterine cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer. So you get a whole cancer history, right? So you can also do genetic testing. Now, the thing is that if you at least go to your internist or family physician on a yearly basis, if your symptoms start changing, like for example, like part of the physical, they may do a urinary analysis, right? They'll update your history. They'll try to find areas where they may at least recommend earlier screening or additional screening. Right? But you're not going to be able to just walk into a urologist's office. You need a referral, and you need a reason for a referral.
Okay.
Right? But we can start with the lifestyle, and we can start with making sure that we see our physicians on a regular basis.
Yeah. I hope you're all listening, folks. Everyone listening. Thank you, Dr. Sharon. Go ahead, Dr. Keisha. Welcome.
So as a cytopathologist, I look at a lot of the voided urine. So sometimes what happens too is if someone is noticing discoloration to their urine, yes, they go to their primary doctor and they'll do what is called a dipstick. So that's just a screening. If they notice that there's blood, then they may be referred, and we will get what is a cytology actually of the urine. And I've diagnosed a bladder cancer in a 20-year-old before, y'all.
20?
In a 20-year-old. And this guy had he was healthy. There was no family history, nothing. The thing with bladder cancer is that, yes, you're smoking, all of those things increase it. So the most common is transitional or urothelial carcinoma. And sometimes they form little polyps. But if you're having ongoing cystitis or inflammation, that increases your risk. If you have something called schistosomiasis, that actually causes a different type of bladder cancer that's called squamous cell bladder cancer. Those are rare, but y'all, those happen actually in certain countries, but also happen if you're exposed to that. And they also ask history of exposure because nitrosamines and certain types of chemicals increase your risk for bladder cancer as too. But some of them, what I see is two types. I see types where it's kind of like the colon, it starts as a polyp, which we call a papillary urothelial carcinoma. And those that, this is even badder, is the lining where it's just a flat dysplasia or a flat urothelial carcinoma in situ. The problem with that is that your whole lining from your bladder all the way up to your ureter to your renal pelvis has the same lining. So these type of patients, we end up seeing dysplasia sometimes all the way up to their kidneys. So they're getting like a full, yeah, it's a big surgery for those. I mean, those are hard. You're looking at them microscopically and seeing dysplasia sometimes all the way up the ureter. And then there's another not as common called adenocarcinoma as the bladder as well. So each one has a different pool of risk factors from them. And I've also seen bladder lymphoma too, and small cell.
Wow. So age is, you know, it's not what it used to be back in the day where, you know, certain things wouldn't happen to you before a certain age. Now it's open to everyone. And I saw a video the other day of a baby, not even a year old, with cancer. Which leads me to ask the question then, how effective is the FDA? How effective is this the different governing bodies to seeing to it that the foods that we're eating are not overly processed, don't have too many artificial ingredients?
Well, I will say this about cancer. You know, we could talk about the food ingredients. A lot of it lifestyle means our choices in our body, right? Because people that live here, I know a lot of people that are plant-based and healthy, and they frequent and live in the same places we live. So a lot of that is choices. When it comes to children, pediatric cancers are a totally different bucket. A lot of these are developmental. A lot of these happen sometimes even before birth, right? Or right around these periods. They're very different predilections. So the causes for these types of cancers is not the same as an adult onset cancer. So yeah, I've seen rhabdomyosarcomas and small cell sarcomas and or Wilms tumor in children. But these are of the kind. So the reason for them is different. This is not an exposure, a diet issue.
Wow. Boy, Dr. Keisha, we thank God for specialists and professionals like you. I don't know how you do it day in, day out. Oh, Teflon is saying he has never seen children with cancer.
My eyes hurt.
Must hurt.
My eyes hurt. Let me just tell you, hurt, y'all. They hurt.
Teflon cancer. Yeah, we even have a children's hospital over here. St. Jude's. A lot of children over here with cancer. Teflon. A lot.
We feel like solid tumors, and then we have like the non-solid tumors. So the lymphomas, leukemias, yes. Very, very common. And adult leukemias, lymphomas, totally different than pediatric.
Yeah. Yeah. Folks, you know, so Doc, I want to thank you so much for that, Dr. Keisha. But Dr. Sharon, you said something. A lot of times when we are experiencing certain symptoms, sometimes it's kind of late. So we just need to get in the habit, as you said, of getting our year annuals done every year. Folks,
every year, PM that cup too.
Go ahead. Sorry.
PM that cup too. We're talking about bladder cancer. All of those parts, I don't think people understand how much happens at that annual. The lab work that you do is like a net that screens for so many things, the CBC. And if you get it done annual, you know what also? We do trends. We look at trends. Because some people have normal low hemoglobin for certain reasons, anemia, chronic disease, so many things, and they adapt and live with that. But if you see a trend that your hemoglobin, which looks at right? If you're bleeding somehow, your oxygen saturation, if it's going down fast, then that's a concern. Like, what's going on? Where are you bleeding from? Or what's happening in your bone marrow? So that's why it's so important to go to a doctor's chair. I actually do all my labs, excuse me, through my gynecologist.
Okay. Okay. That's a good recommendation, folks listening. Yeah. Folks, do not take your bodies for granted. Please go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
You know what I also find? Men are notorious for not going to the doctor.
Horrible. Why you say notorious? Say horrible.
Okay, horrible, sorry. Horrible for not going to the doctor and not following up, right? So, you know, women, get your men to the doctors. Now, I know that at times women may delay a year or two, especially in the childbearing years. They're so busy taking care of the family that they may delay a couple of years, but it's once in a blue moon, I'll see someone who's like, I haven't had a pap smear in 10, 15 years. And they usually come in bleeding, and I cringe in my seat when I take the history. And they're like, oh, I haven't had a pap smear in 10 years. Why do I need that? I'm done with babies. And I cringe because a lot of times the results are not good, right? So yes, we take care of ourselves, get your regular physical exam. I would not recommend passing 2 years without seeing a doctor. Make sure the men in our lives, the brothers, your husbands, the boyfriends, the sons, please take them to the doctor. I actually did it's not just Caribbean men, Teflon. Men, period. There's something about that daggone Y chromosome.
That is a problem.
It's a problem, right? Actually, even during the C-19 pandemic, I did an outreach for we're doing blood pressure, hypertension, education. You know how many men refuse taking their blood pressure? They're like, oh, I know it's triple over triple. I don't want to take it because if I do, you're going to have to call the ambulance. No.
Blood pressure, just to put the cuff on their arm.
Because they're hypertensive, they're not taking their medicine, they're not controlled, and they're not going to the doctor.
Or them not eat properly.
All of that. And this was at a car, it was some kind of car show, something at a cigar bar. But they were quick to go light up the daggone cigars and knock back the cognac.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? And these things they're preventable, right? Controllable. It will help prolong your life. Right? And then the thing is that another thing that people don't realize, let's say you get diagnosed with, I don't know, let's say cancer, right? When you're diagnosed with cancer, you usually have like a whole team. And that team usually include like a nutritionist. Now they're making recommendations for dietary changes that you should have been following. And now you're shocked because you not only have this diagnosis that you have to deal with, you got to make all these lifestyle changes to actually improve your outcome from treatment. So why wait until then? If you're couch potato, okay, start walking 15 minutes a day, then increase it. Check with your doctor, but do something.
Absolutely.
Right? Start going, seeing your doctor. Go, like, everybody hate a doctor, but you get diagnosed with some craziness, you're going to come see us. Right? So that's my PSA for today. No, I'm done.
No, we needed it. But let me ask a question, because I've heard and we've had the conversation here where people are skeptical, not everyone, but some folks are skeptical because they say, oh, they can't trust doctors. How do we rebut that? How do we, counter that argument or that concern? Because them not go because them can't trust doctors.
Okay, so I do recognize that there are some problems in the whole medical system. It's not perfect, right? And this is why, because people who look like me are more likely to trust someone who look like me. A patient who looks like me would trust a doctor who look like me
Okay.
more than they would trust the other counterpart, because if we listen to, right? So things like that. So, but I do recognize that sometimes we do have a mistrust of the medical community. But I promise you, most of the doctors out here, they didn't go to med school to try to deceive people and not take care of people. Because if you really went to medicine, other than the fact that you like science, you know, altruistic, and you want to take care of people, you wouldn't go. It's too hard to do for other reasons, right? So most physicians are here for a good reason. Now, I can tell you, some people don't fit, right? You may have a physician who don't fit me, or so then that means you got to find another one. And I get that, and it's hard, and it's getting worse since the amount of physicians who are available, who are practicing, is decreasing, and it will continue to decrease over the next a few years, right? So I get that, and it's hard to find someone who you feel that listen to you.
Right.
And another part of that is the rat race of medicine, the under the gun of venture capitalists owned practices, insurance constraint. So all of that to me drive patients' dissatisfaction. And a lot of it is directed to us because we're the people you see, but a lot of times it's not us. There's a lot of work to be done. There is a lot of work to be done. But yeah, if you find a doctor you don't like, try to find another one. But in the meantime, you got to go get your screening exams, yearly, or don't let 2 years pass and you haven't seen a doctor. That would not be a good thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree wholeheartedly, 110%. And listen to that gut feeling. If you walk into that doctor's office, and I've said this before, Dr. Sharon, if I come into your office and I feel rushed, as though you don't want to answer my questions, you just want to, quickly write a prescription, get me out the door, I'm going to question that. Are you the right person for me? I want to know that my healthcare professional cares about me and what's going on with me. Not just in, out, you're there 5 minutes or 2 minutes, and that's it. We want, and again, folks, listen to that gut instinct. If you walk into that office, you don't feel comfortable, you don't like what you're hearing, you don't think that doctor cares about you, find another one. For those of you who have health insurance through your jobs, I'm sure you can go online, or you have the booklet with all the different doctors who are in network. How about you ask people, talk to each other about where to get your hair done, where to buy the shoes, where to buy the outfit, where to shop. We talk about these things. So why aren't we talking about the healthcare providers that we're most comfortable with? I think that's information that should be shared. Don't be selfish, and don't hesitate to ask questions. And let us say I say to Ja, okay, who is your gynecologist? And she says so. And I say, okay, let me schedule an appointment. And if I don't have a connection, I don't feel comfortable, okay, move on to another one. But we definitely need to do a better job of making excuses as to why we are not going to our doctors and why we're not getting our annuals done. We need to get rid of the fear that is crippling us. I don't know why we're afraid, and I'm putting my hand up too. Yeah, we're all afraid. We're afraid of the unknown. We don't want to hear the news. What if it's good news? And even if it's not, at least you know what's going on. And guess what? You may be able to turn the ship around. Early detection is key for any and everything. A lot of us don't want to change our lifestyle behaviors, and that includes what? What we eat, our exercise, our habits. What is it that we're feeding ourselves? What are we? Yes, niece. Hey, niece. Too many of them are pill pushers. What are we doing? Come on, folks. We have to help ourselves too.
So let me just say something. I'm going to respond to the pill pusher
Yes,
comment.
from niece. Yeah.
So most doctors will recommend the lifestyle change. Like people come to me all the time. Oh my God, why you still look like a teenager? Why you so why the hell? I come here every year after year after year. Why do you seem like you're getting younger? Well, tell me what you do. I said, I eat clean and I work out. I said, there's no magic to it. Right? And then I'll do a food survey. And they eat everything I don't eat and every junk in between, and think that a thing of Cheetos is dinner or a snack, right? And I'll tell them, I said, listen, my family history in terms of illness it mirrors yours. But I'm warding off all of that diabetes, high blood pressure, and every craziness that comes with it through my lifestyle changes. So let's do an eating plan. And you know what? They don't follow it. They don't follow it. Right? Do that. Let me sit down and write out something. Let me help you. They don't follow it. But the problem is that when you come into a doctor's office and your blood pressure is 170 over 110, you're overweight, you have kidney problems, you have issues already from your crazy lifestyle. We can't do anything else besides start you on medicine, because you ain't coming out of this office with blood pressure 170 over 110, so you're going to end up in the ER with a stroke. So we got to bring that down. And we recommend the lifestyle changes, changing your eating habits, the exercise. They don't do it.
Not the discipline.
They don't do it. So guess what? They will now label us as pill pushers. Well,
I have a question.
I'm telling you, that is my own personal experience from treating patients.
Wow. Okay.
It's like trying to mother somebody else's kids, y'all. It sounds really simple until you're put into an environment where you have people in different socioeconomic statuses, different ways of life, doing different things, taking in things that are harmful, and how dare you tell them? So I think it's different when you're coming from that understanding. I equate it to, if my child goes to school, how am I going to get on the teacher for what my child eats during lunch? How am I going to get on my on the teacher for what I should be doing with my child, practicing how to treat people at home? It's the same thing. We are what we are, and we have to realize we go to a doctor for certain things, but we have to have common sense. Whoever told somebody to go to McDonald's? Why does the doctor have to tell you not to go to McDonald's?
Yeah.
Why does the doctor have to tell you to get up and walk? Though they should. But these are things we know we should already be doing.
True. We have become lazy. Guess what, folks?
No, I'm not lazy.
Not all of us.
Me neither.
Some of us have.
I'm not lazy. I still take dance class online. I lift weights. I run.
But unfortunately, we have settled into a sedentary lifestyle. We have become fixtures on couches. We just want to sit. People don't go to the mall anymore like they used to. Everybody's confined to just going on their phone or going on their computers to shop. Some people don't even go to the supermarket. Everything gets delivered. No going out. No movement. None. Zero.
They better get on this Oculus and do those little workouts. I'm just kidding. On Oculus, they do have things you can do. Yeah, we do need to get away from it. But this has been happening before then. We're Gen Xers too. When I was in med school, people were had the same mindset.
Come on, folks. moments you need to start standing to your shoes. Okay, so when I take a break, yes, I do that. And before I even go on camera, I'm doing a lot of standing. When I'm playing the music, I am dancing, and there is movement. And then I'm up and down the steps, and I do move around. Do I move around as much as I should? No. And I'm not afraid to admit it. There's much more movement that I need to do, right? Because I'm aware of the, implications and the repercussions and what can happen, the downside of it. But lifestyle, overall lifestyle, folks, we have to do better, right? Have those honest conversations with ourselves, because clearly we don't want to hear it from other people. What's that? Dr. K said we should do a dance fitness break in between our shows. The only thing is, if I'm live on YouTube, I can't. That's the only thing. Because of copyright infringement issues. But so I always do the music 9:15 to 9:30. I do this, every Monday is soca. So we had the soca music this morning. And then we have to cut it. Once we're, on YouTube, it's kind of hard. But we have to incorporate good habits into our daily lives, folks. And we're not asking you to do a 180 right away, because we know bad habits are hard to break. But you have to start making the move. You have to. Go ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like some small changes usually add up to make a big change. Like for me, I personally like to go walking. I don't like to be on the treadmill just because I feel like I'm still stationary. I'm looking at the same thing. So when I go walking, I try to choose like a destination and I walk there. That's my objective. And I'm seeing everything that's on the way. Or like if I just need to pick up a few things from the store and if it's close enough, I'll just walk.
Yeah. Yeah. We need to do more walking. Definitely. When it's safe, folks. When it's safe. When it's safe to do so. Yeah. But it's possible, folks, for us to, take care of ourselves. And, I'm glad we're having this conversation. And this conversation stemmed from the headline with regard to Dwayne Wiggins, founding member of the group Tony Tone, who passed away at the age of 64. And per the article, he was diagnosed with bladder cancer, among other medical complications. So, we're talking about the importance of getting your annuals done, getting your blood work done, get a panel done, talk to your healthcare provider. This month, we are stressing the importance of setting, as a matter of fact, it's every month, set those appointments if you have not already done so. Some people get their annuals done around their birthday. That's a good, thing to do. Just like you have to do your driver's license, everything around your birthday. Fine. If not, find a time. Select a time in the year when you do all that you need to do. And listen, folks, when them tell us that you need to change certain behaviors, please just go ahead and change the behaviors. You stand to gain. The most expensive vacation you can go on is in a hospital. That's the most expensive vacation. That's not a vacation you want. Because you never get for rest. Because every hour, them will come check your blood pressure, this, that, and the other. We have to take care of yourselves. Treat your body like a temple. It's the only one. There is no replacement. Be careful, be mindful of what you do to your body, how you treat your body, what you put inside your body. Right, folks? Knowledge is key, information is key. Seek information from the professionals. Right? If you're one, okay, and even if you do everything right and still get sick of cancer, don't shame yourself. It happens. Absolutely. Absolutely, because you have people who are fit as, oh, well, we would look at it and say, fit as a fiddle. Their lifestyle is impeccable, right? But at least you've done all you can. And nobody's trying to take away the joy of living. Nobody. You can find joy in making the right choices. The ultimate joy should be to know that there is the possibility that you'll be able to live to your full potential, right? That should be the ultimate, I would think. But yeah, through an unfortunate situation, we're having this positive conversation. Check yourselves, folks. Please do not ignore what's going on with your body, swellings, pains, frequent urination, um, cut down on the smoking, vaping. Let me ask, doctors Sharon or Keisha,
No.
vaping, because that seems to be the lifestyle thing now, especially with young people.
Higher exposure to nicotine, and it does something to your lungs called fluid increase or pulmonary edema.
Ooh.
No. Ask a pulmonologist. Just say the word vape. You wouldn't even be able to finish saying vaping, and they'll start screaming.
Literally.
Those are their sick patients.
Wow. So I've also heard them say that vaping does not affect those around the person who is actually doing the vaping. The smoke.
Because it goes all back in you.
That's what I thought.
I don't know the long-term effects that they've been able to study. What percentage is still out in the environment and gets other people exposed.
And hookah? No.
So hookah still has tobacco. Y'all, hookah still increases your risk for head and neck cancer. Let me just leave it there.
So in essence, folks, leave it alone. No vaping, no hookahing, no smoking. Just leave it alone.
And reduce your intake of alcohol.
Alcohol intake, yes. And what if they say, well, I like a glass of wine every night before I go to bed?
I would say okay.
I like
No,
a
listen.
shot of rum in my coffee.
I don't do rum. I would say how much is how big, because some people's glasses, so many people got these big wine glasses, y'all. It's like a whole bottle can fit in there. To be honest, in moderation, everybody.
In moderation. Caribbean people don't want to hear the alcohol part. I mean, I'm not gonna.
Well, what about rum cake, Sharon? Does that take away your rum cake?
But I have that once a year. I mean, I don't know, I may have a glass of wine once every few weeks or something like that, but it's not, not regularly at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything in moderation, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Not a whole bottle of wine every night before you go to bed. I mean,
How are you gonna wake up in the morning after drink the whole daggone bottle of wine?
I don't know. I have a in-law that does, and I don't know how. I don't know. I just don't know. But she does.
Yeah, I don't do it everywhere. Thank you for the follow, CJ. To everyone watching, thank you so much. I hope you've already followed Coffee and Toe right here on TikTok. And I invite you to click the link in the bio and subscribe to our Coffee and Toe YouTube channel. So I don't have rum in the coffee every day, at least 3 times a week, though. A little bit, like, how do you measure that? Because I love the taste of it. And there's, them say rum good for you. It purifies the inside. We Caribbean folk, we have our weird ideas, but and then it could ting rank on the inside. The rum will fix that for us. Rum is a part of our culture, part of our diet. But folks, moderation. Because which organ does alcohol affect?
The beautiful
Liver.
liver. Such a beautiful organ.
Exactly. And it's one liver we have. Folks, be mindful.
And you can get cirrhosis from alcohol exposure.
Too much.
Can you explain what's cirrhosis?
So your liver is supposed to function, and it's made up these plates, right? When you have inflammation or infection or too much alcohol, the inflammatory cells set in. And what happens is you get almost a scar, basically. It's fibrosis, but the scar forms like a nodular pattern, which over time we call incomplete cirrhosis and then complete cirrhosis. So once you have a scar, you scarred over your functioning hepatocytes, that are that produce proteins, that filter things, that detox, that do a lot of stuff for your body. So when people say detox, if your liver is functioning right in your kidneys, you don't need to detox. Because you shouldn't be having that stuff in your body. But yeah, so it leads to a scar, a reticulated scar of your liver, and you can't get it back.
One and done. Oh, thank you. Great question, Ozzy. Great question, and thank you for answering that, Dr. Keisha. The liver is a vital organ, folks. Very vital. It plays numerous roles, many roles. Don't take it for granted. Bowel production, the breaking down of fat in our bodies. Liver helps with that. That's important. So of course I did my blood work, and so far, thank God, everything is good because I know I don't take care of my body the way I'm supposed to.
I wanted to say something I forgot about hookah.
Yeah.
I've always known that it increased the risk, but actually it's the same, if not equal, risk of lung cancer and other cancers, including bladder cancer, as regular smoking. So I don't know where people got that from. In addition to nicotine, it also has other byproducts. There's toxins in these things, you guys. And when they're lit up, there's byproduct toxins that are also cancer causing. So hookah's no better. And it also secondhand smoke. So if you're sitting next to people that are smoking hookah, you might as well be doing it too. Though you shouldn't.
And folks, I'm glad you brought up the whole smoking thing again. Please do not smoke around children. Please, can I ask you? Maybe gonna do.
I cannot stand that when I see that.
Do not smoke around children. Babies, don't do it. So Jal wants to know, how about Mary Jane cannabis? Can I have a bit? Let's call it that.
This decreases it disrupts not necessarily the production of sperm. Can I say that?
Yeah. Well,
But
it's a man thing, so you should be okay. Anything for man is good.
Yeah, but it's it is associated with some anomalies in sperm production, and not only just the production, like side effects like autism has been one that's associated with that, and other problems with the fetus. So it's not we women alone are not responsible for that, right?
Please say that loud up for the men in the back.
Women get blamed all the time for things that happen with fertility, but 1/3 of fertility issues are actually male factor. Some of them may have swimmers that don't look right, swimmers that they may not have enough of it. And Mary J actually does, decrease your fertility, right? And as you age, men with sperm or sperm older than 40 and above is associated with autism. So, to stop blame women alone. Thanks.
Thank you.
And thanks.
And I think that's a cultural thing within the community of people of color. The woman, I don't know what it is about us. Right away, they go to the woman is the problem. And mothers, when your son come to you and tell you that them wife can't get pregnant, please have an educated conversation with your sons. Stop telling the sons, well, go find somebody else. She is the problem. You don't need to stop it. This level of ignorance, it's 2025. Too much information is out there. All of you have access to a medical professional, whether it's at a free clinic or you have to pay to go to a private doctor. Want to stop the ignorance and stop spreading ignorance. I'm sorry.
I mean, let's not even get into the synthetic ones. So you just got to be careful.
Yeah. What did we just say? Live sub restricted. We have two restrictions. What did we just say? Live visibility. Your live is not eligible for
Oh
recommendation
no.
and restricted in search results because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility
Dr.
standards.
Sharon, you said the word SPER.
Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted, reason regulated, and listen to me. You know, it's funny. The things that they are going to restrict you for here, and some of it is based on somebody making a complaint, right? Like somebody will report the live and will put those as reasons as why they're reporting the live. But yet you will see some things being talked about, and you're like, that people post and that are being talked about on other lives as you're scrolling through. And you're like, how them get away with this? And here we are talking about education. We are educate the people them. We're talking about health, the anatomy. So much no want to rename everything. Everything. So I guess it's not just what's in federal documents. I guess it's what we're saying in our everyday speech. That's why they use the term worms. She gotta say tadpoles. Listen, this is the problem. We want to twist the names of things. That is the right name for the thing. One, remember,
Scientific terms.
thank you.
Crazy.
Thank you. Why should we deviate from what it has been known as and call it names? And this is a problem I have, especially in our community. We call our body parts by different names. We tell our children, oh, that is so and so. No, call it by its right name. It's a part of the anatomy. You're going to learn it in biology, integrated science, somewhere along the line. Human and social biology. Stop acting like we're a bag of idiots. Come on. But then again, we're doing away with the Department of Education. The hot pockets and the pretzel stick. Rubbish. Instead of moving forward, being more intellectual, we are going backwards. We're pedaling backwards. Whoever felt uncomfortable with hearing the right name, and we're talking about something that may affect you or your man. I don't know if it's man or woman who report the live, but you may be affected. You may benefit from this information. Come out of the hole where you're in and learn something, please.
Or do you think it's because we blamed it on the men?
That's a strong possibility. Dr. Keisha, did you see the list of words that are considered woke terms? Did you see this?
Yeah. Yes. Including us.
Uterus.
Our
Woman.
And our whole gender.
Hey, we can't even use the word gender in federal docs.
I'm sorry, our whole sex. Can
We
we use that
can't
word?
use that either.
We have dumbed down this nation, and I do not claim that I am from here anymore.
We are a nation of dummies. It's okay, you can say. Yeah, so.
But we got Trump. We got Trump.
So I laugh because I'll go through the list again because we have to, get them embedded. But back to the liver real quick before we go through the list. Bile production, detoxification, nutrient processing, protein synthesis, glucose regulation, blood filtration, immune functions, hormone regulation,
Yeah, it helps
storage.
produce the albumin. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So when you have liver disease, AZ, or you have the cirrhosis, now those hepatocytes that do that function can't do the function. Plus sometimes you get blockage, so your bile can't even go through, and you get jaundice and complications of that. So you see, when you have no albumin or hypoalbuminemia, you see the effects of that. When you can't get your clotting factors, you have bleeding problems because some of those are produced there. It's so many different things. And then if you take something or something that's normally broken down through the liver, now the liver's not functioning, so you've got to be careful.
Listen, folks, regular checkups and blood tests can help monitor your liver function and detect any potential issues early on. Okay? All right, let me just say that. So, about the foolishness. Okay. So, you can't say, no, you can't say male, you just can't say biologically male.
What? Y'all, I can't.
I am unable.
So here's the list.
I mean,
as President Trump seeks to purge the federal
Jesus,
government of
craziness.
woke initiatives, agencies have flagged hundreds of words to limit or avoid, according to a compilation of government documents. And here we go. Starting from the bottom now we hear. So I'm going to go in the reverse. STUVW X, Y, and Z. You cannot say woman and underrepresented, vulnerable populations, victims, victim, undervalued, underserved, underrepresented, underrepresentation, underprivileged, underappreciated, underbias. You can't say tribal, traumatic, trauma, transsexual, transgender, trans, they, them, systemically, systemic, stereotypes.
Can we fight this? Can Congress fight this?
I hope so. We have to reach out to our representatives. Systemic stereotypes.
Wait, you're missing one.
Which one?
You're missing one.
Which one?
You remember the one about the frogs that he thought was safe? that he thought
transgenic mice.
Yeah, but
the
word trans.
transgender.
The word trans, which means a cross.
Right.
Yeah, that's
it's not transportation anymore. So what do we have to call transportation?
The bus, the car, the plane.
Well, can you portate me out of here, please?
You can't say they, them, systemically, systemic, stereotype, status, socioeconomic, sociocultural, socio-economic, two separate words, socio-cultural, social justice, sexuality, sexual preferences, sex, sense of belonging. You can't use that in, it's a woke term. Segregation, racism, racially, racial justice, racial inequality, racial identity, racial diversity, race and ethnicity.
You know what they did? They used ChatGPT and said, "Give me a list with this word."
Exactly. And spit out everything and then just run with it. Not even thinking that this no makes sense. You can't use the term that they use, the correct word. Pro to the institute. The lady of the night, you can't use her name. Pronouns, pronoun. Promoting diversity, promote diversity. Privileges, privilege. Prejudice. Pregnant persons. Pregnant person. Pregnant people. Pollution.
Well, Darren, I hope you guys still continue to use pregnant persons.
Listen, you're not going to tell me what word to use, okay?
As long as it's not in no document.
Uterus is on that list, Keisha. Uterus. Uterus.
I'm so done, Sharon.
Let me tell you something. Pollution, political, polarization, pollution. Yeah.
I cannot.
Welcome to CIT
Wait. Did you
University.
say pollution? Did you say pollution?
Pollution. Welcome to CIT University. We're learning here today. Okay. We have to get familiar with the changes as it relates to federal documents that these words or these terms are considered vogue. So they will be flagged. Pollution, political polarization, person-centered care, person-centered, people-centered care, people plus uterus, orientation, oppressive, oppression, non-binary, non-binary. So you have non-binary one word and then non-hyphen binary, Native American. So what the hell you got?
Excuse me?
Wait for call the people there. Native American, yeah.
The people that were here before you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's now considered woke. MX, I don't even know what MX is. I have no clue, never heard MX. Multicultural. MSM, most risk. Minority, minorities. Mental health, men who have with men. Marginalized, LGBTQ, LGBT, key populations, key people, key groups, intersectionality, intersectional, institutional, injustice, inequity, inequities, inequitable, inequality, inequalities, indigenous community, increase diversity, inclusivity, inclusiveness, inclusive leadership, inclusion, implicit biases, implicit bias, immigrants, identify. So you have to swap out immigrants for aliens.
Immigrants. No.
Can we put MAGA on that list? Have y'all seen the on social media that MAGA means a whole bunch of other things in other
which
yeah.
and all them things in other languages. So let's keep it moving. No, we can't put them on the list. You're out to other job. What else you say? You're bright. Identity, historically, Hispanic minority, health equity, health disparity, your mic job, hate speech, Gulf of Mexico. Gender.
Sorry, I'm out here taking my walk.
Okay, genders, gender affirming care, gender ideology, gender identity, gender diversity, gender-based violence, gender-based, gender, GBV, fostering inclusivity, feminism, females, female, expression, exclusion, excluded, ethnicity, equity, equitableness, equitable, equality, equal opportunity, environmental quality, enhancing diversity, enhance the diversity, diversity, equity, diversity and inclusion, diversity, diversifying, diversify, diversified, diverse groups, diverse group, diverse community, diverse communities, diverse backgrounds, diverse, period, disparity, discriminatory, discrimination, discriminated, disability. Hold on, Ja. Let me just run through disabilities. DEIJ, DEIAB, DEIA, DEI, culturally responsive, culturally appropriate, cultural sensitivity, cultural heritage, cultural differences, cultural competence, confirmation bias, community equity, community diversity, commercial S worker, climate science, climate crisis, clean energy, chest feed person, chest feed people, breastfeed person, breastfeed people, Black and Latinx, BIPOC, biologically male, biologically female, biases towards, biases, biased toward, biased, bias, belong, barriers, barrier, at risk, assigned male at birth, assigned female at birth, assigned at birth, anti-racist, anti-racism, allyship, all-inclusive, affirming care, advocates, advocate, advocacy, activists, activism, and accessible. Go ahead, John.
You know, every one of those words are in our laws. So this is not just federal government. This is any case that may come up against anything toward our group, other groups, women, children. I can keep going. It's intentional. I yield.
So how about all of us just leave the country? All women leave the country. Go ahead, Ozzy.
If 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 all the women leave the country, he'll just marry somebody else from one of those Eastern European countries like he usually does and bring more in.
They're making
But
robots.
I noticed two things, right? One, every single word on that list has or can be used against him and his people.
So I think that ties in with a comment, Ozzy, that was put on YouTube live. It comes from a life of being told to man up or toughen up. Deal with it. Stop complaining. Stop whining.
But the other thing too is he probably can't even comprehend most of those words because he only speaks in words
It was
five.
big. It was very big. The
letters
biggest
or
thing you've ever seen.
It was the best thing ever. It was the best thing ever.
You guys
And
remember the hurricane? It was the wettest of all.
I need every single one of those reporters to go to each of his press briefings with a printed list of all of those words, and every time he used one of them, call him out. Every time.
Those words are too big for him, Ozzy. Come on now.
Ever.
Yeah, true.
You know. But he should like big words, no? He should like big words. I don't see a problem with the big words. He shouldn't have a problem.
Not with little hands.
He's the little man. He's the little
Lord,
man.
gonna go on disrespect the man. Hey, boxer mom. Hey, Darlene. Go on disrespect the boxer.
They don't know who I'm referencing. Do they know who I'm referencing right now?
Oh boy. Oh, here is a story I wanted to bring up earlier. I found it back. So Dr. Umar's daughter accuses him of abusing her mother. He tells followers to pick a side. He was never a fan of. I was never a fan of him.
I was about to say I don't like him.
He's too much. Just a little bit too much for my taste, for my liking. And I always question. Anytime you hear him going gong home, I always say, hold on, something in going a little bit too hard for my purpose.
What do you mean he's telling people to pick a side?
Okay, hold on. I'm going to listen to something real quick. I'm going to take a listen first.
What's wrong with you? It be a fucking joke.
Oh, sorry. No, I can't. I'm on YouTube. Canada, I can't play that. But yeah. So he's telling people to pick a side. I don't know. This is your daughter. Goes, what you need to do is not counter it on the internet as an adult, as the man, as the head of the household, I guess. You should, yes, your daughter put it out there. You should have a one-on-one conversation with her, not respond on the internet, not tit for tat. That tells me a lot. That tells me everything I know about you. I would never be in a relationship with the likes of you. I'm sorry. Because you don't, in my opinion, Boxer Mom. Okay, so Boxer Mom is asking, do you have a radio show? So I would love to listen. Yes. So the first 4 hours of Coffee and Toast streams live on internet radio. Yes, it does. And while we are on YouTube Live and while we are right here on TikTok, so we're covering all the bases. But yeah, as a woman, this tells me everything I need to know. I would never be involved with a man like that who is going to take things to social media, family matters to social media. Because God forbid something happen between the two of us, it is going to end up on social media. You don't do tit for tat. Be the bigger person. Be the adult. Be the parent. You're going to tell followers to pick a side? Huh? Let me read some of the comments here because you know comments can be pretty interesting. She grew up with a mother down talking her father, and it's very clear. Baby, go sit down and have a conversation with your dad and get the full story. Some mothers exaggerate the story all the time. Having you hating a man, she pushed out the door. What are your thoughts on that comment?
I saw the other video where he was talking, where the child was claiming that he was the father and he had no contact, and he was like saying, well, why ain't she reached out? Like, that's really petty. Like, who does not fight for their child, for access to their child? That kind of tells me a lot about it.
How old is this person, the
I have no
child?
respect. She was like a young adult. I thought she was like either in her late teens or 20 or something. She was a young adult. And so but even regardless, I would never, I'm still the parent.
Mm-hmm.
And for you to say they didn't reach out to me, are you kidding me?
Unfortunately, a lot of men feel that way.
Let me read the next comment. I believe her. Dr. Umar said he had to hire white people to complete the construction for his school. That was a bold-faced lie. My brother is an electrician and he was supposed to be doing work for him. He was honored to be a part of something bigger than himself. Dr. Umar never stayed in contact, not even returning calls. Left my brother hanging, and he's not the greedy type to charge crazy prices. Dr. Umar only tells one side. This I know.
Unfortunately, there's always three sides to a story.
His side, her side, and the truth. Oops, shaking my head. Girl, don't nobody want to hear no more from you. Like your daddy said, get your mama and let all three of you sit down and air it out. If you're not going to do that, go on about your business. Why does he have a platform? He a clown. So he's responding via social media. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead, Jack.
And this goes back to what we spoke about earlier about the comments. You're going to get a negative side and you're going to get a positive side, because that is the people of the world.
I just would like for him to take it off social media. Social media is not the place to air out family issues and family concerns. Not at all. This is not the platform for it. Somebody has to be the adult in the situation. Somebody. So we're being told in an article, courtesy of our president, that we need to shut up and stop complaining about egg prices. And there you have it, folks. Nothing is wrong with egg prices.
Shut up. Oh my goodness.
Who said that? Who said that?
Girl, I get what a brat. That's like that little bratty child that just.
Who said it?
Trump shares article telling consumers to shut up about egg prices, and he did this. I think this is on which one has the red tick? Truth Social is where on his thing where he put up, and yeah, we are to shut up and stop complaining. Wasn't he the one who said when he was campaigning that he would bring down the prices on day one?
Again, like I said earlier, all the people who voted for him for these particular reasons, they are going to demand his head in a few months.
They're gonna want him to step down. Make us a step down. Make us a step down.
Okay, step down, step down.
Because they don't understand Caribbean culture or how people of color speak sometimes, and them take it the wrong way. Disease bug chaser, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene suggests bringing back measles parties for kids. See, I know, sir.
Let me go on mute. Let me just go on mute.
What happened? Maybe you should skip that story because don't let me jump out of this.
But you have to be aware. In the medical field, you have to be aware. So, disease bug chaser, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene suggests bringing back measles parties for children. And she says, she posted this, and I'm reading it word for word. Watch entire video. They used to have measles parties, basically get all the kids together so they all catch it and develop immunity. Then, when I was a kid, they did the same thing with chicken pox. Now they demonize parents who refuse to vaccinate their children. And
Yeah, because there's a difference.
Yeah, just that's what's coming off my
People are not alive from measles, but you know what? They know everything. They know
medical
everything.
school they went to? Somebody don't. I think they went to medical school.
Beach blonde, bad belt, butch body, university.
Yep, there you go. That one.
Okay, that answers my question.
Let me go ahead and wrap up YouTube Live.
That is hilarious.
Thank you so much for rocking out with us. Appreciate you joining us. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. for another episode of Coffee Into World News on the Go. Until then, be good to yourselves. Take care. And this is where the live stream comes to an end. Don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe to the Coffee in Tow YouTube channel. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.